Testing 1, 2. 1, 2. It should be this. 1, 2. 1, 2. Testing. 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 It should just be this. Yeah. Testing, 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 testing. 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 Testing.
It's cap, right? So we could split it.
Testing. Testing, testing.
You have done for me. So pray, I thank you for all the things you have done for me. You blow up when things are going wrong and remind us of the mighty one. I thank you for all the things you have done for me. Beckway, I thank you for all the things you have done for me. You gave us so much tranquility, quietness, and serenity. Kingston, I thank you for all the things you have done for me. Kingston, I thank you for all the things you have done for me. You are the head of this nation.
A seat.
Okay, everybody is in.
Yeah. Okay.
I would certainly have all of these.
thought we have all these people here.
Mics are on. Yeah, man.
No, I'm just asking if you have all of them already. They know this.
Yeah.
He told them, watch me. He told them. He told them. He was only 20 minutes. She said 8:30, 20 minutes late for 10 tonight.
Okay.
We nearly passed out this is she goes. Yeah, we called him last night and I told him.
Okay. We'll see.
You know, you do what you need.
Some seats lookers. That's what they. Yeah. I think 7.
14 by, so 14 by, let me see, 1, 2, 3.
This is Zero Sharp, yeah.
8, 7, 8, 4, 5, 8, 1, 8, no, that's not 8, 4, 8, 1, 8, 3, 0, 9, 12. No, I can tell you it's not 12.
Anyhow, let me invite the person. 1, 2,
It's
3,
just
4, 5.
him, then me,
So-
then Professor.
So, Pastor, probably you could sit.
Sit and wait until
Yeah.
you are so inclined.
Okay, good morning, everyone. May I invite the persons who are assigned to the head table to come forward, please. May we all stand as I invite Pastor Ian Williams to do the invocation, after which we'll have the national anthem of St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
With our heads bowed and our eyes closed. Almighty, most holy God, we're grateful, God, that we can be here this morning in our right mind. We thank you, God, because you watched over us while we slept in our unconscious state. You brought us to life, and here we are in this seminar. We want to give you thanks as we look back in retrospect in the way that you have been so good to us and lead us over the past years, dear Father. We thank you for your leadings, especially during those moments of 2021, the explosive evasion. We pray, God, that you will indeed bless us today. Today is indeed, Father, a teaching moment and a learning moment. We ask, Father, that you will be with those who will do the presentation, Father. We ask in a very special way that you will touch their brain cells. And even as they explain their findings, that those of us who will be learning today, we will leave here being equipped, ready to really meet the challenges that is to come. Father, we pray in a very special way that you will be with this program and bless every presenter and every participant, we pray, through Jesus Christ, our Lord. Amen and amen.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, played by an ensemble of the Royal St. Vincent and the Grenadines Police Force. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed a pleasure to welcome you to this academic conference on Soufre. I wish to welcome you warmly to this space, this renovated UWI Open Campus buildings. I want to welcome you warmly to St. Vincent and the Grenadines, our regional and international friends. But that task really belongs to my colleague, and before I do that, I wish to acknowledge the presence of our Honorable Prime Minister, Dr. the Honorable S.V.G Gonzalez, Director of NEMO, Ms. Michelle Forbes. I see former Director of NEMO, Brother Howie, somewhere in the audience, permanent secretaries and directors. I see a few here of various government ministries and departments. Officer in charge of the UWI Open Campus, my colleague, Mrs. Camille Lakram, geologist and chair of the planning committee of this conference, Professor Richard Robertson, we know him as Richie, members of the NEMO, members of the Seismic Research Center of UWI St. Augustine Campus, honorary research fellow, UWI's Institute for Sustainable Development, Brother Jeremy Collimo, somewhere in the audience, Deputy Director of Response, the Volcano Disaster Assistance, is USGS VDAP, Dr. Angie Deffenbach. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Professor Jean Lindsay, the International Association of Volcanology and Chemistry of the Earth's Interior, Dr. Daniel Carlton, co-leader of IAVE VCE, Commission on Volcanic Hazards and Risks, members of the media, specially invited guests, visiting professionals and scientists from across the region, St. Vincent and further afield. I want to welcome you one and all to this conference. And I trust that as we spend the next few hours together, which should lead us into just about 5 o'clock, I trust that we will be good stewards of our time. And in fact, if you notice, we do have a very tightly packed program. And so I invite all our speakers to stick to the time assigned. With that, I take pleasure in inviting my colleague, Mrs. Camille Lakram, to bring us the formal welcome on behalf of UWI.
Thank you, Chair, and my colleague, Marketing Assistant, Mr. Ronnie Daniel. A warm welcome to those present, those attending locally, regionally, and in the diaspora via the various forms of social media. Permit me to adopt the protocol established by our chair. Explosions, ash, and Lahars, the 2020-2021 eruption of La Soufre volcano, St. Vincent. For some of us, the explosive eruptions of April 9th, 2021 stirred long dormant memories of a disruptive but not fully understood event in our lifetime. For others, it was the unexpected awakening of a benign, sleeping giant over whose flanks they had trod, held picnics, and taken selfies. The effects of the volcanic eruption reverberated across the entire island, irrespective of whether you were in the red, yellow, or green zone. Ash fell everywhere. The displacement of a significant percentage of the population from customary places of abode to classrooms and community centers, the logistics involved with feeding and clothing that displaced population, the coordination of foreign relief efforts and supplies, the re-establishment of the critical water supply, and the impact on our health of the significant ashfall in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic were but a few of the challenges encountered in the immediate aftermath of the major eruption. Others followed in the long term in the form of Lahars, which threatened life and property and restructured our landscapes beyond our imagination. Our people engaged with each other, rekindled the community spirit, and served selflessly. With the passage of time, almost 2 years, there has been sufficient opportunity to reflect on the events in totality, review our responses, conduct scientific research, and develop appropriate plans to mitigate the expected impact in the event of a recurrence. The aim of this two-day conference, a collaboration between the UWI Seismic Research Center, the University of the West Indies Open Campus, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and the National Emergency Management Organization, NEMO, therefore seeks to educate our local populace on the latest scientific research surrounding the Las Sofre volcano and to manage expectations of future activity. This will be done through presentations from researchers, scientists, academics and non-academics, and relevant civil organizations, and will cover topics relating to monitoring, risk, community response, and geophysical hazards, among others. I trust that you will find the presentations educational and engaging, and I invite you to participate actively in the open sessions. Thank you, and once again, welcome to the Open Campus.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Lackram, for those welcome remarks. And I now move straight to Professor Richard Robinson, who is chair of the Planning Committee, and we welcome him warmly. I know he has been working hard over the last few weeks, but I think he still has some more strength. So please welcome Prof.
Good morning, everyone. And I would say, Ms. Lackram, protocol haven't already been established. I welcome you all. I don't have any notes, so I'm just going to briefly say thanks for coming, particularly for the overseas participants. And it's only one thing I really want to say. The reason why we're doing this really is because a lot is known and a lot is researched about the volcano by people from overseas, by scientists. And one of the reasons that we have this is to attempt to bring, certainly in terms of the Soufrière eruption, the initial findings to the people of St. Vincent. So I will urge both those who are online and those who are here physically to listen to the talks. Yes, some of them very scientific and some of them, might not be so easy even for me to understand the kind of experimental petrology and things I don't know about. But a lot of them are things, and certainly it gives you an impression of what this volcano certainly has done in 2020-21. For those who are overseas or neighbors close by who was involved in the workshop yesterday, it tells you, unfortunately, what could happen in your territories, and it tells you, to a certain extent, what we have to deal with in the region if we live in a region which is beautiful, lovely islands, but they have exploding mountains in them, and we need to bear that in mind. So welcome, thank you for being here. The local participants, the overseas participants, the people at the head table, sit around. I'd advise the presenters to be as tight as possible. I'll encourage the speakers on the platform to be as tight as possible because we have plenty to get through, and it's really interesting. Thank you on behalf of the Seismic Research Center and my director. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Professor Robertson, for those very brief remarks indeed. I want to now invite one of our iconic Calypsonians, I think one-time or two-time National Calypso Monarch, Brother Tadjo, to lead us in this next item, after which we'll invite the Honorable Prime Minister to give us his address. Brother Tadjo.
All right, good morning, everyone. This piece is called La Sofre. La suffer, I make you do how we so. You send ashes like rain, and we nearly think as snow. 1979 was the last time you hear up. But you see 2021, as God you've been too serious. Let's suffer, like you be vexed with we. The way you carry on, like when woman give man wrong picnic. You mash up church, school, clinic, hospital. You carry on like when man and woman had a bacchanal. You mash up people's house, destroy agricultural lands. You carry on like when man get boot from the woman. Whole heap of damage. You can't carry into millions. Till now some farmers still can't walk back their lands. You had the volcanologists, Dr. Richie and Ralph Pandeto. Every morning and evening, I give you update on you. Them I want the nation, see how you expect for blow, and then you finally erupt. But you don't have to behave so. You see you suffering, me not forget you at all. Me remember 79, how you make a ball. You erupt in the middle of the night. Me be frightened as God. You erupt without warning, and you catch we off guard. It's when you blow bars of fire in the sky. Them even sing pan we, say how Caribs are run wild. No evacuation plan. There was no warning at all. If you see how people are run up and down on a ball. So we have to give Nemo credit. Volcanic eruption 2021. Unlike 79, we had an evacuation plan. Dr. Richie Pan side for give you the information. But it have some people who refuse to leave home, although they were warned to come out the red zone. But some people hard is and now follow instruction. They refuse to move during the evacuation. Could you imagine people so hardened, putting their life at risk, and I go on like they know more than the volcanologists? So me really give Nemo for having this important function to better educate us about volcanic eruption, so we can be better prepared and make better decisions for the next time around in case there's another eruption. Today we talk in Lahars and ash explosion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brother Tadro. And he indeed caught me off guard. He was doing, I thought he was going to do one of his pieces, but thank you very much for that wonderful piece. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now my pleasure to invite the Honorable Prime Minister, Dr. Ralph E. Gonsalves, to address you. Please welcome the Prime Minister.
Mr. Chairman, my dear friends, brothers and sisters at home, and those who have joined us from our Caribbean civilization and from the global family of nations, we're very grateful to have you here, and we welcome you very sincerely and with love. I want, first of all, to thank the University of the West Indies, Seismic Research Center, all those regional governments and peoples and those from the international community and our own diaspora. Thank them yet again for the tremendous help that they gave to us at the time of our great need, time of our extraordinary peril. You know, we are a nation forged in the cauldron of struggle. We've been beaten on the anvil of experience. We've gone through the fever of history, which has molded molded us into who we are, a very resilient people. There resides a genius of our people. It is in that fluid space in our collective consciousness that at every moment in our history, when it is required for us to come together, to stay together, and to work together, that we have always done so, despite occasional dissonances which naturally arises in life and living. I want to especially thank Richie. As Tajo said, there was every morning on radio, there was a Richie and Ralph show. People looked for it, people listened to it all over the world. I'll tell you this. Yesterday, I celebrated, commemorated 22 years continuously as Prime Minister. We don't have term limits. And we are not like the British. We don't tend in our party to consume our own people. I always told Richie, the only Vincentian anywhere who can topple me is Richie, and he and I have a pact that he will stay to volcanology and I will stay to politics. So I'm safe, at least for the time being. I dread if he changes his mind. We went through a very difficult period, and we're still enduring the aftermath of the volcanic eruption and coming on the heels of the COVID. And we had the Hurricane Elsa, we had a drought, and of course the knock-on effect from global turmoil, especially what is happening in Ukraine, and all of those confluence of factors, plus our historical legacies of underdevelopment, derived in part from native genocide and the enslavement of African bodies. With all of these constellation of forces, we're able to have a restoration from our ruins, from our devastation. And part of it, we are not a people of lamentations. Morning by morning, new mercies we see. All that we need, thy hand hath provided. Great is thy faithfulness. And we believe that very sincerely, and we act it out. You may not realize it when you see us in our gaiety, in our dances, in our music, in our joy of life and living. You may say, mistakenly, this is an unserious people. This is a people who can't cope with these things. Well, not only have we coped, we have triumphed over extraordinary adversity. And even where the faces of our men and women and children across this land were strained and anxious, at every turn, we were confident that there would be restoration. And we have that hope and that faith and that love. And all those things have brought us through. We have, naturally, in our own culture, we sing calypsos about suffering. soca songs, and we dance to the music. We have it in our prose and we have it in our poetry, and for quite some time now, going way back. And in 1979, one remembers humorously the collection of poems by the celebrated poet S.V.G. And having described everything very vividly, he was a smoker of our traditional local cigarette called Empire Cigarette. And he ended the poem by saying, I wrote a friend in Ireland and told her lately that my Empire Cigarette tastes of sulfur. And we are not a lot of young women who have been writing poetry recent times and have written about us in the Soufre. And there is one, people like Marcella Dublin and Zena Lewis, and of course N.C. Marx. N.C. Marx has written a collection called Children of the Ash. Some of them I like very much, some of them, as you naturally with poetry, but this one, I think the scientists who are here would love this. I mean, even I appreciate the humor here. This one is called Soufre Spies. Like spies entering the state, bearing instruments and fancy titles like seismologists, volcanologists, deformation specialists, lead scientists. Mission: to decipher moods of Soufre, read her hidden signals, monitor her architecture, solve the impossible magmatic question, how and when. I know we have many persons here who have dealt with instruments and who have fancy titles like seismologists, volcanologists, deformation specialists, and lead scientists. And I'm looking forward very much to the collection when we're finished with this conference in the publication. Be assured that we in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, a magnificent part of our Caribbean civilization, be assured that we have an existential view of time, that we are all time. Only the future is ours to desecrate. The present is the past. And the past, largely our father's mischiefs. Mothers, a little bit, but largely our father's mischiefs. So said the poet Daniel Williams. I have a book for my friend Richie, and I hope that he would not read it too well and be too educated politically. It's my latest book called A Time of Despair. Despair is a beautiful word. It means fresh hope. It came into the lexicon in the 14th century, and towards the end of the 17th century it had been in disuse. Some of you even said, if you check the Oxford English Dictionary, said it's obsolete. I don't know if the British have, if you haven't had much hope since the Glorious Revolution of 1688, why the word went into some disuse. But we are resurrecting the word in our context. Fresh hope, despair. The time of despair. Beyond COVID, volcanic eruptions, Hurricane Elsa, and global turmoil. Fresh hope for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And it has a plant, a little plant coming up. It's not a marijuana plant. Though we have depenalized small quantities of marijuana, for possession of small quantities of marijuana, and we have a medical cannabis industry. But there's a poem from our Latin American civilization, and we are part of that civilization too, by Octavio Paz, the Nobel Prize winner, Mexican Nobel Prize winner in literature, which is apt to our circumstances. Beneath the rain of drums, the fruit's black stalk grew, withered, and sprouted again. Things cast off from their names, I flowed at my body's edge among the unbounded elements. The poem is called Release, but it's really about despair and redemption. I'm very happy to be here today, and I want to reiterate our profound thanks to everyone. The restoration and the rebuilding of lives after Lahars is a noise in our blood. It's an echo in our bones. This conference is about learning and understanding, but it is in part too a catharsis, a cleansing, arising magnificently from the ashes of Lahars. Have a wonderful time in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Thank you. I want to give Richie this book. And what I'm going to do, I have one for Pat also, which I'm going to give him. And I've noticed that there are 24 persons who are here from overseas. When I get back to the office, I will, before cabinet today, I'm sorry I have cabinet, I'll sign one for each of you. Well, I tell you, after standing up again with Richard and giving him a book, the opposition beware, I make all the election tomorrow. The goodness will rub off. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Prime Minister. I will deem this a record, you know. Thank you very much for the... I won't tell you who the conspirators are, but we have, or they have done a good job. And confession is always good for the soul. So thank you very much, Prime Minister, for those very warm welcoming remarks and for the gift to our dear brother. I want to also welcome those of you who have joined us since we've started, those of you in cyberspace and all those who are here as well. I particularly wish to recognize our former head of site, Mrs. Dalrymple, is somewhere in the audience. Yes, she's here. Yes, thank you for coming, and a few other government officials joined us. Thank you very much. It's now my pleasure to invite Director of NEMO, Ms. Michelle Forbes, to move our vote of thanks. Ms. Forbes.
Prime Minister, members of the head table, scientists, my fellow national disaster coordinators, we have 5 here in the room today, invited guests, local and regional, the media, and everyone who's listening. I believe we're being carried live on NBC Radio. A pleasant good morning. It is my task to thank all those who have made today's conference opening possible. Prime Minister Dr. Ralph Gonsalves for his remarks. I'm being very short today. Pastor Ian Williams for his prayer and inviting God's presence in all our proceedings. The panelists, I know he has left, from the police band of the Royal St. Vincent and Grenadines Police Force, and for the commissioner and his team for allowing him to play today. We'll also have a rendition from a group of the police officers later during lunch. Mr. Ronnie Daniel, marketing assistant for the UE Open Campus, for being the chairperson for today's proceedings. Mrs. Camille Lackram for her welcome remarks. Professor Richard Robertson for his remarks, and also thanking him for being one of the lead in organizing this conference here today. Mr. Maxwell Tadra Francis for his cultural item, always humorous, but serious and to the point. The UE Open Campus for the use of the facility, and the team of Mrs. Lackram, Mr. Daniel, and local organizing committee here in St. Vincent. Importantly to our sponsors, the United States Geological Society, under the Volcano Disaster Assistance Program. And I must also mention too that this group really assisted St. Vincent and Grenadines in providing seismic equipment prior to the eruption, one of the first agencies to allow the scientists to give us good early warning. So I must thank them for their support. The UE Disaster Risk Reduction Center, and also the Volcanic Eruption Emergency Project, because from all of the documents from this conference will be compiled with funding from the VIP, under the VIP, so that you'll be able to view them later on. And we actually will have a website, a separate website, that you'll be able to view all the photos and all of these materials. The staff of the Seismic Research Center, especially Priya, for the arrangements for this conference. The staff at NEMO, and as part of the local organizing committee, we had Assistant Secretary Yearwood, Training Officer Ms. Peters, and Lianka, our geologist. Thank them very much for all their work, and all the staff who would have really played a part in this conference, along with the staff of the Suffrage Monitoring Unit. To the media for covering this event today, and for NBC Radio for providing live coverage, thank you. Presenters, scientists, and I want to stress to that we have some of the best scientists in the world at this conference this week. And I encourage the local participants to really meet and greet with them and learn a lot from them, and poke their memory a little bit in terms of the technique and the technology and the studies that they are doing around the world, and how they have been working together to support St. Vincent and the Grenadines and those countries that actually have a volcano, especially a live volcano. So all invited guests and all who have made this event possible today, a heartfelt thank you. Have a good day.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this brings to an end this formal ceremony to begin this academic conference. I wish to now invite Brother Prof. Richie to address some housekeeping matters, or do we? Yes, please do. And we also say thanks to the Tourism Authority for the lovely bags that you got a few days ago. So thank you to the Tourism Authority. I see the PS somewhere about. Brother Richie.
The break is downstairs, but just to tell the presenters, it's a record to get the Prime Minister to keep it in time. So all of you, I expect all of you to keep in time this evening, right? Because we have plenty to go through, right? So join us downstairs for coffee break. Yeah, right. Right, so we come back promptly at 9:25 start, right? We starting at 9:25 and we go in, right? Thank you. Ronnie, you had a market. Thank you, Pastor.
Yes. My son would say 2023.
Ready? Right, so it gives me great pleasure to, well, before I do that, I need to apologize to some of my audience here, because those lovely pictures that you are seeing around you were taken by members of the community's, a set of photographers, amateur photographers who learned how to use the camera with a project that we're doing where we've done with Jenny and people at UEA called the Changing Landscapes Project. Basically, these are people from over the Dry River, Fancy, Oya, Sandy Bay, who basically we worked with them to, and with some local photographers to teach them aspects of photography. And we managed to get some cameras for them also through the project. And they went out into the community and created these amazing pictures that you see inside here in front and outside. All of these, they're not taken by any professional photographers. They're people in the community who learn how to use the camera and learn about taking good pictures, and they captured their life in these communities. So it's about them projecting their life and the life that they live, given what the volcano has done, and that was our attempt to do that. So I apologize to them. We didn't mention them at the beginning, but I'd like to just tell them thanks. All right. So quickly, I'd like to just introduce Professor Barkley, who's going to, I've been working with Jenny many years. She's been coming here many years. She's going to be talking to you about variations from an explosive volcano, understanding the 2021 explosive cycle.
Right, Richie, you're going to, yeah, good, you've got your timer going. So it's an absolute pleasure to be here. It's really exciting to talk to you about some of the findings from the work that we've been doing. Can I have the next slide, please? So what I want to do is I want to talk a little bit about why it's really important for us to dissect the explosive sequence that you experienced in 2021. And then tell you a little bit about how we understood the explosions and what it was that happened, and what it is that we can do next to learn a little bit more about the volcano. And actually, in the introduction today, there's been many more people who've expressed very eloquently why we should care in a small island about explosive cycles. So volcanoes don't just erupt into nowhere, they erupt into the social, political, cultural context in which the volcano lives. And can I have the next slide, please? And when they do erupt, the really challenging thing about them relative to some other hazards we experience, of course, is that they can erupt for a very long time and they can experience lots of variation in volcanic behavior. And this next slide here is a compilation of the eruptions that have been experienced in the past here on St. Vincent. It's an extremely active volcano. And what I've got along here is a timeline and then symbols that represent when the volcano erupted explosively, when it did it, and then symbols that represent when it had something called the dome-forming eruption, where it grows nice and quietly in the crater. And the big thing that you can see here, the challenge that Soufriere St. Vincent exemplifies for us, is the fact that we can't really understand whether it's going to be a dome-forming eruption or explosive cycle, and it tells you exactly what was expressed in those poems, knowing when to move. And there was a fantastic job done in 2021, but more knowledge could be helpful for the next eruption. Can I have the next slide, please? So here we are. What's really important to understand when you've got volcanoes that vary like this is the time scales on which things escalate. And this is the kind of how it feels to be in the middle of a volcanic eruption. It's my little cartoon. But can I have the next slide? What's really important for us, from our perspective as volcanologists, is that we can use our understanding of the subsurface environment to elucidate that. And what that has told us is that there are all sorts of signs and signals. So if we understand the explosive cycle, which is what I'm going to talk about, it provides a framework by which we can use to interpret some of the monitoring data and do better at understanding these escalations so we can make sure that people have good warning and notice. So that's that. Next slide, please. So you'll be familiar with this. This is a compilation from the paper that was led by Pat Joseph, the director of SRC, which shows kind of the escalation of seismic activity. So the energy in the undersurface as the volcano was about to erupt. And can I have the next, can I just evolve these a little bit? So what happened initially, as you know, is we grew this little lava dome in the crater. Can I have the next one? And the next one. Couple more? Thank you. Just, yeah. Okay, so the dome grew over time, nice quietly in the crater, which enabled people to live alongside and close to the volcano. But that uptick there that you see is the seismic energy and the start of the explosive eruptions. Just one more. When we have these explosive eruptions, what we found is that there was a sequence of explosions. So it's not just one big explosion, but it's a series of rapid fire. And that's what we set out to try and understand. Next slide, please. The other thing that's really important in this context is not just the magma that's coming up, but how it's erupting. So this is a seismic picture from 1971, the crater in 1971, the huge difference there being the presence of a lake in the crater. And that changes and modulates how the explosions work too, and it changes what happens. And my colleague Paul's going to talk next about the pyroclastic density currents. And this is the challenge that you have during an explosive volcanic eruption. This is a picture taken by Richie, right at the peak of the explosions from the observatory. It's very difficult to understand what's going on, and what we have to do is try and unravel this. And what we find, spoiler, not all of the explosions were the same, and that means we need to understand what it is that drives those differences. Next slide, please. So what we used was careful analysis of the deposits. Nemo very graciously organised for us to be able to come and assist SRC in looking at these deposits across the island as soon as the explosions finished. Eyewitness accounts have been really important historically and were really important for us here. SRC's geophysical records, of course, and then the eyes in the sky, satellite observations. And we'll hear a little bit more about how we use satellites later. So this is just a little bit of an illustration. On the left here, you can see some of the deposits. And you're already trained observers, you'll be seeing there's a big difference. This is a deposit from Darkview Falls that just represents some of what we saw. And we see these different layers. These are all deposited by the explosions, but what they tell us is that they're relatively different. And of course, we had volcanologists relatively close to the volcano talking about it, and then people further back who were telling us about this. And all of this has enabled us to unravel and look at the explosive sequence across the island. There were around 32 explosions. Not all of them were the same, and different pulses. And the reason I say around 32 explosions, you would think, scientist, what have you been doing? You've been in and out the field. You're still not sure how many explosions there were. That's partly because of how the volcano behaved at the start of the eruption, the kind of pulsing behaviour, which was as that magma was drilling its way through the 1979 and the 2021 domes, which was hard work for it. And that changed slightly how the explosions were in the beginning. And then critically, we didn't have PDCs generated until around about the afternoon of the second day of the explosions. Could I have the next slide? The next slide, please, sorry. And this is a graphical compilation from Professor Steve Sparks, which is another paper in the special volume here, where he used analysis of the plume height and seismic energy, basically looking at the phases that we determined from the deposits. And what we see is that there was an accelerating amount of energy for the first day or so of the explosions, and then they stayed steady state. And that was the really difficult bit. When the volcanoes are in steady state, when do we think those explosions are going to stop? And that's a really big challenge for us, and that's something that we can do and use, with these well-constrained deposits. Sorry, I've got hyperactive hands. Next slide, please. Now, this is a slide made courtesy of Dr. Bridie Davis, who's here, which is kind of a compilation of our kind of visualization of what it was like during those explosions. So this is looking towards the north of the island here. You can see leeward side and windward side. And what you can see from this is as we're progressing through these different units that are growing up, we've got the windward deposits here, where initially there were lots and lots of material that fell there. And then on the leeward side, it wasn't until much later on that we started to see more deposits, but they got a lot more much later. So every time it pulses, you can see what's happening. And then, of course, at the peak of the eruption, for many people, even those in the evacuated zone, it was a mess of ash. And that's really important because you don't want to be moving around at this point in terms of these explosions. And then critically what you see here is some of these plumes started to generate that. So we've now got this wonderful archive. We've got a story in the same way as your poem tells a story of an eruption. We have a stratigraphic column that represents what's happened there that we can use to try and start picking that apart. Can I have the next slide, please? Just to summarize, what did we learn and what next? This QR code will take you to a paper that's led by Dr. Paul Cole that looks specifically at these deposits. There's lots of nice pictures, just like the ones I've shown you in that. But what we've established is that explosions behave differently. And coming back to the historical eruptions that I told you about before, the 1902 eruption was much bigger. But in the middle of this eruption, it was difficult to tell with the instrumentation and understanding that we had whether this could keep going. And that's the really, really big challenge in terms of thinking about it. That waning stage that Professor Sparks identified tells us something that the magma started to wane. So there's a relationship here with magma batches, and I'm just going to give a shout out to my colleague Holly Frey, who's going to talk later on today about some of the evidence that she's seen in the rocks as a result of that. However, 2021 was a very similar eruption to 1812. What's absolutely critical, of course, for populations moving is the timing and the nature of the pyroclastic flows that come down the sides of the hill. And that varies, and that's something that hopefully by understanding that magmatic system on the way up, we can do a little bit better with. So what this is really causing us to do is that collaboration with SRC, with populations on the island and the local disasters managers is trying to push our thinking into, that's just a satellite image in case anyone asked a question about it, sorry. Is trying to push our thinking to actually thinking about our magmatic system in terms of the timescales of escalation that are important to you on the ground. And that's something that the collaboration, NEMO, allowing international scientists like us to come in here really helps us do. It helps us understand that context and focus our research in that direction. And that's where we're going next. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jenny. And she stayed within her 15 minutes allocated, so we have a few minutes for questions. We have probably 2 questions. Anybody have any questions, comments, anything that you want to say? No? Otherwise, we can move to the next one. Use mic, please.
Any particular reason why the plume seems to be heading more towards Barbados? Is it why is that?
Yeah, so because you have these series of explosions rather than one big one, what happened during the eruption was the wind direction changes. And actually, as you go vertically upwards, so you look from here up to a plane height, the wind direction changes quite often in Caribbean space. And that's exactly what happened. So the initial explosions didn't go, they went more towards St. Lucia. Didn't quite get so far, but the bigger explosions, the wind direction had swung round and more went to Barbados. And then the later explosions didn't have quite so much energy to get high, so they went in the low-level winds, which is what pushed them further over leeward. Nice question.
Thank you. Anybody else? All right. Okay. Thank you very much, Jenny. I'd just like to say, I'll just go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah. Turn off this. The next presentation is virtual, but that little cartoon that you saw there really is a nice, amazing production, because what they've essentially done is that we've gone into the field, collected rocks, and they've recreated exactly what happened in the eruption in a cartoon. And Brady will speak later on about a project that involves putting all that information, sharing it with the archives and making that available to people, right? So the next presentation is by Dr. Paul Cole, he'll be speaking about some work that we're doing in terms of understanding the ash and where it went and where the deposits went. Yes, over to Paul. Just to tell you, I'm not sure if he's online or if he could take questions. It may or may not be possible, right? Okay, go ahead.
Good morning. This presentation concerns the dynamics and timing of pyroclastic density currents during the explosive activity in April 2021. We want to be concerned with the presence of pyroclastic density currents or pyroclastic flows and pyroclastic surges from eruptions because they are arguably the biggest hazard to populations living around volcanoes. Many of the previous eruptions, Soufrière St. Vincent, have produced notable pyroclastic density currents or pyroclastic flows. In 1902, sadly, 1,500 people were killed by pyroclastic flows during that eruption. Also, in 1979, very small pyroclastic flows were formed in some of the valleys as well. And previous eruptions in 1812 as well have also generated pyroclastic flows in valleys, which resulted in fatalities. So, as we know, explosive activity in 2021 started on the 9th of April, following 3 months of lava dome growth. And that explosive activity lasted from the 9th to the 22nd of April for nearly 2 weeks. We know from examining seismic records that there were about 32 discrete explosions, but certainly during the early parts of the explosive activity, events were semi-continuous, with it being almost impossible to distinguish between eruptions perhaps in the first 24 hours or so. The plumes, as people on St. Vincent know very well, were high. We know from analysis of satellite imagery that these ascended to heights of about 15 kilometers, and they were dispersed by the wind mainly towards the east, and with ashfall occurring, of course, in Barbados. Our fieldwork immediately after the eruption, as you probably saw in the previous presentation, resulted in a detailed stratigraphy through the layers of ash, or the tephra, as we call it, around the volcano. And we can see a number of layers. We can calculate from those layers the volume of the tephra, and we know that there's probably about 1.2 times 10 to the 8 cubic meters of bulk volume of tephra generated. Now, there is an uncertainty on that, but we can be pretty certain that this eruption falls within a volcano explosivity index of about 4, low 4. Critically, about 35% of the tephra that was generated by the explosive activity remains inside the summit crater, with about 100 meters thickness of tephra inside the crater currently. So we can see a series of units, and those units are defined, and you can see here from the sections, unit 1 to 6, defined by the grain size. So unit 1 is this coarse grained and more ash-rich. Unit 2, coarser grains of ash, followed by interbedded with coarser, what we call lapilli layers. This diagram shows you the seismicity from the first 4 days, from the 9th until the 13th of April. And this is the period during which most pyroclastic density currents were generated. So you can see these discrete peaks, which are the individual explosions, and you can see this very continuous part of seismicity in the first 24 hours of activity, where activity was pretty much continuous. So many of these peaks, I see, are discrete explosions. So our units that we saw, and you saw in Jenny Barclay's presentation, are divided up on here. We can use various lines of evidence to make those subdivisions to be fairly confident about our boundaries of Unit 1 and 2. And then as time goes on, we're slightly less confident. Unit 4 is just this white gap here, just a narrow gap. Now, we know from this fantastic satellite imagery that a crater, the new crater, was formed inside the old summit crater by about 2 o'clock UTC, that's about 10 a.m. local time, on the 10th of April. We also know from satellite imagery, this is a radar image, that pyroclastic density currents could be identified by the 11th of April. And you can see them being pointed out in the valleys, some of the valleys to the southwest of the volcano by these arrows. However, we can be fairly certain that pyroclastic density currents actually started late on the 10th of April from a whole range of evidence. So pyroclastic density currents, we think, started from about late on the 10th, the afternoon of the 10th, and continued onwards for the next several days, associated with many of these explosions. Now, we've mapped the distribution of these pyroclastic density currents from a variety of information, mainly fieldwork. When we visited the volcano in January 2022 and also in May 2022, we were able to to visit many of these areas, and the yellow dots you can see on here are the places that we visited. So we've managed to get up the Windward Trail here and right up to the crater rim, and also in May we were able to go up the Leeward Trail and document the deposits there. There's also some fantastic satellite imagery which has allowed us to document the more dilute parts of the density current, and you can see these little lines here representing trees which were felled by the dilute or pyroclastic density currents or pyroclastic surges. So some great observations were obviously made by scientists at the Belmont Observatory during the eruption and also between explosions. And these observations and photographs were taken on the 13th of April, which confirm many of the observations that were made from seismicity and other means. So we can see pyroclastic density currents in the Larakai Valley here and also in the Roseau Valley. Notice the very light color of these hot pyroclastic density currents. But in the other valleys, this is the dry mouth of the dry Wallaboo, and also in the mouth of the wet Wallaboo Valley, you can see these thin, dark-coloured Lahar deposits. So if we just pop back to this diagram, you can see pyroclastic density currents reach the sea in the Larakai and also in the Roseau, but not in the Wallaboo and also the dry Wallaboo, which is here. Only Lahars reach the sea in that region. If we look at some of the products of these deposits, we can see this is Jacob's Well region, which many people will know on the Windward Trail, close to within about a kilometre of the crater rim. And we can see here the deposits, the dissected deposits of pyroclastic density currents in the river valley close to Jacob's Well. And of course, this valley here will lead down into the upper drainage of the Rabica. So we had pyroclastic density currents in the upper regions of that valley, and that's this drainage that you can see here. What allows us to give great timing associated with the pyroclastic density currents is the fact that our stratigraphy of fallout deposits, we can see these layers interbedded with different pyroclastic. So these are pyroclastic density currents here and here, interbedded with these identifiable fallout units. This is a critical exposure just above Jacob's Well. We were able to get into both the Roseau and the Larakai valleys and see through some of the sequences of deposits, pyroclastic density currents in those valleys. The critical thing we can see is that there are multiple flow units, which indicates that there were a number of pyroclastic density currents, probably associated with a whole number of explosions. So there wasn't just one explosion which generated these pyroclastic density currents in valleys. There were numerous, and we can see stratified ash between some of these layers that we can see here, and a thin ash layer which we can relate to one of the units in the Roseau Valley here. So this is the Larakai and the Roseau. We can also say a little bit more about the nature of pyroclastic density currents. Here's some photograph. This is a photograph of what is effectively a cross-bedded, stratified pyroclastic density current deposit. And when we trace this down the slope, this is on the Leeward Trail, we can see that these units become more continuous, which is the way we identify our fallout units, until they are pretty much completely continuous. What we think this represents is a gradual lofting and dilution of the moving current as it swept down the slopes. You can see that this is really just at the margin on the ridge between the Roseau Valley here and some of the other valleys here. So this is just at the very edge of the low concentration current. One of the interesting things that we see about the impact of these density currents on the forest is, and again, this is the Leeward Trail region, we can see the trees, some of the trees are felled, some of the trees are not, some are snapped at about 2 meters height above their base, and you can see that they are debarked and have been abraded on the volcano-facing slope. So this is the crater up here. And you can see that there's damage on the upstream facing side by the dilute current. But the critical thing, observation, is that there's pretty much no carbonization of these trees. So this gives us good indication of how hot the pyroclastic density currents were. So carbonization temperature is about 250, 300 degrees centigrade. So we can be fairly confident that these pyroclastic density currents in the upper Leeward Trail region were cooler than 200 degrees centigrade. Now, if we look at the charcoal fragments and trees and vegetation which was incorporated in the pyroclastic density currents in some of the valleys, this is both the Larakai and the Roseau Valley, and valley, what we call the valley confined pyroclastic density currents, you can see that wood, logs and twigs and things like that have been completely charred. This suggests that the temperature of those currents, pyroclastic density currents in the valleys, were considerably higher, certainly higher than the carbonization temperature of wood, so more than 300 degrees centigrade. So what we see in summary, we see our evidence indicates that the pyroclastic density currents only started 30 hours after the onset of explosive activity. Those pyroclastic density currents were formed by eruption column collapse, and they were associated with multiple explosions. The temperature of those dilute currents on ridges was relatively cool, less than 200 degrees centigrade, and we explain that by a large ingestion of air, which is cooled, incorporation of air into the currents, which cooled the currents considerably during the column collapse process. However, the dense currents that followed down the valleys, such as the Larakai and the Roseau, appear to have been hotter, retained their higher temperature. From a hazard point of view, pyroclastic density currents which basically entered all drainages on the southern part of the crater rim from the west into the Larakai around to the southeast, and that includes the valleys of the upper parts of the Rabaca. Despite the fact that thankfully pyroclastic density currents did not reach inhabited areas, they certainly went into and traveled down about 1 kilometer down valleys which drained into the upper regions of the Rabaca. Thank you very much.
Yeah, if you have any questions, I think we probably have a question for one. Dr. Cole is online, so he might try to answer your question. Yeah.
Dr. Cole, on one of your slides, you said there was a typical snapping off of the trees at about 2 meters high. Why 2 meters? Why significant measurement?
It's a little delay, so he can answer. He heard that, Simon? Okay.
Okay, so probably that there was, good morning everybody, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Paul, go ahead.
You can hear me, can you hear me? Okay, hello?
Yeah, go ahead, Paul, I'm not sure if you're hearing my mic. Text him and tell him, go ahead.
So if you can hear me, probably the explanation is that the currents themselves changed in their density as they're vertically downwards. So possibly they were more abrasive and damaging a few meters above their base, and they were too concentrated lower down in the flow, so they changed vertically upwards through the sequence.
Thank you very much. Right, so
answers your question a little.
Yes. Just to note also that if you have any questions on both the presentation that you just had and the one that went before, Professor Barkley and myself, we're working with Paul on the same thing. So we're physically here. So if you want to come and just chat with us. Next presenter is Dr. Michael Camejo, who's going to be telling us about ground deformation and things like that related to the eruption. And Michael, I'll try to find a way to tell you that you have 3 minutes, right?
Okay. Hi, good morning, everyone. Okay, great, thanks. Okay, so my name is Mikal, and today I'll be talking to you about some work my colleagues and I did on some of the results related to interpreting deformation related to the recent eruption. Next slide, please. Next slide, thank you. You can just click on a few of the options to complete, right, thanks. So first I'll start by talking about why deformation monitoring is important. So essentially we do this to help us provide clues about what's happening beneath volcanoes. So we think of a simple magmatic system with a magma reservoir, at least one magma reservoir beneath it. When magmas or gases accumulate, we would expect to see a response at the surface where the ground will inflate. Similarly, when magma is about to leave a reservoir, potentially to erupt, you would expect the surface to subside or deflate. And we can use a number of instruments to detect these subtle changes. Essentially, at USRC and a number of observatories worldwide, we use INSAR and GPS to detect these changes. So remote methods such as INSAR, where we use a number of satellites to measure changes over the surface by using 2 images collected at the same time and measuring the difference between these images. And we produce maps called interferograms. And these satellites cover the entire area of interest, so in this case, the entire island, so you can see deformation potentially across the entire island. GPS is more of a discrete method, so it calculates the exact position of a receiver on the surface. And if we have a dense network of receivers, we can measure differences and changes over time in deformation. Next slide, please. So before the eruption started, the deformation network consisted of 2 continuously operating GPS stations, one at Belmont and one in Nebo and Kingstown. And then I just have the eruption timeline up there. So once the effusive phase of the eruption started, USRC scientists installed 4 more stations. So these are, and then we also supplemented this with campaign GPS, so temporary occupations near the summit of the volcano at Jacob's Well and Table Rock. Next slide, please. So this slide just shows you the data that we considered for this study. We looked back at data from 2018 to 2021, and this is a timeline. So we see, as I mentioned before the eruption started, we just had 2 operational stations, but they were located about 9 kilometers and 18 kilometers away from the volcano, so pretty far away. So the detection sensitivity was limited to deep deformation sources. Once the eruption started and we had more instruments put in, we were able to more characterize shallow sources. However, just before the explosive phase, we lost connectivity to the summit station. And even though we had campaign GPS at Table Rock and Jacob's Well, we didn't occupy those sites long enough to be able to detect any measurable deformation. So therefore, to measure the shallow deformation, we really relied heavily on INSAR, so using satellites. At USRC, there's no INSAR scientists. So once the eruption started, we really relied on collaborations, regional and internationally, to get the satellite data. So what you see here is the data that is the data that we used for this INSAR. And we got data from 3 different satellites. ALOS 2 is from the Japanese Space Agency, SOUCOM is from the Argentinian Space Agency, and Sentinel-1 is from the European Space Agency. And we see a timeline here again. What we notice is that the satellites with the highest penetrating wavelength, so ALOS 2 and SOUCOM, they had infrequent overpasses. And then Sentinel-1, which has a lower wavelength frequency, had more frequent overpasses. Why is this significant? It's because you need high penetrating wavelengths to be able to characterize deformation sources and penetrate through vegetation. So therefore, before the eruption started, we weren't able to have good coherence across the volcano's subsurface, but once the eruption started, the potential to have good interferograms improved. Next slide, please. So the approach to the study was to try and integrate these 2 data sets to make up for shortfalls in each. So the GPS network was sparse, INSAR had limited spatial extent, but we used both of them together. And then we wanted to identify deformation before and during the eruption. And after we did that in those 2 data sets, then we applied simple analytical models to try and figure out the depth at which magma came and the volume of magma at different stages throughout the eruption. So that was the approach to this study. Next slide, please. So now we start to look at the data. So these two graphs just show you the time series of the two stations, GPS stations, that were present before the eruption started. The three panels just show you three different components because the GPS is measured in three components: horizontal, north, south, east, west, and then vertical, up, down components. We see that from 2018, nothing much really happened, but 6 months before the eruption, where the green arrows are, we see that we have a change in the deformation signal. And this corresponded to inflation 6 months before the eruption. So we saw the GPS receivers moving away from the volcano to allow this magma to intrude. And we did some modeling, and this corresponded to a depth of about 18 kilometers. So we can see that 6 months before the eruption, at 18 kilometers depth, we had some intrusion of magma. Next slide, please. So we also characterized the shallow deformation using INSA, and as I mentioned, the three different radar that we used. So these images just show you a DEM of the crater, and superimposed on that is an interferogram. And for Sentinel-1 radar, which had a shorter wavelength, we see, because the acquisitions were a lot more frequent, can you put the next slide, please? Because the acquisitions were a lot more frequent, we were able to pinpoint the deformation signal to occurring between two dates corresponding to the extrusion of the dome. And we modeled this in a previous study last year, led by Joseph et al., to correspond to the extrusion of a vertical dike that led to this dome extrusion. The longer wavelength of Salcombe and ALUSTO allowed us to characterize a much broader deformation signal away from the volcano's crater. And because of this, we tried to determine whether or not we could unpick any other type of signal corresponding to any precursory intrusion. So what we did is that we removed the expected deformation related to the dike, and the residual shows on the right-hand side. We still see a deformation signal in blue, suggesting that there was some kind of shallow precursory intrusion before the effusive phase started. Next slide, please. So therefore, we try to model what that deformation signal could look like. So this slide just shows you what the volcano looks like from two angles. So the larger polygon shows you the crater, and the smaller one inside shows you the 1979 dome. The red triangle is the 2021 vent, and then the black line and the blue line shows you where the vertical dike corresponding to dome intrusion was. Then we ran a set of forward models to characterize the deformation signal, which is shown in the yellow, purple, and blue circles. And what this really shows is that we had best fits for all of these models, suggesting that we had an intrusion of magma at a shallow depth between 450 meters and 1.6 kilometers depth. So this is just before the eruption, effusive phase started. You had some sort of shallow intrusion, accumulation of magma just before the effusive phase. Next slide, please. So now on to the explosive phase. Once that started, the entire continuously operating GPS network contracted towards the volcano. So you see those arrows moving towards the volcano. This was resulted from depressurization of the magma reservoir as magma was erupted. This was also detected by using INSA, using Salcombe data. And you can see on the image that blue area suggests that based on the changes between the two images, you had movement towards the satellite, meaning that you had deflation of the reservoir. Next slide, please. Thank you. So we modeled the GPS data to see what kind of source would have corresponded to this change on the surface. And we got a depth of about 6 kilometers with a volume change of 50 million cubic meters. So next slide, please. So what does all of this mean? We put all of this information together of deformation signals before and during the eruption to try and characterize what happened in terms of deformation signals. So the first thing that happened is that we had this shallow inflation 6 months before the eruption, and this corresponded to an intrusion of magma at about 18 kilometers depth, which corresponded to inflation. Then you had a shallow intrusion of magma, which corresponded to about 1 kilometer's depth. So we see that in a schematic of what we think the subsurface looks like. Then we had the dome extrusion. And then once the explosive phase started, as we saw the GPS network contracted, and then we did some modeling to show that this corresponded to a depth of magma being at 6 kilometers depth. So we had 4 deformation events corresponding to 3 different magma source depths. And this just shows that we had this what we already know in terms of what we think magma reservoirs look like, that we have this vertically extensive magmatic system operating before and during the eruption. So I think I will end here. I'd like to end by thanking colleagues at UASRC and volunteers and members of the SOFREM monitoring units who helped with doing fieldwork to collect all of the GPS data. And then I'd like to thank Professor John Blundy for funding my attendance to this conference.
My name is Ben.
Thank you.
Thank you. I will work on measuring
Not yet, not ready for Ben yet. Thank you very much, Mikal. I was about to tell you this.
Oh, okay.
Any questions for Mikal? Yes, tomorrow.
Thank you very much for the clarity of your presentation. One concern, is there any relationship between the deformation experience and the tremors on the surface and so the duration of tremors?
Okay, so actually I forgot to mention this in the presentation, when the volcano went through the explosive phase, we saw a contraction of the GPS network, and the bulk of the explosions actually happened in the first 3 days, and the bulk of the deformation actually happened in those 3 days as well. So the first 3 days of the explosive phase, 9th to 11th of April. So we see a correspondence between seismicity and deformation as well. That is the main correlation, but generally, yes, in many cases, you tend to see correlations in terms of geophysics between deformation signals and seismicity. I hope that answers your question.
Okay, just out of curiosity, is there some data available as to the exact amount of deformation and that took place in terms of inflation and deflation at times?
Before the eruption?
Yes, leading up to, not during.
So just before this eruption, 6 months before eruption, we had that inflation, 6 months before. So the amount of, we modeled that to be, can't remember the exact figure, it was on this slide, the volume of magma that intruded. But before this unrest period, there was no, as far as I know, GPS monitoring started in 2007, and there was no real measurable signal between that time and just before the recent eruption. Before that, deformation monitoring was done, I think, via tilt meters during the 79 eruption, and that was able to detect deformation signals related to that event. But that's the extent of deformation monitoring before this recent eruption.
Thank you very much, Michael. And we'll move on. Thank you very much. And we'll have a virtual presenter now. Ben S. is going to tell us about satellite monitoring of sulfur dioxide from the volcano. I think you had it queued up already, Simas? Yes, okay. And as usual, at the end, we might have time for one question, right?
Hello, everybody. My name is Ben, and I will be presenting work on measuring the sulfur dioxide emissions from Lahars from using the Tropomi satellite instrument, and looking at both the precursory degassing in the day before the eruption, as well as during the first few days of explosive activity, before looking into what these can tell us about the actual eruption processes. So I'd like to start by going over the key points that I'd like to get across during this talk. We were able to calculate the S2 emission rates as a function of both the altitude and time at which they were injected into the atmosphere. And this is very useful information. Using this, we can investigate variations in the magma sulfur content in the first few days of the eruption, and we find that the lava dome that formed during this effusive phase was likely formed from old degassed magma from the previous 1979 eruption, which plugged the conduit and was then cleared by the initial explosion on the 9th of April. I wanted to give a brief overview of the eruption from the viewpoint of gas emissions and lava fusion. Apologies if this has already been covered, but the eruption began in December 2020 with an effusive dome building phase, and the rate at which this dome was being built was roughly constant with time and had very little SO2 emissions, such that we were not able to measure these remotely from either the ground or from space, and only measured in situ using a multi-gas instrument. Now, this all changed in the days just prior to the transition to explosive activity, where we see a sudden increase in the lava effusion rate, as well as the first remote detections of SO2 from both the ground and from space. So here in this graph, I'm showing the reconstructed lava dome volumes using synthetic aperture radar measurements, showing this sort of linear growth of the dome volume up until the days before the explosion, which is marked by this red line. We see the sudden uptick in in the effusion rate. If you want to learn more about this data, then you're in luck, because Edna should be presenting it in about 30 minutes' time. So on this plot here, I'm now showing the timeline of the RSAM measurement in blue, along with the explosion timings in orange picked out by Sparks et al. And we have the first sort of initial explosion marked here, which is then followed by a gap of a few hours before this sort of more continuous jetting phase into the evening of the 9th and onto the 10th of April. Just a quick note that all times here are in UTC. Now the spacing of these explosions spreads out with time, with the last one occurring on the 22nd of April. Now, constraining SO2 emissions from ground-based methods is really difficult during explosive activity, as the plume tends to go very high in the atmosphere, and it often contains a lot of volcanic ash, making it optically thick, and as well as the fact that it is transported very far geographically. Not to mention that taking such measurements can be extremely hazardous during these explosive activities. So in these situations, satellites can be a huge help in determining SO2 emissions. Here we used the European Space Agency's TROPOMI instrument, which provides daily, almost global SO2 imagery at very high spatial resolution, at least very high for gas measurements, especially in the UV. And we were able to detect precursory emissions with TROPOMI on the 8th of April, and it captured the SO2 emissions throughout the entire of the eruption. However, one key point here is that the SO2 imagery that it provides does not give the emission history of the volcano, simply the SO2 at the time of overpass. So knowing the time it actually came out of the vent that needs to be reconstructed. So here I just want to show an animation of the SO2 from St. Vincent throughout the eruption. One issue that we did find is that a lot of the emitted SO2 was recirculated back to the volcano, so we ended up focusing just on the first couple days of activity to avoid the contaminations of previous emissions. So the question is, how do we actually go from SO2 imagery to emission rates? Well, to do this, we use a back trajectory analysis toolkit called PlumeTraj. PlumeTraj takes each pixel within the plume and traces it back to the volcano using 4D, that's 3 dimensions in space and 1 in time, modelled wind fields. And in this way, the time and altitude of the emissions can be determined, allowing the emission rates to be reconstructed. Now here I will show the results day by day of the plume vertical column density, or VCD, the plume age, and also the altitude of the plume, as well as a UV ash index, which will sort of turn blue in the presence of ash. And firstly, here are the precursory emissions on the 8th of April, which sort of went to the northwest of the volcano off a plume like this. This was injected a few kilometres above the vent, and we can see there was no ash in this plume. Now the initial explosion was captured quite nicely on the 9th of April, forming this sort of hook-shaped plume towards the east. I noticed that the concentration of this plume are not very high in comparison to the precursory degassing, although the spatial extent is obviously much larger as the scale is changing in each of these plots. The plume itself was also injected much higher in the atmosphere, up at around 15 kilometres or so. Now on to the 10th of 11th, we can see that we have much more stained emissions forming this huge plume across the Atlantic Ocean. The concentrations here are much higher than in the initial explosion, though the injection altitudes are roughly the same at about 15 kilometres or so. We also have a very strong ash response in the core of the plume close to the volcano. Now, using this data, we can then reconstruct what the emissions were actually like from the vent itself. So we present this as what we call an emission intensity, which is presented here on the top plot, where the darker colours represent more intense SO2 emissions at a given time, which is on the x-axis, and altitude, which is on the y-axis. We then sum all emissions into each time to produce a total emission rate, and we also, so the total emission rate shown here, and we also plot the RSAM for comparison as well. So this first plot here again is showing the precursory degassing, with the satellite overpass time showed in this sort of grey dashed line here. Now the onset of detectable degassing is roughly coincident with the increase in the fusion rate of the lava dome that we saw earlier, although there are large time uncertainties on these measurements. We also had a coincident traverse during this time, which was in agreement with our measurements of the emission rates from satellite. And moving on to the initial explosion, this formed a sort of very well-constrained pulse of SO2 shown up at 15 kilometers. And it agrees well with the timing of the RSAM peak here. However, note that the duration of the SO2 emissions is quite a bit longer than the RSAM. And this is likely an artifact caused by both the sort of time taken and turbulent nature of the ascent of the plume in the eruption column, as well as influences of the umbrella cloud formed, which are not obviously represented in the meteorological data we use. Also note that the scales on both the emission intensity on the plot on the top, and the emission rate in the middle are changing between these plots. So we've got much higher emission rates now than we did in the precursory degassing. Now the main phase of the eruption, and we can see that this continued emission at 15 kilometers or so, but the emission rates are now much higher, so an order of magnitude or so larger than in the initial explosion, with the highest rates during this sort of first phase in the evening of the 9th and the morning of the 10th of April. The explosions here are too closely packed together to see the emissions from individual explosions, and they sort of blur into this sort of continuous emission that we can see. We also see quite significant drops in the emission rates prior to the overpass time, so you can see here on the 10th and here on the 11th. And this we attribute to the presence of significant ash in the proximal plume before it has a chance to settle out. And the constant injection altitude was quite interesting to us, as to have similar injection altitudes we would expect similar mass eruption rates, so we suspected that as we have lower SO2 emissions, there must be a change in the sulfur content of the source magma. So to check this out, we combined our SO2 emissions with individual explosion masses measured by Sparks et al. And we summed the total emitted SO2 and total mass of erupted material from the explosions during each of these windows, shown by these grey bars that represent the sort of 3 days covering the explosive activity that we were able to capture. Now we then use these two measurements of the sulfur emitted and the mass emitted to estimate the initial sulfur content of the magma. And doing this, we found that the initial explosion was significantly sulfur poor here compared to the following explosions. And perhaps there's a slightly enhanced sulfur content on the 10th of April. Using these results, we've sort of developed this sort of simple eruption mechanism model of what was going on during these first few days of the eruption. So we start here with the degassed magma from the 1979 eruption that plugs the conduit and stops. In the effusive phase, this old magma is then squeezed out slowly by the fresh magma beneath. And this occurs at a roughly constant rate, with no SO2 emission being emitted from the dome, as it's not at a depth at which it can exsolve. As the fresh magma approaches the surface, the resistance from the residual older magma rapidly drops, leading to a rapid increase in the extrusion rate, whilst the sulfur is now able to degas, producing the precursory emissions measured on the 8th of April. This eventually led to a runaway process, culminating in the initial explosion, which cleared the remaining the main phase of the eruption some hours later. So, overall take-home points are that we are able to combine SO2 satellite imagery with plume traj to investigate sub-daily emission processes from volcanic eruptions. And in this case, we capture the precursory degassing, and we find that the initial explosion was sulfur poor compared to the main phase of the eruption. And this suggests that the magma from the 1979 eruption formed the lava dome, the initial lava dome, and it was extruded by the arrival of fresh magma underneath. So thank you very much for listening. I'll be happy to take any questions now, or feel free to get in touch via email or on Twitter. Thank you.
Okay, so
Hello,
any
everybody.
questions?
My name is Ben, and I will be presenting work on measuring the sulfur dioxide emission.
Repeat it. Any questions? We have a chance for one, if anything. So if we're moving then from, he's looking at satellite emissions above the ground using, gas emissions above the ground using satellite. We're going to go towards the ground now in the next talk with Thomas talking about ground-based measurements. If there's no questions, no takers. Thank you very much, Ben. We're moving on. Next one. You have to tell him to advance the slide, right? Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. So TC needs no introduction, right? Everybody know about the famous TC from the eruption, right?
All right. Sorry. Good morning. Now, sorry, I'll need to get close up to this, so because there's no point. But basically, what I want to have a chat about here today is the gas measurements that occurred while we were here and what we think we saw in these degassing measurements. So as you notice, there's quite a few logos here, but these are representing all the people that were involved in this work. So first slide, please. All right, so all of us knew what was, or well, how this eruption unfolded. It started in late December, 3.5 months of extrusion of a dome. Then the explosion started. But one of the things that really amazed me was what happened when I got here, because when the eruption started, when we knew there was an eruption, I got really eager to come here because I was quite keen to do something that I couldn't do in Montserrat. And in Montserrat, one of the things I can't do is to correlate sulfur dioxide flux with extrusion. So I was a bit shafted when I got here and realized that there was no sulfur dioxide. Next slide, please. So just to give you an idea of how this volcano behaves, there are different styles of eruptions, and there was some debate as to whether or not this one was gonna go explosive because we haven't seen one start quiet and get loud. It was either explosive, effusive. The only hybrid that was ever, observed was the 1979 one rather, and it went from loud to quiet rather. This one, during the whole quiet stage, we were contemplating whether or not it was going to go to this. But now we've seen that it can do both hybrid types. Next slide, please. All right, so when we got here, I brought a few instruments with me. There's some spectrometers. There's a multigas that I brought to measure these 4 different gas species, filter packs, and we were analyzing liquids from the hot springs. Good. So as I said, we got here and we had some helicopter flights during the first week, and there was no SO2, which was a bit strange. And I couldn't figure out what the reason for that was because it wasn't obvious to me. It should have been obvious, but I guess when you're in the middle of an eruption, things are not really that obvious at the time. So this is what we observed from the measurements we were taking. The first possible flux that we were able to obtain was the day before the explosion started. And as Ben said, it correlated really well with his data because we got about 80 tons per day on that day. So up until that, we were able to detect minor SO2 in the multigas, but there was not enough to flux up until that day. So basically what we think that the system went from a closed system degassing to an open system type degassing style when the explosions got going. Next slide, please. All right, so one of the things that more basically shed light on what was happening was when we got the dome sample and got the analyses back. Because if this was a totally fresh magma that we were observing, we would expect it to plot more or less somewhere over in this direction, not that smack in the middle, close to the 1979 lavas, which these two. So that gave us an idea that, this is probably residue from the 1979, and that is probably why there's no SO2. Not the abundance of SO2 rather. And then one of the debates we had was, why is this magma moving? If there's no gas in it, why is it coming up? And what's going to happen after that? What's pushing it? Next slide. So when we looked at the hot springs, the data from the hot springs, we realized that there was a magnetic signature in the hot spring water as well, which was quite useful. But one of the issues with the monitoring of the hot springs is that it wasn't continuous enough. So the first samples were taken in February when we got here, 2 more samples in March. Ideally, we should have been sampling these springs for years back in the past leading up to this eruption, because I'm fairly certain that there would have been a magmatic signature in this hot spring probably a bit earlier. So if we were looking at it, we should be able to see it. But anyway, there was a magmatic signature present in the hot spring, so we were quite certain that, okay, there was some fresh magma involved. Next slide, please. All right, so this data here is the pure chemistry I collected using the multigas. And this is, all of it is not from the eruption, because this data point was taken here in 2018 from the crater. And we got here in May 2018, went into the crater and took that data. Me, Cameron, and Price, they're in the crowd now. I remember saying to Cameron when I saw this data that, I need to come back here because something is not right. I didn't like what I was seeing. But I didn't get a chance to come back. But basically, as I'll show you in the next, in the graph, there was a build-up to this eruption that we should have seen coming if we were monitoring this volcano properly. But one of the things that we noticed is that there was also a hydrothermal, this area is a hydrothermal signature. There was also a hydrothermal component in the system. So even though we saw some magmatic type signatures around February, in early February, there was always a hydrothermal component in the signals we were getting. So it means that the hydrothermal system here is quite powerful, and it was always overprinting what we were seeing in some cases. Next slide, please. All right, so yeah, this is the graph I was referring to. Now, this, hang on, I'll have to get in front of this. But, okay, so this data is from 1980, 2003, and this is the 2018 data. And as you see here, this line marks the start of the eruption. As you see here, there was a build-up towards this eruption. These two values have no SO2 in them, so they're a bit elevated. But eventually, what we saw is after the start of the eruption, this value dropped rather. This is the carbon over total sulfur, and it started building up again. So if you're seeing carbon dioxide going up, the idea is that this dioxin is coming from really deep. So there was always a deep signal. And you've heard a few people speak about this deep signal. The deformation is from below 18 kilometers. But so this eruption definitely had a deep component to it before it got shallow and started explosion. So I'm fairly convinced that we saw two pulses here. This initial pulse didn't have any magma in it. This was all gas building up. And the idea is that this overpressure of gas was high enough to start forcing the dome out here. And then the second pulse brought gas and magma and then explosions. So as I said, if we're seeing plenty CO2, it's definitely coming from deeper than 10 kilometers. So if this was a more robust data set, we probably should have seen this eruption coming. Next slide, please. Right, so yeah, after the explosion started, then the daily flux measurements became easier to do, and we were generating them as much as we can with the help of the Coast Guard, which I'm quite grateful for spending time with us. But what we see here is basically an initial pulse of magma which falls away, pulse of sulfur rather, which falls away over time. There's no sense of replenishment. It's just one gas pulse, and over time it just keeps going down. So we have these monthly averages which show very nice, these blue stars show a nice decay over time. And around late November, the sulfur disappeared. So that was probably enough evidence to suggest that, okay, the system has shut down. It's gone back to a situation now where we can't measure sulfur, so there's no more danger from this volcano. Next slide, please. All right, so basically just to summarize what I think was happening is that, okay, initially when we got here, high CO2 and no SO2 is a function of deep degassing. Now, because of the hydrothermal system and the water-rich nature of this volcano, we suspect that even though when we started seeing sulfur dioxide in February, there was so much water in the system that it was still masking how much sulfur was actually there. So we weren't actually seeing all of it. Water was actually removing some of it. And one of the main things that we see is there was no evidence of mixing in the magmatic products. So one of the ways how some of these types of volcanoes erupt would be you have new magma coming in, heating up old magma, mixing with it, and exploding. We didn't see that. Well, no one produced any evidence of that. So that is basically why we think that this eruption was most likely triggered by gas. It was driven by gas and magma buoyancy, and not so much by magma mixing. And one of the things that what I think is very important is the continuous monitoring of the plume chemistry and the hot springs, because these are quite easy to do. I mean, right now, what SRC does is wait for the ground to shake before they think a volcano is erupting. Ideally, we want to be proactive and keep monitoring these signals, the plume chemistry and the hot spring chemistry. And one more thing I need to say. When we were here, we did a lot of work with some of the local guys which were here. Some of them came up to the mountains with us, you know, went through a lot with us. He was one of them. He passed away last week, so I just want to say RIP, because he was one of the guys who was actually on the crater with us the last day when we were up there. This guy in the photo. So it's a bit sad, but yeah. All right.
Thank you very much, TC. So we have time for like 1 or 2 questions. Any others? Yeah.
Hey, TC, thanks for your work in assisting and monitoring our volcano. But you expressed some concerns that, and I'll quote you, if we were monitoring this volcano properly, we might have caught some things earlier on. My question to you is, what was missing in the monitoring system, and has that since been fixed?
Not quite. SRC is a body which requires the governments of the region to pay their dues to help with the monitoring activity, and quite a few countries aren't pulling their weight. So there are times when there's, sorry? No. I don't think so. But so there are times when quite a lot of it is economics, you know. The equipment costs money. It costs money to send people overseas to do field work and stuff. And if there's not much money for that, then that's scaled back a bit. So, yeah, you have to remember we are third world countries. And well, yeah, true. And some of the governments don't really put priority on geohazards because they're not always relevant until they become a problem.
Right, any others? No, TC, oh. Otherwise I was going to ask you a question. Billy?
Yeah, you can.
I only have time for one more, sorry.
Yeah, TC, just to go over the evidence you got in 2018, is it sulfur dioxide emissions? Is that what you were referring to?
Yeah, basically, when I looked at it wasn't, okay, there shouldn't have been any, okay, sorry. When I go to St. Lucia to use the multigas, there's very little sulfur dioxide. Actually, there's none. When I did that measurement in 2018, I saw around 1.5% sulfur dioxide, which was too much for my liking. If I had the chance to come back in 2019, I'm pretty sure it would have changed again. Then I would have probably been able to raise the alarm. Whether or not I would have been taken seriously, that's another story. I mean, Richie would be the one to decide if he would take me seriously or not. But yeah, like I said, you see things, but you need robust data sets to more or less prove. So one data point isn't going to be enough to convince anyone. And to be able to come back here regularly and do that was not an option. There's a multigas here now, you know, and since the eruption there have been 4 or 5 measurements taken by Leanka Henry. She's actually still monitoring the volcano. So that's good. We still have a data set going on, and that's going to keep going for as long as possible.
Briefly.
Good morning, everyone. Just a brief comment. In terms of, well, TC mentioned it that Leanka still doing the gas monitoring and what have you. And also, in a part of making the network a bit more robust, we just acquired in a tune of over $1 million EC dollars worth of equipment, which TC also mentioned, which include gas equipment. So
hopefully soon, well, we're in dialogues with SRC, so we could start that. US, sorry. Yes, thanks for that correction. US, so where we can start that program or where we can roll out that equipment. We have infrasound sensors, seismometers, gas measurement, gas equipment, and also we have some GPS equipment that is on order that we should be receiving soon. So hopefully, by the grace of God, once that network is up, we'll have one of the best network within the region and maybe within the world.
Thank you very much. Okay, TC. Right, so I had a question for TC, but we are out of time. So let's move on. So the next talk, I think, is virtual, right, Simas? Can't remember which one it is. Right. Right, so we go into satellite observations again and looking at the plume. So we're still into gas, and you could talk to CC about SO2. I was going to ask him about the significance of SO2. You could, during the lunch break, perhaps ask him. So we have a virtual presentation again, same way. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Isabel and I'm a postdoc in the Earth Observation Data Group at the University of Oxford. Today I'm going to share some results from our recent study which has used satellite data to study plumes of ash and SO2 from the April 2021 La Soufrière eruption. To start, I want to quickly highlight some of the advantages of using satellite data for studying volcanic plumes. Using satellite data, we can quickly identify the location of volcanic plumes, and it's possible to quantify information about the plume, for example, the amount of sulfur dioxide in ash and the height of these layers. Using satellite data, we have frequent global coverage of emissions from volcanoes, and we're able to track plumes of ash and gas as they're transported away from the source. Using this data alongside other information sources, we're able to assess the potential hazards that these plumes may present to health and aviation, and we can look at the impacts these plumes have on the environment and climate. We can also learn something about the eruption dynamics. In our study, we've used satellite data to study the plumes of ash and SO2 produced during the April 2021 La Soufrière eruption. To do this, we've used two satellite instruments, the Advanced Baseline Instrument and the Infrared Atmospheric Sounding Interferometer. The first instrument we use is the Advanced Baseline Imager, or ABI, which is an instrument on board the GOES platforms. These are geostationary satellites, which means the instruments are in a fixed location and observing the same part of the Earth all the time. In this case, we're using the GOES East satellite, which makes measurements over North and South America, the Caribbean, the Eastern Pacific and Western Atlantic. You can see an animation of some of the ABI data from earlier this month on the right-hand side. The instruments make measurements in both the visible and infrared parts of the electromagnetic spectrum, within which there is sensitivity to ash and SO2, which allows us to study volcanic plumes. The big strength of the ABI instrument is that it makes measurements every 10 minutes, making it a powerful tool for studying volcanic eruptions. There are also two movable mesoscale regions which make measurements every minute, one of which was moved over La Soufrière during the April 2021 eruption. Using the ABI data, we formed two types of image, and I'm showing some examples here. The first is a true color image, which is like a photograph. In this, you can see a thick layer of ash over a deck of meteorological cloud. The second image is a false color image, and in this we've assigned the red, green and blue parts of the image to different ABI thermal infrared channels, which have been selected to highlight interesting parts of the plume. Importantly, the brown and orangey colors show where there is thick ash, or sometimes where there's thick meteorological cloud, and the pink-red colors show where there's thinner ash. We've animated these images to show the evolution of the plumes from this eruption, and in this short example, it is possible to see that there were multiple explosive events. We've carefully studied these images for the entire eruptive period from the 9th to the 22nd of April, and we've used these to identify different eruptive events from the ABI data and learn something about their character. This includes the start and end time, but it's important to note that due to the top-down view of the eruption, These times will be different from what was observed on the ground. For example, the start time will be the first time that the plume was observed in the ABI data, and the end time incorporates the time taken for the plume to disperse away from the volcano. There are some limitations to this approach. Firstly, it's slightly subjective, and we were also limited by the temporal resolution of the instrument. The process can also be complicated by the presence of cloud, and we may not be able to see beneath this. By carefully examining these images, we were able to identify a minimum of 35 explosive events during the April 2021 eruption. And I say minimum because discrete events may have occurred within the instrument's 10 or 1 minute resolutions, or there may have been events which were too small to be seen or which were beneath cloud. Our initial observations are shown in these plots. The first plot here shows the number of explosive events on each day, which was shown to generally decrease over time. The second plot shows the duration of each event, which was shown to increase over time. And the final plot shows the time between events, which generally increases over time. Looking at animations of the individual events, we've split the eruption into 4 phases, each with different characteristics, which I will try and demonstrate over the next few slides. The initial explosive events and first phase of the eruption occurred on the 9th of April and lasted for around 3 hours. You can see an animation here of the ABI data, which shows an optically thick ash plume travelling to the east-northeast of the volcano. The second phase of the eruption occurred later on the 9th of April and consisted of a single sustained explosive event which lasted over 9 hours, the longest event in the eruption time series. In this animation, you can see the constant emission of an optically thick ash plume which fans out to the east of the volcano. This was followed by a pulsatory phase, which consisted of 25 explosive events in a period lasting around 65 hours. This animation shows a few examples from this phase, and you can see how there are multiple pulses with minimal breaks between them, each producing an optically thick ash cloud. Finally, there was a waning phase. This lasted around 9.5 days and consisted of a further 8 events. These events generally had a longer duration and longer repost times. In this animation, I've cut a few different events together, and you can see that each event begins with an optically thick ash cloud, followed by a tail of thinner ash. That was a really quick overview of some of our results from the ABI instrument. I now want to move on and talk about the second part of our study, which uses the Infrared Atmospheric Sounding Interferometer, or IASI. IASI is a hyperspectral infrared instrument on board 3 meteorological satellites. Unlike the ABI instrument, IASI is in a polar orbit, which means that they obtain near global coverage twice a day. The strength of IASI is that it's measuring across the infrared with a high spectral resolution, which means we can get more information about the atmosphere, clouds, and trace gases. The spectral range includes sensitivity to ash and SO2, and in this study we've exploited the sensitivity to SO2 to obtain information about the amount and height of this gas. The first IASI instrument was launched in 2006, with data first becoming available in 2007. We've now run our techniques from 2007 to the middle of 2022, so if anyone's interested in using our data, please get in contact with me. On this slide, I'm showing some examples of our retrieval output for the 10th of April. Here in the first row, I'm showing the descending orbits. That's where the satellite is traveling from north to south. And then the second row shows the ascending orbits. That's where the instrument is traveling from south to north. We split our results into descending and ascending to roughly divide them into AM and PM. On the left-hand side are the retrieved column amounts in Dobson units. This gives us an impression of the amount of SO2 in each pixel. And in these plots we can see that there is structure to the plume. For example, there are patches of the plume where the retrieved column amounts are higher. On the right-hand side, I'm showing the retrieved heights in kilometers. This shows that there's some variability to the heights in the plume. For example, in the northern edge of the plume, the retrieved heights are lower, generally less than 13 kilometers. Whereas the southern half of the plume is much higher. Here, the SO2 has been placed between 14 and 20 kilometers. And the structures that we're seeing in the plume may be linked to the multiple pulses that we saw with the ABI instrument. We've run our IASI SO2 retrievals from the 9th through to the 30th of April. This allows us to follow the plume as it is dispersed across the globe. In general, the plume is transported to the east, although there is also some transport to the south of the volcano. Within a few weeks, the plume has circulated around the tropics, and parts of the plume have reached as far north and south as 45 degrees. In this animation, we can also see plumes from Sabancaya in Peru and Sangay in Ecuador. We can convert the retrieved column amounts into a mass, which can then be used to estimate the total mass of SO2 in the atmosphere on each date. The lower plot here shows the total mass of SO2 over time. This shows that the total mass of SO2 peaks at 0.3 teragrams on the 12th of April. This is a few days after the first explosive eruption, and it might be that the multiple explosive events led to an increase in SO2 in the atmosphere over the first few days. Or it might be that for the first few days after the eruption, the SO2 results were underestimated due to the presence of ash. The total masses we've estimated with IASI are also lower than those obtained for other satellite instruments, such as for TROPOMI. This is fairly typical and may be because of a number of reasons, including different instrument sensitivities, different measurement times, and the different effects of ash. As we also have height information for each pixel, we can look at how the SO2 is distributed with height, which is shown in this first plot. On the x-axis we have time, on the y-axis we have the height, and then the color is showing the total amount of SO2 at different levels. Initially, there are multiple layers to the plume, one at 12 to 13 kilometers, which disappears after a few days, and then a second layer which starts between 14 and 18 kilometers, which persists for a few weeks after the eruption. Marked on the plot is the position of the tropopause, and the results indicate that the majority of SO2 was emitted into the upper troposphere, with some emission into the stratosphere. There is also SO2 at around 5 kilometers, but this is from other eruptions during this period. I'm running out of time, so we'll leave you with my summary slide. A manuscript on these results and some others has been submitted to Atmospheric Chemistry and Physics, and a preprint is available online. Thank you for listening, and I will try to answer any questions. Hi everyone, my name is Isabel, and I'm a postdoc in the...
Yeah, thank you very much. I should have turned over before. I'm going to turn over the moderating to Professor Barclay, who will take on the next part.
Thank you. Let's have a round of applause for Isabel. Do we have any questions? There's time for just one or two questions in the audience. I guess, Isabel, I have a question. We have, about 100 people sitting in the room here. What would be your one message about what's important about the observations that you have made for the people here in St. Vincent?
That's a very interesting question. I suppose that there's a lot of information that satellite data can provide, which will complement all the measurements being made on the ground, and that it's important for us all to communicate to share it.
Fantastic. Thanks again, Isabel. I think we'll move on to the next speaker now. So understanding the eruption of Soufriere is kind of like a jigsaw puzzle, and there's all sorts of different pieces that we have bringing together. And we're going to have a few talks now focusing on the rocks that were erupted by the eruption. So the next speaker here is Beatrice Morris-Evans, who's here in the room. And she's been doing some really interesting experiments on the dome rocks to help us understand something about what was going on that complements some of the things we've heard before. Thank you, Beatrice.
Hi, thanks everybody. So yes, today I'll be talking about how we can use rocks and high pressure and temperature experiments to understand where magma comes from. And the image we have on the left here is the 2021 dome growing alongside the 1979 dome. Oh, thank you. And on the right, we have an ash cloud from the explosive phase of the eruption in April 2021. What we want to understand is where this magma is coming from. And so, next slide, please. Why do we want to understand where magma comes from? Magma can come from a range of depths within the Earth's crust. So if we look at the figure on the left, we can get magmas at much shallower depths, such as those in red, and also magmas coming from much deeper, such as those in yellow and brown in the figure. And these magmas experience different pressures and temperatures and have different compositions, and this controls how how explosive an eruption might be and its eruption style. And so, So if we look at, for example, magma that erupts in Kilauea in Hawaii, this is what we call a basaltic composition and is much hotter and comes from deeper and flows like lava flows. And then if we compare it to, for example, Luwip volcano, also known as Mount St. Helens, this is more silica-rich and is more explosive, and so a lot more destructive to those who live nearby. And we also want to look at volcanoes often erupt the same composition or a similar composition. Oh, sorry, can I go back a second, please? Thank you. And so we want to know if it's erupting the same composition of magma, is it from the same depth beneath the Earth's crust or from slightly different depths, and what's going on in the wider volcanic system? So next slide, please. Thank you. How can we work out where magma comes from? So we've heard earlier today a little bit about, please could you click on maybe 2-3 times? Thank you. And we've heard a little bit about how we can use remote sensing and satellite observations and the numerical models involved. And we can also use what we call petrology, which is using rocks and looking at them under the microscope to understand the temperatures and pressures and conditions they've experienced. So, for example, members of the SRC team collected dome samples from the 2020-2021 dome, brought them back to the lab, and we looked at them under the microscope, and this can tell us the eruptive history of the magma and what temperatures and pressures it's experienced and where these magmas might have been coming from within the Earth's crust. And so we can also recreate some of these high pressures and temperatures in a laboratory. And this is known as experimental petrology. And this is what I'll talk to you a little bit about today and how we do that. So, yeah, thank you. So at the Department of Earth Sciences at the University of Oxford, where I study, we have an experimental petrology laboratory. And there we have lots of different pieces of equipment that can explore different regions within the Earth's crust. And so if we have a quick look at what some of them can do, we have 1 atmosphere furnaces. If you could just click maybe 4 times, please. Thank you. The 1 atmosphere furnaces look at near surface processes and near surface conditions, and not only on Earth but also for volcanoes on other planets as well, because we can control the atmosphere that the magma erupts into. And then we also have cold seal pressure vessels, which look at shallow crustal processes, which, for example, we might have the ascent rate of magmas. And then we have piston cylinders, which look at much deeper down in the crust, so near the upper mantle as well. And then we have the multi-anvil, which looks at mantle processes, so again, higher temperatures and pressures. So today, next slide please, if we go back to the La Soufrière 2020-2021 dome, and this is a sample of it and what it looks like under the microscope. And so we have these big crystals which form at higher temperatures, deeper in the earth, and that's where they have time to grow. And then surrounding all of that, we have lots of tiny crystals which grow as the magma ascends up to the surface. And this is known as the ground mass. If you could click maybe like 4 or 5 times as well. And yeah, thank you. And so the dome rock it has a composition that we call basaltic andesite, which means it contains a certain assemblage of different minerals. And this includes, so we've got plagioclase, pyroxenes, olivines, and iron titanium oxides. So we'll look at a few of those in a little bit more detail. Next slide, please. Thank you. So the effusive, on the top here, we have the effusive dome rock and some sample, what it looks like under the microscope, and then also the explosive scoria and what that looks like. And we can see that there's a clear difference in what the minerals that make up these rocks, what they look like, and they have different textures. So the iron titanium oxides in the dome rock, they have this stripy texture, which we call exsolution lamellae. And then in the olivines, we have this light grey texture, which we call symplectite exsolution. Sorry for all the formatting changes. And so we want to understand what drives these differences. Why are they, even though they have the same composition and the bulk rock, why do they look different when we look at them under the microscope? And to do this, I performed some experiments to control different environments to look at whether these textures formed at the surface whether they interacted with the atmosphere and the air, or whether these textures formed deeper down in the crust where conditions are slightly different. Next slide, please. So this is a little bit about the experimental setup. And so I used some of the natural scoria rock, which didn't have these textures in. So it's like a blank canvas, kind of, to see what happens to them. And then you put them onto a tiny platinum wire loop. And then if you could just click once, please. Oh, just back one more, sorry. This bit should move into the thing, but it doesn't matter, sorry. Thank you. And we then put it into, this is like a big furnace, and increase the temperature to 900, 1020 degrees C. And this, as these are typical temperatures for the dome and the scoria magmas, and expose it to different gas mixes, so different atmospheres. So one of those being air, so the Earth's atmosphere, and then one of them being, and we consider this very oxidizing, and then conditions that are more reducing, which are like when we look deeper into the earth a little bit more, so to see whether these textures form and whereabouts that would be. Thank you. So these are some of the results from the experiments. And so on the image on the left we have is from the natural dome rock, and the image on the right is from one of the experiments. And what we wanted to find here was these tiny grey crystals that have lots of even smaller, whiter crystals surrounding them. And so these formed in quite a few of the experiments. So that was good to see that it was more oxidizing conditions, so like in air, that we formed them. Next slide, please. And then again, we looked at these are the iron titanium oxide minerals, and they formed only in the presence of air at 900 degrees, suggesting that the dome had some interaction with the Earth's atmosphere at these high temperatures. And next slide, please. And then we also see the same textures that we saw in these olivine minerals, again in the experiments that were run in air. And so this sort of indicated that the dome experienced high temperature oxidation as it erupted, it's erupted at the surface, and some of the air has infiltrated through and allowed it to form some of these textures, whereas the scoria, next slide please, sorry, thanks. There's been airflow through the dome rock, whereas the scoria, as that erupted, it quenched and cooled really quickly, so it didn't have time to grow any of these textures that we see in the dome. And by performing these experiments with the scoria rock as our starting material, this suggests that the dome and the scoria could be from the same batch of, a similar batch of magma from the same depth or conditions within the Earth's crust. And I'm also doing some other experiments at the moment to try and look at where this might be in the Earth's crust. So higher pressures, higher temperatures. And yes, thank you. Thanks.
That's wonderful. Thank you very much. Do we have any questions at all for Bebe from her talk? So I just wonder if you could tell us a little bit more about what you're planning for the future with your experiments, what you're up to.
So I'm currently doing some higher pressure and temperature experiments, so looking at depths more like 12 to 18 kilometers in the crust, and at temperatures a bit higher, so more like 1100 degrees C. So working with the data that we already have on the satellite, from the satellite information, and what we from their estimates of the depth that the magma came from, using that as a rough guide, and then temperatures that we know from that were measured from the dome and the scoria, and using that to look at where the magma might have come from within the crust, and at different like water contents, but the same bulk composition. Yeah, if that makes sense.
Fantastic. So watch this space for more results. Oh, great! Another question. Two questions. Sorry.
Quick question. Can you use the rocks state and composition to determine how far along is she?
As in how evolved the system is?
Yes.
So, thank you. So we know when we analyse the composition of a rock, we measure for certain elements, and this includes like silica, magnesium, iron, and these, knowing how much of these certain minerals we have tells us how evolved a rock is. So if it has a higher silica content, this suggests that it's more evolved than others. And if it's higher iron or magnesium, it might be less evolved and more like primitive. Yeah.
Right, we've got one more question, which I will bring a microphone over for.
Yeah, I'm just curious as to the type of materials that make up your testing equipment, because the temperatures you
go to a very high.
Are pretty high, yeah.
Yeah, so some of so a lot of them involve tungsten, which has like a very high melting point, and also you can create alloys with different metals, and that increases their temperature that you can take them to. So like the platinum wires that we use in these experiments, they don't melt. I'm not sure what their melting point is, but it's above 1400 degrees, which is where we usually is our maximum temperature that the furnaces go to.
Perfect, thank you. Oh, we've got one more question coming. We do have time, baby.
Yes, good morning. Thanks for your presentation. I was just wondering, for us here in the communities, what does this information tell us about future events and where the volcano would go?
Yeah, of course. So what these experiments we want to know is for most of the eruptions at La Soufrière, St. Vincent, it's a basaltic andesite composition and of the magma that erupts. And we want to know, is that coming from the same source, same sort of region within the crust? And is that telling us that every time the system is like refueling and then going again, and does it have this like 40-year cycle? And so will the next eruption take another 40 years to sort of like generate enough magma to erupt again? Or is it coming from different regions within the crust that something is triggering them each time? So it's understanding the like longer term, if and when the volcano erupts again, when might this be? Where will it come from within the crust? And if we can locate an area in the crust that we want to focus our efforts onto, can we improve our remote sensing and like monitoring from the surface to maybe 18 kilometres depth if we think that the magma is always going to come from there, rather than looking shallower in the surface and only seeing the magma as it's on its way up, if that makes sense. Yeah.
Great, thank you.
I just want to pick up on the question that the gentleman asked, the first question, which I think my understanding was the question about can the rocks help identify how far along it is in terms of along through the eruption rather than evolved in the composition of the magma.
Sorry,
that was my understanding.
My bad for misunderstanding. I guess the experiments that I talked about today with the different textures that we form, they could maybe be used to look at how. So my experiments, I ran them for a week, and so we observed these textures after only a week. And so if I don't know what the rocks would look like maybe for a longer time after that, because they were also only sampled 20 days after the eruption. So it would be nice to do like a longer time series of those sort of eruptions to see, of those experiments, to see if there is any change and how this might look. But at the moment, this was for like a week or 20 days after the eruption, after the dome started extruding. That's what we were focusing on. Yeah.
Wonderful, thank you. That's a great introduction to petrology. We're going to move on now to keep with time to have a presentation that's going to be virtual again. We're looking at a presentation by Dr. Edna Duale, and this is going to be using yet more wonderful remote measurements, this time to tell us something about that growing dome.
Hi, I'm Edna. I hope you're all having a great conference. So I'll be presenting some of the work I did as part of my PhD at the University of Leeds, where we're using synthetic aperture radar SAR backscatter images to quantify dome growth during the 2021 eruption. So in the background here, I have a Sentinel-2 image. So this is an optical image where you can see this here is the 2021 dome. So optical imagery is great to observe and look at changes at volcanoes. However, it is limited by cloud coverage and the time of day. So we were looking at using SAR images. So SAR has the benefit of providing its own illumination, so it can take images both day and night, as well as being able to look through meteorological cloud coverage. So this here is a Sentinel-1 image of in January 2021, and this is the dome. So what I mean when I'm talking about SAR backscatter, so a single pixel in a SAR image can be represented by this equation here. Luckily for us, most of these variables are either knowns or constants that are provided by the satellite. We're interested in the backscatter coefficient, which represents the reflectivity of the ground surface. So this is controlled by some satellite parameters, so the wavelength, the polarization, and the incidence angle of the satellite. So these will remain the same for a specific satellite and track. It also is affected by the surfing scattering properties. So this is what we're interested in looking at. So the surface scattering properties are controlled by the local incidence angle. So if a slope is facing towards the satellite, it'll appear brighter than one that is facing away. The surface roughness, so this is on the wavelength of the satellite. So generally speaking, a smoother surface, more of the energy will be reflected away, and this will cause you to have a lower radar backscatter than a rougher surface where more of the energy is scattered back towards the satellite. And then lastly, the dielectric properties. So this is generally speaking the moisture content of the ground surface. So for most of my talk, I'll just be concentrating on the local incidence angle and changes to the gradient and how that affects the SAR backscatter. We also do need to consider satellite distortions, so these geometric distortions that are introduced due to the side-looking nature of the SAR sensor. So because the ground is imaged at an angle, this means there's interaction between this and the topography. So for steep slopes that are facing away from the satellite, such as this one here, this will produce a radar shadow. So these are areas where there's no information returned to the satellite over this area. Similarly, for steep slopes facing towards the sensor, such as this here, it produces something called a radar layover. So in this example here, actually, the top of the slope will be imaged before the bottom, and then for some section afterwards, you're getting multiple returns for a single pixel from different areas. So during the 3 months dome growth at Lahars Fair, there was actually quite a few SAR sensors acquiring images. So we mainly use TerraSAR-X and Cosmos SkyMed, which are two high-resolution sensors, as well as Sentinel-1, which is a slightly lower resolution but has a higher acquisition frequency. So looking at some of the images, these 8 images are the TerraSAR-X images we had. So just from looking at the individual images, you can see how the dome grew through time, how it transitioned from the central growth to spreading more laterally and having more marginal growth. You can observe and map out some of the structures that started forming on the dome. So you get those quite nicely, especially in the larger dome in March 2021, as well as visualizing some of those very intensive fracture systems that were forming at the end of the dome towards the end of the effusive period. We were also very lucky to have a one-day pair of Cosmos SkyMed images right before the explosive eruption. So this is the image I have, the animation I have here, showing you the 7th and the 8th of April. So you got those fractures that I was talking about, but what really this image shows really nicely is that sudden bulge in the dome right before the explosive eruption. So the motivation of our work was, since we had all these different images of the dome through time, was to try and extract quantitative measurements of the dome growth over those 3 months, to try and add some more volume observations through time and examine some changes. So to do this, we looked at the profiles through the SAR images. So here I've got 2 TerraSAR-X images, one from January, one from March. And we had a look at the profiles. So this is what I'm showing here. The blue and the orange here, this part is the 2021 dome. So you can see how the dome was changing through time quite nicely in these profiles. So our method is based on the assumption that the local incidence angle is the dominating scattering property, and that the surface roughness and the dielectric property remain relatively stable or uniform across the dome. So based on this, we can say that the backscatter is proportional to the gradient of the slope. And using this assumption, we can therefore integrate across a single range line or profile to calculate the relative height change. So this looks like something like this. So for the same 2 profiles that I showed you earlier, these are the relative heights that we calculate. So for areas that remain unchanged, we see a relatively good match between the extracted topography from the SAR images compared to the pre-eruptive topography. And then for areas that have changed, so the 2021 dome, we can see that really nicely, and we can see even just between these 2 profiles, see how the dome changed in shape over time. We do need to consider the radar shadow. So as this is an area of no information, we need to adjust the relative height change across these. So this can be done using some simple trigonometry. So we can do this for a single profile through time. So here I've got an example from the TerraSAR-X dataset again. So for this cross section here, which is cutting through some of the older, larger domes, we can extract the topography for that profile, and we can see how the dome grew until it reached a certain height and then remained relatively steady at that height. But rather than looking at a single profile, we wanted to look at kind of the spatial changes through time as well. So we retrieved the topography for every single range line that crossed the new dome. So here we have 3 examples, one from Sentinel, one from Terrace Rex, and one from Cosmos SkyMed for throughout the 3 months. So the top plot is showing you the retrieved topography from the SAR images, and the bottom one is showing you the difference between the topography from the SAR image and the pre-eruptive digital elevation model. So generally we were able to observe the 2021 dome relatively well, especially in the 2 higher resolution images. However, in areas where the profile contained radar layovers, we see a lot more variation when there shouldn't be. So this is what these areas are showing here. So the reason for this is that the radar layover actually causes a slight distortion in our profiles that propagates along. And this is very obvious in the Sentinel dataset. So, however, to try and mitigate for some of these distortions, as well as bridging the gaps across the dataset over radar shadows, as well as reducing some of the stripiness, we do a weighted triangular mesh interpolation, where each of the range line is weighted based on how large of a difference there was for an area that should have remained stable. So we generally use the 1979 dome as well, and then each triangle also contained multiple points from different lines to help smooth across the dome. So these are some of the examples we have for what our final dome shape looks like. We were able to use these to calculate dome volumes and extrusion rates. So these are our results. So we were able to do this for 32 SAR images from December to April 2021. We were able to observe a relatively steady extrusion rate of about 1.8 meters cubed per second between December and March. And then if we have a look at those last 2 weeks before the eruption transitioned to being explosive, we observe this sudden increase in the extrusion rate of up to about 17 meters cubed per second. And our last Cosmos SkyMed image, just for reference, was about 15 hours before the explosive eruption. So this increase in the extrusion rate from the SAR images follows the changes in the seismicity, as well as coincides with the increase in the detectable SO2 emissions, as well as confirmed by some visual observations from that crater edge camera that you had. So the possible explanation of this extrusion rate trend could be a combined emptying of the conduit and reservoir of older material, along with the ascent of a gas-rich magma. So this would cause the gradual decreasing overburden as the older material is removed, and then could result in this increased extrusion rate that we see right before this explosive eruption. So I'll leave you with some of my take-home messages. So the method worked relatively well over St. Vincent. We were able to do it for 32 images from 5 different SAR geometries, with the high-resolution imagery showing a lot of the finer detail in the dome growth. At St. Vincent, we were very lucky to actually capture that rapid extrusion rate right before the explosive eruption, as well as having add a lot of data to those 3 months of growth before. So thank you for listening to me, and I'll be happy to answer any questions, or if you've got any further comments or details, feel free to email me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Edna. We have time for probably one quick question, if anyone has one. I can see a hand in the air.
I went to the crater several times, and it seems as if the dome is slowly growing. At what rate is it growing, if it is growing? If my eyes are correct. And if it is growing, should one be fearful about that?
Do you mean at the moment or during the eruption? Sorry.
I went there last December and about 2 times for the year. And according to my eyes, it seems as if the dome is getting larger. So I am not sure what the data is saying.
Are you still watching the dome?
Huh? Sorry.
Are you looking in the crater just now, and can you see if there's any change?
I mean, I haven't been looking at the moment, so it would be something I could go back to because I've got the system set up. So it'd be interesting to check. But yeah.
I think both SRC and the Soufriere Monitoring Unit have eyes on it, and I think at the moment it's not growing, is my understanding. And also, one of the things that is happening is sometimes there are rock falls, so that can give the impression that it's changing because it's making it look like it's changing, but it's changing without growing. But yeah, good observation. It's always useful to see from people who are going up there regularly. Okay, we're going back. We're in the straight before we reach lunch. We have 2 more talks. We're going back to the rocks and some more fascinating information that we can get from them, from Dr. Holly Fry, and she's going to tell us a little bit more about what she's been up to looking at the rocks from the explosions.
So thanks, Jenny. As you can see by this list of collaborators here, many have spoken this morning already. This is really a group effort to try to understand what's going on at the volcano. And as Jenny mentioned, we're going to go back to the rocks, and whereas Bibi had concentrated on what was forming during the lava dome effusion, those rocks, what we're going to look at in the talk today is the rocks that came out during the explosive parts of the eruption. So these, we're going to look in great detail at the scoria and the minerals that are in the scoria during the different phases of the explosive eruption. And in particular, we're going to look at really small crystals, and these really small crystals are called microlites. And so, as I'll show you in some of the images, we can have bigger crystals, which we call phenocrysts, and those tend to grow more slowly and may be coming from greater depth. And then we have small crystals, which are some of the last things to crystallize, and that's where we seem to see a really interesting story. So, as we've mentioned earlier, there's been other eruptions at La Soufriere, and there's a lot of similarities, and there's also some differences between those eruptions. So here we have a plot that I think TC showed as well of the bulk chemistry of some of the eruptions that have happened in the past. And so for the purposes of this talk, I know there's not experts in the room on petrology, so what we're going to do is look at differences. Do we see differences between our different eruptions or different phases of the eruptions? And so that's going to be our key here, is to look for patterns in the data that I'm going to show you. And so if we look at what's been erupting out of St. Vincent, in this case, what the main rock type is, we can see that over the last 100 years or so, it tends to erupt the same kinds of stuff. And this stuff is what Bibi talked about earlier, the basaltic andesites. And so if we keep erupting basaltic andesites, why do we sometimes just see lava domes like in 1971? And why do we sometimes see explosive eruptions like 1902? And why do we sometimes see this transition between the two? And so to answer some of those questions, we think of ourselves as rock detectives. And so we want to look in great detail at what's coming out. And so we're going to look at samples today from Jacob's Well, Sandy Bay, and Rabica. And these samples are a little class of scoria. And you can see these class range from about less than 1 centimeter in size to up to about 4 centimeters. And what we do is we cut these class in half, and then we glue them down to a glass slide, we polish them, and then we look at them under the microscope to figure out what's in there. Next slide, please. So as Paul mentioned in his talk, there's different phases of the eruption, and these phases are referred to as units. And so you're going to see throughout this talk references to Unit 1, and Unit 1 represents the first stuff that exploded out of the volcano. And so this was material that was making its way to the surface while there were still lava domes in the crater. So the 1979 lava dome was there, and the 2021 lava dome was there, as U1 was making its way to the surface. And then we have subsequent units, Unit 2, Unit 3, and Unit 5 are some of the ones that we looked at as well. All of these things erupted within the first 48 hours of eruption. And so what we wanted to figure out was, is there any changes as this eruption is happening? Why do we go from the pulsatory nature to the more sustained eruptions that we saw after those first initial explosions? And so here we're looking at some images that are called backscatter electron images that are taken with a scanning electron microscope. And so this is a magnification. The little scale bar, the white bar, is 200 microns. So we're here focused on some of the bigger crystals. And our purpose here was, okay, what is in these different phases of the eruption? And we found that these bigger crystals, the phenocrysts, were predominantly all the same. We had 5 different minerals called plagioclase. There were 2 different types of pyroxenes. There's a mineral called olivine and titanomagnetite. And it didn't really seem to change that much. We also noticed that the samples were pretty vesicular, and maybe we saw some changes with vesicularity as the eruption was progressing. But one of the really interesting things was that we saw lots of really tiny crystals, these microlights, as we'll see as we go to the next slide. So these images here are taken at greater magnification. So now our scale bar, instead of being 200 microns, is 50 microns. So we're looking in more detail at these rocks now. And so we go from a progression of the dome rock, which is in the upper left. And in the dome rock, you can see there's some different colors. Those different colors are representative of different minerals in there. And you can see that there's not very much black space. The black space is vesicles. And so then we have the explosive eruptions, or the scoria products, which are U1 is the first one, then U2, then U3, then U5. And from there in the audience, you can probably see that the amount of black space is changing. So in the initial eruptions, we have relatively small vesicles, that's that black space, and they tend to get larger as the eruption progresses, as these vesicles are getting bigger and the samples are probably getting more vesicular. And TC has done some extensive work on this, which he could tell you about. But what we were looking at was not the vesicles themselves, but the crystals that were forming between these vesicles. And so those were what's called microlights. And so you can see in that upper image, U1, there's lots of really small crystals in there. So there's extensive crystallization. And as we move through the sequence, we tend to see fewer and fewer of those small crystals. So then the question becomes, well, why is that the case? We also noticed, when we were doing this in great detail, that the proportions of these different minerals was changing as we went from U1 to subsequent eruptions, that the compositions of those minerals was changing, and that their sizes was changing as well. So we're seeing changes happen just in 48 hours of explosive activity. Next slide, please. So here we've increased the magnification once again. Their scale bar is 50 microns, and so you can start to really see all those different tiny microlights in there. And one of the things we're also interested in is, well, what about the glass that's surrounding microlights? Is that changing? And so we have our sequence of glass here, U1, U2, U3, and U5. And we can see that over the course of the eruption, it's changing a little bit, but it's changing in a way that we don't expect. And if we have a lot of crystallization, we would expect this line to actually be showing more crystallization would be higher silica content, which is the axis at the bottom, but we actually see the inverse of that. So that was a curious result. Next slide, please. So this is some work that was done by Bridie Davis and Jenny Barkley looking at the sizes of one of these minerals called plagioclase. And so what we were doing here was looking at does the size and the amount of crystals of different sizes change as the eruption progresses. And so you can see a couple of different lines on here. And so our key is, again, well, do the lines look the same or different than one another? So in orange, we have this sort of line that goes up and down. And what that indicates is that we have a lot of crystals that are really small in size. So on the bottom scale there, on our x-axis, that is the crystal size. So over to the left side are smaller crystals. So we see an abundance of small crystals, and then we see that there's a lot of crystals also at 50 microns. So that's indicating that there's two populations of crystals. But if we look at some of those other lines, so if we look at the U2, which is the red line, or the U5, which is the blue line, they don't tend to have that same shape. So it suggests that there's something different as the eruption is progressing to this U2 and U5 units, and we see that there's changes in the slopes of those lines as well. So how do we interpret this data? Well, one of the things we might be able to say is that the crystal shapes as well as those slopes are changing. So if we look at the inset figure here, the blue triangle is more towards this field that says acicular, whereas the red and orange symbols are more in these fields called bladed and tabular. And so that's just recording what the crystal shape looks like. And as we move across this diagram to the acicular side, that means that the crystals are experiencing more rapid growth. So we might see more rapid growth and ascent as the eruption is progressing, since U5 is in that direction. That's also supported by the shallower slope of that blue line. Next slide, please. So there's a lot of data on here, but what I want to show you is that there is a systematic change when we go from our U1 samples to things that happen afterwards. So on the left side, we're looking at what's called histograms of plagioclase composition. And so the x-axis at the bottom is just indicating the mineral composition with respect to how much calcium is in the mineral, and we're using something called anorthite content as a proxy. So the dome rock, as Bibi talked about, is the one that's on the top. We're not going to talk about the dome right now, but look at U1, which is in orange, and the distribution of those different bars in the histogram. So the darker bars are what's called zoned crystals, and that means these crystals have two parts to them. They have a core part and a rim part, and I'll show you that in the next slide. The core parts of those crystals tend to be on the right side of those histograms. The rim parts of the crystals, which are shown in the stippled pattern, tend to be on the left side. What's also on the left side are white areas, and those white areas are unzoned crystals. So that means their composition is just one, it's not changing. So if we go from U1, we notice that there's a lot of zoned crystals of high calcium concentration. But as we go to the pink and the blue and the purple, we see that there's not nearly as many of those high calcium crystals. So that's a big change. We can see that also in the upper image here with the iron content. So the orange is the U1s, they look different. If we look at another one of our microlite phases, a mineral called olivine, we don't see so much a compositional difference and change with olivine. So olivine is the second set of histograms, but what we see is that the abundance or amount of olivine is changing. At first, we have really high bars in our histogram. That means we've got a lot of olivine. But afterwards, we don't really see much olivine, and it gets progressively less as the eruption is proceeding. Next slide, please. So here's again 2 BSE images showing what those zoned crystals look like. So on the top one, we have one of these plagioclase crystals. We have a bright core and a dark rim, and there's a really stark distinction between them. And so that would mean that there's some sort of change that happened in the magmatic system. We see the same type of zoning in the olivine crystal. We've got a dark core here and a bright rim. And again, because you have this rims on the crystals, it means there was a change. And so what we think is happening here is that these crystals are forming at different depths. So the cores of the crystal are forming at a deeper level. And so we might have heard back in Mikhail's talk earlier this morning about magmatic intrusions at about 18 kilometers. So if we look at the compositions of our plagioclase and our olivine, and we compare it to experiments that have been done in the past, what those experiments suggest is that this mineral assemblage here is consistent with water-saturated mafic melts at about 4 kilobars, or about 15 kilometers. So the cores of these crystals could have come from things that were happening much deeper. Next slide, please. So here again, we're seeing that U1 is a little bit different. Those are the orange circles compared to what's in gray. And in the interest of time, we'll move to the next slide. And so what this slide does is just summarize all these different observations. And U1, which is the very first thing that's coming out of the volcano, seems to be different than what's happening or what's exploding later. We've got this dual population of these zoned crystals. And that's when the system is closed. And so that's when we have the lava dome sitting on top. The magmas are moving very slowly to the surface, allowing for extensive crystallization. Once that initial explosion happens, sort of the domes get blown or obliterated, then the magmas are ascending more quickly, and so we see different types of crystals. Next slide, please. So this is a great schematic that Bridie came up with to help us explain things. And so I know the text is not possible to read here, but what we're trying to do is match the geophysical signals that Mikhail was talking about and some of the seismicity to what's going on in the magmatic system. So we have deep crystallization, and then these magmas are moving upwards slowly before the explosive eruption, forming rims. Next slide, please. And then after those domes are out of the way, then we have more rapid magma ascent to the surface. And last slide. So the idea here is that we need to look in really, really great detail because we can see changes that are happening. And what this study is suggesting is that, like TC said, we don't see the driver of the eruption as something referred to as magma mixing, but we see it as gas accumulation. And so as these first set of crystals are forming, they are leading to volatile buildup happening at relatively great depths, and that's leading to the ascent and potentially the explosive eruption. Thank you.
Thank you. Wonderful. Lots in a short period of time. Time for one quick question. So I think in the interest of time, Holly, we will move on, but you know who she is. Come and find her at the lunch break, which is coming up very soon. So in the very last talk before lunchtime, and don't run away because there's some certificates to come, we have another recorded talk. And this is a really interesting one because this is from a sister volcano in the Caribbean system, Soufriere Guadeloupe, and it's talking a little bit about how you understand the system once it's starting to reawaken. Thank you. And it's by Roberto Moretti.
Moretti, I'm the former scientist in charge, director of the Observatoire Volcanologique et Sismologique de Guadeloupe, Caribbean branch of Institut de Physique du Globe de Paris. This talk also will be about La Soufrière de Guadeloupe, its long-standing unrest, and in particular on the use of geochemistry, fluid geochemistry, to recognize solicitation of the magmatic system on the hydrothermal system. So to recognize, I would say, pulses of magmatic activity which perturb the hydrothermal systems and drive the unrest of La Soufrière. The idea is to use La Soufrière de Guadeloupe as an analog, an archetype for Caribbean volcanoes on volcanic islands, and more in general for andesitic volcanoes. So also for an archetype of what we could expect at Saint-Vincent, La Soufrière de Saint-Vincent, when it will enter in the hydrothermal stage a new unrest phase. And so what we propose here is some kind of methodological approach for using geochemistry and dissect the unrest, characterize the evolution of the unrest by using the non-condensable gases. La Soufrière de Guadeloupe is an andesitic volcano about 1,500 meters located in Basse-Terre, which with the twin island of Grande-Terre constitutes the core of the French overseas department of Guadeloupe. La Soufrière de Guadeloupe is an andesitic dome characterized by widespread fumarolic activity on its summit. There is the conceptual model is based on a magmatic chamber between 6-8 kilometers depth below the summit, and then of course the release of magmatic gases which enter the hydrothermal system, an hydrothermal system which is of course dominated by groundwaters of meteoric origin, and which then go into the dome and drive the evolution of the fumarolic system. The last eruption occurred in 76-77. 76-77, as you can see in panel C, was also the moment of the largest seismic activity. In particular, in 76-77, we had a magnitude 4 earthquake during the phreatic eruption. Phreatic eruption still, that's the current interpretation, due to fluctuation of the magmatic activity at depth. Then there was a declining phase. In 1992, there was the volcano reactivation. So a new unrest, the unrest, the still ongoing unrest, started in 1992. Several felt earthquakes were then reported. Strongest one in 2013, 2014, and in particular in 2018. In 2018, we also had a peak event of magnitude 4, so same magnitude as the peak seismic event during the 76-77 crisis, which was a phreatic eruption. So you understand that in 2018, we were seriously concerned that a new eruptive activity could be triggered or could start corresponding to this episode of unrest and its seismic activity. Currently, La Soufrière is in yellow. But you know, yellow is a big container in which there is a strong dynamic with many features, particularly fumarolic activity and configuration, which changes at the summit, the opening of new fumars and so on. So still in the hydrothermal stage, of course, but yellow doesn't mean that the volcano is quiet, of course. So the 2018 crisis, we had 3 major swarms ramping up activity, and this is something which rose serious concern, with the peak earthquake during at the beginning of the third swarm of magnitude 4. So we saw this ramping up activity, and at that time we were afraid. Most of this seismic activity, the most energetic one, occurred in the deep hydrothermal system, so not in the shallow hydrothermal system, not in the dome, but at 2-3 kilometers depth below the summit, and occurred off-axis, as you can see, along this fault structure. Our interpretation for when we put all together this information to come out with an interpretative model. The earthquake, by the way, was felt, the magnitude 4 earthquake, by the way, was felt by the entire population in Guadeloupe. So I was saying, when we put all together the geochemical and geophysical information, our interpretation is about the development of overpressure and the rising temperature of the hydrothermal system. Since late 2017, we introduced new analytical protocol, and we also improved a lot of the sampling of the fumars at the summit, fumars which fluctuate around 100 degrees, by the way. So there is also a problem with condensation of water or steam at the moment of sampling. So we introduced a new protocol. This new protocol allowed us to have a full chemical characterization of the fumarolic emissions. This full chemical characterization is so available only since 2017, but this full chemical characterization, by making some equilibrium thermodynamics, like in the diagram, and combining the different gas species, allowed us to understand that the hydrothermal system, which is normally, I'm talking about the bottom part, at about 300 degrees, was solicited, and its temperature rose up to the critical point conditions. So we develop a temperature, increase in temperature about 70 degrees, very close to the critical point of water. And of course, because the system is boiling, the hydrothermal system is boiling, you increase the temperature, you increase the pressure. So this produces huge overpressures that were released in the volcanic dome, because the volcanic dome is highly permeable fractured, which means that the the volcanic dome is characterized actually by drained conditions, but off-axis, when we had the rock rupture and the earthquake, the big earthquake, and most of the energetic seismic activity, conditions were undrained, or at least approached the undrained threshold, and so the development of overpressure was even bigger, and this, of course, the buildup of pressure and also the rate of pressure buildup led to rock rupture and the magnitude 4 earthquake, which fortunately occurred off axis. So let's say that we had the chance that the dome is so broken, so fractured, so permeable, that the overpressures were released at the dome, but rock breaking occurred elsewhere, off axis. If we want to use this approach based basically on thermodynamics, putting together geophysics and geochemistry, actually we have a problem because we can do it only since 2017. But if we want to use geochemical data from the past and characterize all the evolution of the unrest since 1992, we cannot. Simply because, well, there are problems in past sampling procedures, problems in the analytical protocols, and so on. We can only save 5 components: hydrogen, methane, helium, nitrogen, and argon. So we have to discard, for example, carbon monoxide, water, steam, and CO2, which you see that in this diagram they appear to be important. And so we cannot use this approach to estimate the evolution of temperature and pressure of the hydrothermal system. So we have to find a new approach based on only these 5 components, the so-called non-condensable gases, because they do not condense in the soda samples that we sample, the fumaroles. And we do our characterization only on these 5 components, by using only these 5 components. First of all, we look at the Gigaback diagram about nitrogen, helium, and argon, and what we see is that as expected, most of the gas samples, they are actually in the middle, more or less, of the diagram, because they represent a mix of air saturated water, so anyway, a meteoric component with an helium-rich component. Helium-rich means a magmatic gas coming from the upper mantle, with, if it's really helium, MORB means MORB, contaminated MORB, of course. But we also see in the triangular diagram that there is a field of data, TO13 and TO14, which are really close. They go straight to the helium vertex. They are different than the others. Well, that was some kind of surprise and pushed us to understand more the degassing of the volcano and the interaction of the magmatic gas with the hydrothermal system. Those gases, also isotopes, helium isotopes and carbon isotopes, help us to understand that actually the gas in the fumaroles, if we remove the meteoric component, as MORB signature, contaminated, because of subduction, of course, by marine carbonates. L stands for limestone, and organic sedimentary material. If we rework this data by considering the mixing between a deep magma, the helium-rich, with the air and air-saturated meteoric components, we see that all the data, all the analytical data, can be explained by mixing lines connecting the meteoric component, air or air-saturated waters, with some, I would say, points which fall for different pressure means also different depths, on the magmatic degassing line, the magma line. This magma line actually gives the values of helium, argon, and nitrogen, helium, for different pressures of the magma, an andesitic magma. This can be modeled quite accurately, and this diagram simply tells us that the compression, and so the degassing resulting from the decompression of a magma depth, so the pulses in the functioning of the magma, are actually the driving mechanism together with mixing with air and air-saturated water, the driving mechanism explaining the chemistry of our gases. So our gases in the fumaroles, even if there is, of course, the interaction with the aerothermal system, they record the heartbeat of the magmatic system. We can also, by introducing hydrogen, we can also compute the temporal evolution of the hydrothermal temperature, or the reservoir temperature, and which is actually given by the empty blue triangle, and we see that the deep hydrothermal temperature has the same record, the same variation, is modulated the same as the temperature of fumaroles. Of course, the values are different, are shifted, but we see the same modulation. So this is some kind of proof that perturbation of the hydrothermal systems determine variations in the temperature of the fumaroles, but those perturbations in the hydrothermal systems, as we have seen before, are because of the heartbeat of the magmatic system. All this can be, of course, reworked to give useful temporal indicators in terms of chronograms. In particular, I want to drive your attention on the middle panel, which is about the helium-methane ratio. The helium-methane ratio has three wonderful peaks, which actually correspond to the peaks in temperature that we have seen in the previous slide. And we also see that the highest peak is about the 2013-2014 event. The 2013-2014 events was characterized, still marked by felt earthquakes, was probably a major episode, even if not so felt by population, because of some magma migration towards surface, but below the hydrothermal system. Probably the 2018 one can be some kind of side effect. Anyway, to summarize, discharged gases are more black, contaminated. The hydrothermal system behavior is strictly related to the heartbeat of the magma beneath. Fumarolic and seismic activity actually clearly records, by looking at this indicator, magma migration and decompression. And it seems that there is a cyclicity of 4 or 5 years. Magmatic gas equilibrate in the bottom part of the hydrothermal system between 300 degrees and the critical point of water. There is no need of brines to explain these features. And peaks of helium methane, but also helium hydrogen and hydrogen methane, can be very useful indicators to track the perturbation of the hydrothermal systems, and we suggest that, of course, they can be extrapolated to other andesitic volcanoes. Of course, first of all, we expect that can be useful for our colleagues at S.V.G. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Just wonderful to get lots of details and insights into the kind of measurements that TC was discussing earlier that can be done at Soufrière here. So thank you very much. In the interest of time, however, I'm afraid we're going to have to move on. So please, I'm sure if you want to discuss this with Roberto, then Richie can pass on his contact details. So handing back to Richie, but just to say thank you to all the speakers for a really wonderful session.
Right, thanks. Just one thing before we break for lunch, and just to remind you, particularly, not that I don't think you weren't extremely excited with the presentation this morning, but if you were, then the social aspects and the impacts, which I think most people will be really, really interested in also this afternoon. So please come back. But before you do, I'd like to crave your indulgence. I think all the disaster. We had a workshop yesterday. You don't know about this, but it's about volcanic hazards and alert level systems for the disaster managers. And I'd like them, we have some little certificates for them I'd like to give out. If they, are my facilitators around? No, I think they didn't even know about it. They handed over. But could we just do it now? I just call your name and you come up and get it. And if we have any facilitators around, you could come forward and probably show your face briefly. I don't know if they're outside, actually. Right, so we had a workshop yesterday because, just to let you know, we're going to break for lunch and we're going to stick with the lunchtime. I'm not eating your time. But one of the things we're in the process of doing, you'll see those maps over there. Those are the volcanic hazard after the Lesser Antilles that we did like over 10 years ago. And we're in the process of trying to revamp them. There are assessments of the volcanic hazards that were done in the Lesser Antilles. And we have started a process where we are consulting with the disaster management community as well as the planners to find out really what they need for these maps. And we had a workshop yesterday where we had quite a few of international experts in the field of hazards and alert level systems came in and taught them various things. And then we had a lot of discussion about what to do. We're planning to continue with that. And we just had some certificates to give out to them. So I just want to do that quickly, right? So you folks will have to probably help me. I'll call out the names. This is Sarah and Vicky and Danielle and Omari, some of the facilitators that were here. So I'm going to call your name, you come up and you collect it, right? If you're not here, we'll just give it to you after, right? It's not necessarily any other. Priya is there? Yes, Priya. She's looking at me with a bad eye, like she didn't expect to get certificates. Yeah. And then we have, is Absalon Hooper here? Yes, Absalon. Then Musa around? Daniel, just come. Yeah. Musa is there? No? All right. Ashroy Price is there? No? Cameron, don't go anyway. No, sorry. Kenson Stoddard. See there? Right. Kenson. Yeah, you just hand it to Kenson. And then Cameron just went outside. Roland Wilkinson. Cameron, you're here. Cameron Alexander. Roland Wilkinson. If necessary, you can pass it down to somebody else. And Silbert Frederick. Here you go. Dwayne Allen. Dwayne is here. Dwayne is outside. I see Ashroy Price has arrived. Then we have Abder Samuel, the disaster managers now. Overseas participants. Thank you. Lavon Ryan. Lavon, you can put on your camera. Sherlyn Quayle. Yes, Sherlyn. Yeah, put on your camera too. Come on, Sherlyn. Oh, yes, I forget. 2 months rations, so they have to take pictures of each other, right? Yes. Fitzroy Pascal. Is Fitzroy here, right? Quayle, Sherlyn, come first. Yes, Sherlyn too slow. Jacob Ngumba. I pronounce that right? Jacob is there? No, he's not there? No? Darian Mitchell from Tobago. The very eloquent Tobagonian. Okay. Gabriel Kirby. Gabriel, you're right. Yes, Gabriel, sorry. Gabriel Kirby. One of the local participants. Brett Lucas, the other half of the Tobago. This is Trinidad now. Malcolm Job from one of the long-serving members of the disaster management community in St. Lucia. Sherrod James. Sherrod, yes, our good friend from Antigua and Barbuda. Here you go. Sherrod. Kerry Hines. Kerry from Barbados. Lianka Henry. Where's Lianka? She's outside too? Oh, yes, she's there. Right. Lianka is there. Our geologist at the Soufre monitoring unit. So in the future, when the volcano erupts, it's Lianka face you'll see, right? So just get accustomed to that face, right? Kurt Duggan. Yes, I got the right name right, yes. And last but not least, Terrence Walters. Did I miss anybody? No? Did Jacob was there? Yeah. Right. Yeah. Oh, Dwayne Allen is here now, I understand. Where is he? All right, Dwayne. Right, I have two still. Right, okay. Yeah, I think. Where is he? Do it now? No, I'll get him after. Okay, all right, thank you very much. So we break for lunch, which is from 12 to 1, is it, on the program? It's 12:10 now, but we come back at 1 still. So I just took 10 minutes to lunch. Sorry. And I think the 24 books that the PM promised is apparently here. So I think you can stay back and get, I'm not quite sure where they are, but whoever has them.
Good afternoon, ladies. We'd like to make a start in the next 2 minutes, so 1:30, yeah, right? So we started at 1:30. Whether or not you're in a seat, it's not 1:30 yet, Chloe. It's 1:28.
Right, yeah, the first one is Bridie, and she's here. That's Bridie here. So number two is Virtual. Both of them are kind of related to each other. And I think he's, I can't remember, I think he's on the time, so I think we might recoup some time. Right now, the caterer mess up the whole thing.
Please, you need help with my name.
And Chloe is the last one. Clyonique.
Yes, so I came to make
Presenters.
Yes, let us convene. And in convening, I'd like to just introduce our next moderator, Mr. Jeremy Colomo. Those of us in the region know Jeremy from way back when he was the executive director of CIDIMA. He's going to chair the session this afternoon, which are on social aspects of the eruption. And we have the, let me stop talking. Jeremy, this is your job.
Sorry, use this. This is the one that we use for.
Okay, thank you.
So hold on.
Yeah, I can do that for you.
Yes, good afternoon all. I have been reminded by one of the community residents that I should speak slowly, especially given the Barbadian accent. Now, I'm very pleased as a geographer, especially interested in social dimensions of geography, to be part of this conversation this afternoon on explosions, ash, and lahars. Because we are clear that when these interact with communities and societies, the results are social impacts reflected in what I call the Ds. This is a normal feature of my presentations, adjustments for heights. Yes. Yes. So we're talking that interface between those phenomena of the volcano and really society, and the consequences associated with disruption, dislocation, and destruction of homes, roads, utilities, and services. Now, the session this morning helps us to understand the dimensions of those volcanoes and really why it's important to communicate risk, to really inform decision-making at all levels. And so, given the social dimensions, this will, of course, capture individuals, communities, districts, organizations, the sector, and the state. This information, risk information, is really critical for operations and decision-making and planning, and especially for national development, which we understood this morning from one of the presenters that is not very regularly aligned. So, planning, risk-informed, and science is critical in this process of linking hazard information decision-making, and I want to thank the organizers for actually paying attention to the social dimensions of this phenomenon. And so to do that today, we have 8 presenters who, from my assessment, are dealing with the historical dimensions of that social relationship between the volcano and society. Then 3 are looking at the perceptions, how people saw the event, what their experiences were, And then the final two are looking at this analysis and reflection of those in the social dimension, how they are captured in the literature and shared, and through how they are communicated. So it is my pleasure to welcome the first presenter, Dr. Bryde Davis, who is talking about curating crises online, introducing the open online database of archive materials from volcanic hazards and crisis on St. Vincent and the Green and Montserrat, 1819 to 2000. So Dr. Davies, floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to be talking to you about our online database, which is the kind of one of the end products of the Curating Crises project. So I'll briefly introduce that to you first, because both myself and Martin, who's coming next, are going to talk a little bit around this subject. So next slide, please. So the Curating Crises project is mainly focused on thinking about how the past is a key to thinking about how we can make things better for the future in terms of our responses to and planning for geophysical hazards here in the Caribbean. And as you all know, it's one of the kind of reasons why we're all here today. In the past, there have been times when scientists have kind of descended on an island, a location where there's an event happening, like spies, as we heard in the poem this morning. They do their research, they collect rocks, they talk to the people here, get loads of really valuable information from them. Their observations are crucial during these events. And then they go away, they take that research, they write it up, they publish a paper, they take their rocks, they end up in the basement of their university. And that information doesn't always get passed back to the communities that it was created by, for, and about. And so parachute research, as we call it, is something that we're trying to move away from. And the Curating Crises project is a way to kind of look back at past events where this has happened as a product of the kind of colonial practices that were occurring and the legacies of those colonial practices that kind of still echo through today, and make sure that that information that was generated is brought back to the communities so they can take ownership of it, and so they can be highlighted as some of the knowledge generators that are really crucial in these situations. We're also aware that over time, networks that develop to create and share this information can sometimes be twice hidden. So as instrumentation has become more and more complex and sophisticated, we've been able to make measurements from further and further away. So we can deploy a seismometer that just sits there collecting data. That data gets sent back to the lab, is processed by scientists without anybody who's actually responsible for maintaining that seismometer, or they're on the island experiencing those earthquakes, ever seeing that information. So that data is taken away and hidden in the first instance by the fact that the instrumentation is kind of remote. But in the second instance, that information is then sometimes locked away in libraries, so archives in the UK and the US, and it's not visible to people here who need to see it. So part of what we're doing with the online database is to make that information visible. So next slide, please. So aim one of the Curating Crises project is to explore the colonial influences on the creation and circulation of this knowledge, and also the development of these observational and instrumental networks in response to these crises in the Eastern Caribbean. Next slide, please. The second aim is to make this data available and highlight the knowledge creators who are responsible for bringing us all of this rich information, make them more visible so that everybody can see them and celebrate their contribution over the years. We also want to understand and share best practices and the lessons that we've learned from this process, so that we can move forward in a better way, in a more inclusive way, to make sure the outcomes are much more healthy for everybody involved. And Martin is going to talk to you a little bit about some of those lessons in his presentation. Next slide, please. So the online database is a website that you can go to now. It's live. It contains hundreds of documents that we've found in the UK and US archives relating to a selection of events here in the Caribbean on Montserrat and in St. Vincent, spanning from Montserrat in the 1930s, St. Vincent 1902 in the 1970s, and the Montserrat crisis in the 90s as well. So all of those documents have been uploaded so you can see the original copies. We've also collected those documents into four or five main collections that make it easy for you to browse an event that you're interested in. And then these stories that we've started to pick out from looking at these documents have been grouped together into exhibits so that we can highlight some of the important stories that we've found, and also to give you a pathway to engage with the material to find stories of your own. And so then you can contribute extra information that I'm sure all of the people here will have that we just don't know about because we're not living in this environment. In addition to the existing archive materials, we're going to be uploading new knowledge, which is currently being created here in St. Vincent and on Montserrat by the communities here. So things like the Changing Landscapes project, some of the results of which you're all seeing around the room here today. The rain gauge data that they've been collecting will hopefully be being made available on here as well. We've also had a few school projects running in Montserrat where they've been using some of the archive materials as well as thinking about their own responses and the island's response to the eruption in the 90s. And we really want to make this database a kind of living thing so that as people are engaging with this material and creating new data, they can share it with each other across the different islands in the Caribbean, and also highlight to people like us around the world that actually what you guys are contributing is really, really important and we should be celebrating it. Next slide, please. So I'm just going to highlight a couple of these stories that we've been finding through the archives. This first one is a quick one about Frank Perrott, who was a scientist who was kind of operating outside of the European scientific establishment in the 1930s. He was invited to Montserrat by the governor because he had a very good reputation already from Martinique and his activities there. And he spent a lot of time on Montserrat using his senses to think about the volcano and the activity that might have been associated with the earthquakes that they were all feeling in Plymouth during the crisis. He used that time to train local observers, and he made use of their observations in a really collaborative way, and he really valued their contributions. And he was described as an early social volcanologist because he was of the opinion that all of these scientific discoveries are great, but really what we need to focus on is what's going to be important to the people who are living in these communities. He was very much of the opinion that the social aspects of this science were often neglected, and that that's something that we really needed to remedy. So next slide, please. We also have an exhibit currently on the St. Vincent lava dome eruption of 1971 to 72. And one of the things that we found in the archives about this eruption from the UK government archives was that there was a lot of discourse about what actually constitutes a disaster. So as volcanologists, we know that a volcano is erupting if it's producing a lava dome, right? It's in eruption at that time, and that is something that triggers us to all go and think about what's going to happen next, how are the hazards going to evolve, what's going to happen. But from a UK government perspective, a disaster hasn't occurred until something catastrophic has happened. If there hasn't been an explosion and there hasn't been lots of damage caused, we can't really release the funds to support the response until there's actually something to respond to. And we found that through this discourse between the UK government and those on St. Vincent, that kind of attitude and policy actually hindered the response. So people here were trying to prepare to prevent disaster, whereas the people working in the UK were trying to find ways to circumvent their own official policy to make sure they could offer that support. And so this is one of the things that's going to become a lesson we can learn for the future, thinking about how we frame disasters and disaster aid in that context. Next slide, please. We've also got wonderful stories like that of Mary Ann Robinson. So she was one of a group of fish sellers who in 1902 had been traveling from the windward side of the island back to the leeward. She saw that the crater was boiling over, and so thought she should go back to the windward side and warn the people there that the volcano was erupting and that they needed to take precautions. However, at the time, the group that kind of went down to warn the rest of the population, obviously these were poor black women, and they were not taken so seriously by the people who were kind of in power and had the means to kind of assist people in taking those precautions. And so unfortunately, they were not believed, they were kind of scoffed at, and it wasn't until kind of a white man on a horse went to check, see what was happening for himself, that those things were taken seriously. And we can see here in this official report that was done after the eruption that obviously Anderson and Flett had been told this story, they heard about her, they wrote her name in their notebooks, but her name doesn't make it into the official reports that they wrote up on their return. And so we can only get these bits of information by digging back through to those original records so that we can highlight the contributions that people were making over time. And so that's why this is really important. And we really think that by making these records accessible, there's probably links that you all have and people that you know over generations, and you can probably provide more information so that we can learn more about the people that were responsible for making these contributions. Next slide, please. So in addition to all of the information that's already there, as I said, this is going to be a living database. We're going to be adding more records as we work through them, highlighting more stories. But we've also got several other collaborations that are going on now and moving forward. A few weeks ago, there was archivists in Montserrat talking there about how they can help support their archives to be preserved, make sure that what we do with the Curating Crises project is going to be of value to them. We've also got, hopefully, a chance to meet with people here in St. Vincent from the Public Library, National Treasures and National Trust to see how we can work with them to support the initiatives that they've got going on St. Vincent and really help to make sure that all of the information that everybody has in the different archives can really be shared and highlighted and made visible so it can be put to best use. We've also got, coming up in the UK in July, a kind of celebration of all of this information that we've been looking at over the last year or so, where we're going to have members of UE Seismic coming. We'll get the opportunity to present some of these stories that we've been finding in the archives to policymakers, educators, artists, and members of the diaspora who are in the UK, so that we can maybe start to help to try and change those kind of attitudes that in the past have caused difficulties in response to volcanic events in the Caribbean. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you very much. And thanks for putting us back on time by cutting some of your time. The floor is now open for questions. I see one hand with a grey beard and pink shirt. Okay.
Just a quick question on Marian Robinson.
Mm-hmm.
Eventually, how did you unearth the fact that she turned back with a basket of fish or whatever and go over to warn the people? How did you eventually get that story?
So some of my colleagues have been digging through the actual copies of the field notebooks that the geologists had when they came here. So if you see any of us out in the field over the next week or so, we'll all have a notebook in our hand. So we make all of these notes about what we're observing, and they had spoken to people who told them of this story of Marianne Robinson, and we've got the handwritten notes from those notebooks, and they're going to be made available. And so we've called her Marianne Robinson here, but actually there's a little bit of confusion between the different accounts, Marianne Robinson or Marianne Robertson, because A, the handwriting, and B, different people will say different things. But really, yeah, those original accounts, so what does it? Yeah.
Any more questions? I would like to ask you one, if you don't mind. Have you given consideration inventory of the experiences and records?
So the beauty with the structure of this site is that we can create user accounts. So it will have to be something that we kind of put out in a network locally, but we can create accounts so that people can upload their own information or add comments to stuff that's already there. Obviously, through the connections with the Changing Landscapes project, that's one way that we can have people, if people are trained on how to use this database, they can spread the word and they can help to communicate to other people how to use it. But obviously, as we move forward with our collaborations here in St. Vincent and in Montserrat, we'll be really looking to ask those questions to make sure that people here can get the most out of it.
Okay.
Sure.
Any other question before I give her a roundup? Before you do, though, I was just thinking, you made a very important observation about the colonization dimension.
Mm-hmm.
So how do you see this project changing that and anchoring the information back in the community? I'll put it differently. Yeah.
So the hope is that by kind of removing the locks from these records, so you can't access them until now without physically going to these places in the UK. If people know that these things are here and they can see them and start to explore them, hopefully that will mean that we can kind of embed some of this back where it belongs. And through engaging with the institutions here that are already keeping their own archives, hopefully we can enrich everybody's archives and the use of those in that way. But it's certainly something we need to hopefully set up by the end of the project to get it really embedded back in.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. To respond to your question, we recently completed a course in documentary making in the red zone from Sandy Bay up to Fancy, working with members of the community there, which I think will go some way towards facilitating their learning how to use what is available, because it's one thing to put information there, but then they have to be taught how to use it. So hopefully this exercise will begin the process of training them and sensitizing them to the value and the possible uses of the data that's being made available.
And just for those who don't know, that's Kim Johnson, a noted Trinidad and Tobago documentary filmmaker, right? Oh, sorry.
Good afternoon. I have a question. In looking at the records from looking at the geologist's notes, and even comparing our current disaster preparedness in the communities, is there any way to measure if the culture from the colonial setting is being transferred into modern day in terms of how we deal with, how we link with our communities, how we communicate with our communities and the stakeholders at the table to support preparedness and even after response to disasters?
I have a question here from Antigua and Barbuda. I will allow you to ask the question. You can respond to both.
Okay.
Okay, sure.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I was just wondering, in terms of you getting a lot of this information from local sources, bearing in mind that a lot of our information tends to also be passed down orally, what's the verification process you have for getting things? Because you may have multiple versions based on how persons are, based on the existing cultures or subcultures or socio-political existing context. So I was just wondering, so what was the verification process that your team goes through to try and make sure that you have the best ground-truthed information?
So at the moment we've, I'll just answer this briefly and then I'll come back to the other question. At the moment we have mostly been uploading just this is what the documents say, this is what we've seen. And then the other things that are going to be uploaded are kind of the students working with that material, giving their own perspective. So if it's somebody's own perspective on that material and that history, we don't necessarily need to verify that if it's clear that that's their perspective, right? Or their analysis. In terms of the oral nature of the way things are passed down, we've certainly had discussions about how completing kind of an oral history would be really beneficial, and that requires something that's a more formal, more carefully thought out, longer term project. But in terms of getting people to contribute to the database, everything that goes up there has to be kind of checked. Someone has to make it public, essentially, so that would be one of us. So if it's things like identifying someone in a photograph, we would have to say this person has been identified as such and such. We can't confirm whether that's the correct person or not, but we just want to have it so that people can add those things that then other people can check and verify and say, yeah, we agree, that's definitely that person. And it's definitely something that's going to evolve the more that things come online and the more that we engage, and we all have to start thinking about that more and more as we go along, but it's certainly something we can consider. And then thinking about the colonial practices and how we communicate currently in communities, I think it's fair to say that there are certainly still in institutions across the world the kind of ghosts of the kind of colonial practices and the networks that are formed and the structures that are in place. But from what I've what I know of the way things are done on St. Vincent from experiences with Seismic, NEMO, and all the different community projects, it really feels like now things here are embedded very much in knowing the communities and making sure you're doing things in a way that's going to mean that they can respond to them correctly, rather than loads of guys like us coming in and saying, hey, this is how we do a map and this is what you should pay attention to. So I really think that here in St. Vincent and on Montserrat, it's really going in the right direction.
Thank you very
I
much.
don't know how you would measure the changes between them, though.
Thank you very much, Dr. Davies. Before we introduce Dr. Mahoney, I just want to note two things that are very relevant for this conference and going forward. This importance of addressing the missing footprint, which is the sociology and social dynamics. And she raised an interesting question about anticipatory financing for taking precautionary action. And we have to think how that applies for a volcano, and we've been trying it for hurricanes. Just some reflections on the way forward. Now we invite Dr. Martin Mahoney, who will be speaking about knowledge networks and volcanic crises. What can we learn from history? And I believe that he's advancing the proposition made by Dr. Davies. So Dr. Mahoney, is he ready?
In person today, but I'm looking forward to joining the discussion remotely after the papers this morning. And let me extend my thanks to Richie and the conference team for putting together this fabulous program. It's an honour to be a part of it, and thank you for allowing this virtual participation. So in this short paper, I'm going to give a bit of an insight into some of the historical work we've been doing as part of the Curating Crises project, around particularly knowledge networks and moments of volcanic crisis, and what we might learn from these histories for current scientific practices. So I'm going to think about volcanic and seismic crises as sort of gathering points for science, as moments when local places get plugged into what we might think of as more sort of global networks of scientific knowledge production. As moments when different groups come together and sort of circulate around the same object of study, around the same volcano, for example, in a manner which often leads to disagreement and to conflict of various kinds. And these are moments too that reveal tensions or perhaps even synergies between scientific and local knowledges and ways of making sense of volcanoes. So for us in the Curating Crises team, they're really important moments that kind of bring some of these dynamics to light. So I'm going to talk very briefly about St. Vincent, 1902, the Montserrat, the seismic crisis in the 1930s, and then even more briefly, St. Vincent again in 1971 before wrapping up with some conclusions. So, St. Vincent 1902, I'm sure you're all very familiar with the events of that year, so I'll just sort of dive in to the aspects of that history that we've been thinking about. So we've been looking at these various expeditions that were sent very quickly to St. Vincent and of course to Martinique too, such as the sort of two American groups of scientists that converged on the islands, Curtis, Jagger and Hovey, three quite prominent geologists, although Hovey was a paleontologist, as well as the National Geographic expedition with Hill, Russell and Borchgrevink. And we're interested in how they did or did not interact with the British expedition that was sent out by the Royal Society with Tim Sanderson and John Flett, which was on St. Vincent between June and July. We found very limited interaction between these two groups of scientists, despite them overlapping on island, and despite both groups actually making use of the same local guides and informants on many occasions. So we find this quite curious, and is something that we could say a little bit more about perhaps. But what we've been digging into is how in 1902 there was this important role of local observers and witnesses in sort of compiling knowledge of what had happened particularly in May 1902. So the Royal Society expedition, for example, distributed this questionnaire to essentially to elites on the island as well as neighbouring islands in the months after the eruption. And we think this questionnaire, this kind of pro forma, was influenced by reports of the Krakatoa eruption in 1883. And essentially it invited evidence in the form of attested statements, as far as possible, as the Royal Society put it, from educated and reliable observers. And we found a lot of the responses, and it's fascinating to sort of compare across them and to see how different people responded to this call for evidence. Some gave very kind of literary accounts of what happened, others gave much more kind of scientific accounts, responding to quite technical questions on the form about things like changes in barometric pressure. And all of the respondents were acknowledged in Anderson and Flett's final reports for the Royal Society, and there are more names here than we actually have copies of responses. So we don't have all of them, but we do have a good selection, which we hope to make available through the means that Bridie was describing. But we can also get a glimpse into other dynamics and other roles that local observation played through the notebooks that scientists kept during their time on the island. So particularly, for example, from E.O. Hovey's network, we learn of unheeded warnings, and we learn about the kind of dynamics of knowledge and trust and authority both before and during the eruption. Scientists seem to spend quite a lot of time interviewing witnesses as well as sort of looking at rocks during this time, and Hovey picked up this story of Mary Ann Robinson, or she's sometimes called Robertson, who noticed on the morning of the 7th of May that the crater lake was behaving differently, and ran down and told people in Georgetown that something was afoot, but her story was discredited. So through these notebooks we can get a really important insight into the sort of dynamics of knowledge and trust that were going on as the volcano was erupting. But we think it's notable that actually, while the names of, for example, our Royal Society correspondents found their way into print, the names of the likes of Mary Ann Robinson generally didn't. So there are important ways in which some of these histories get either acknowledged or erased. And talking of what made it into print, there was a rather sort of undignified rush to publish accounts, scientific accounts of the eruption based on this expeditionary's account, making it into the June issue of the National Geographic Society, of the National Geographic magazine, I should say. And he was followed by a real kind of avalanche of stuff just in a matter of weeks and months. Not all of it terribly high quality or terribly reliable, but there was this clear rush to kind of be the first to give the most definitive account of the St. Vincent and indeed, of course, the Martinique eruption. And I.C. Russell's bibliography in December 1902 helpfully gathers together all of these articles, and you can see just from the length of this list here just how much stuff was being put out in both the scientific and the kind of popular scientific press over the course of the year. For us, I think this serves as a reminder of the manifold reasons why scientists may kind of rush towards disasters like these. Of course, they might be doing so for humanitarian means or simply to advance scientific knowledge, but there are also the sort of the dynamics of chasing esteem, advancing careers, being the first to publish, the first to ascend the crater. There was quite a lot of sort of boasting going on about those sorts of things, and we think that also created quite a bit of tension between the different scientists over who was able to kind of get their account out there first. But let's skip along to Montserrat in the 1930s now, where I think we can see a similar emphasis on local observation and local witnessing, albeit with some slightly different dynamics. Part of the importance of local witnessing and observation was because of the relatively slow dispatch of scientists from the UK, as the Colonial Office and the Royal Society prevaricated a bit over who was suitable to send. So in the meantime, authorities on Montserrat had invited Frank Perrott over from Martinique, who'd set up a museum there to commemorate the 1902 disaster, and he visited and stayed on the island regularly during the unrest crisis. And we're quite fascinated by Perrott and his approach to volcanology. He did a range of close observations of the volcano using instruments and also his senses, sound, touch, smell, and so on. And we kind of see him as a and the wisdom of ordinary folk. The people are to be trusted, he wrote a bit later in 1950. But was Frank to be trusted? Well, not automatically for the British sort of scientific and governmental establishment. the Admiralty wrote the volcanologist, Dr. Perrott, whose activities and prophecies have done so much to keep the island in a state of anxiety, has now fortunately returned to Martinique. And it's hoped that they go on. It's hoped that he won't be asked to come again. And this sort of skepticism about Perrott and his slightly sort of eccentric means of sort of monitoring volcanoes extended to a bit more sort of skepticism about local claims. So, for example, John Flett, who was involved in the 1902 expedition, was very skeptical, for example, of Mr. English's report that there's a crater on Montserrat indicating an active volcano. As many such reports from the West Indies, few of them have proved reliable, and it would be valuable to know on what evidence Mr. English has founded his opinion. So a rather sort of condescending attitude to local knowledges emanating from the island. But the Royal Society expedition was able to vindicate English's claims. MacGregor writing in his report that his interpretation of the forest-clad Montserrat topography is almost certainly correct. So MacGregor was part of this expedition that eventually made its way to Montserrat, which also featured Cecil Frank Powell and later on Gerard Lennox Cunningham of the Royal Society, who also invited Thomas Jagger to the party as well. And the expedition interacted closely with and benefited from Frank Perrott's work, but Perrott's observations didn't make it into MacGregor and Powell's final reports, who just reported the observations from the instruments that they had brought with them and which they distributed to a new network of volunteer observers. But nonetheless, MacGregor himself was quite keen to argue that without Perrott being on island, any early signs of an eruption would simply have been missed. And despite some differences of opinion between the various kind of members of this sort of expeditionary party, everyone was generally united around the need for long-term observation. For MacGregor, the expedition had brought to light just how, as he put it, lamentable the lack of knowledge of the volcanic and seismic history of this region was. And Thomas Jagger went even further by arguing that a mere expedition would accomplish nothing but a report of hearsay, he wrote. The need was to harness Montserrat and St. Vincent with two resident physicists' brains, he explained. And of course, this vision of permanent long-term volcanic monitoring in this region took a few more decades to really come into being, at least in the Anglophone part of the region, whereas perhaps the Francophone part of the region was a little bit further ahead. Just to very quickly touch on events in 1971, we think some of these dynamics kind of continued into this period, where an enduring lack of trust in local observers meant trust was invested in new remote sensing technology, such as an infrared camera owned by the USGS, which was mounted in a helicopter, and which identified the emergence of hot materials in the crater, leading to the evacuation of parts of the island. But it was later discovered that actually what had been photographed was a black rock that had been warmed by the sun, causing an awful lot of problems for the government of the island. So what can we take from all of this? Well, we think this generally declining reliance on local knowledge and observations is related to the steady improvement of instrumentation. But that development of instrumental observation was uneven, it was non-linear, it was contested, and its application was not always successful, as we can see with the 1971 example. And we think both these expeditionary and instrumental forms of science aim to supplement local and embodied knowledges, and can do so successfully. But often what happens in practice is that they supplant and replace those forms of knowledge, which can cause an awful lot of problems. So our question, I suppose, is, do these histories resonate with more recent experiences, more recent volcanic crises, particularly, of course, the 2021 eruption of Soufriere at St. Vincent? So I'll leave that for your consideration and just say thank you very much for listening, and I look forward to any questions and comments.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mahoney. And now he's asked a question to you. Do you have any for him? My first question, has he disappeared? Is he alive? He's there? Okay. So what is your opinion? What is your response to that question you asked? Your initial thoughts? I was going to ask it, but since you did, you can answer it.
So What was the question I posed? About the 2020 eruption?
Has that distrust...
That was it, wasn't it? That's why it was a few weeks ago I recorded that. I think, like Bridie was saying before, it's clear that practices have changed an awful lot over the last few years, and that there's much more focus on working with communities and working with local actors and making sure that findings and data are put to work in a way which benefits local communities. We haven't studied the 2020 eruption in detail, but some of my colleagues have obviously been involved in that science and may have more to say informally about the dynamics in that case. But I think it's clear that when we look at other sort of recent eruptions in other parts of the world, this sort of dynamic of what Bridie called parachute science is still quite prevalent. And one of the things we want to do with some of the findings of our project is go to some of the people that fund these sort of scientific expeditions and try and get them to encourage them to sort of shift the rules a little bit to make sure that more sort of inclusive and community focused practices are encouraged.
Thank you very much. I'm almost inclined to invite the Seismic Research Center to really answer that question from this perspective. Has that engagement with the science and local knowledge really changed very much in 2021?
Okay. Yeah. Are you asking if is this changed? Yes. The one you
Would
described would be local. Dismissal of local knowledge.
Oh, right. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I mean, certainly I think we've moved on light years from, but certainly at Seismic we don't operate like how the colonials would have, obviously. Jenny, you're not in that regard. But yeah, we engage with people all the time. That's why, in fact, in our experience, increasingly we have come to the realization that really to make a difference in hazards, and I think all the disaster managers would say that, you really have to make a difference at the community level. And you have to interact with people. That's where you have to build the capacity to understand, to respond, to do what they need to. If you don't do that, I'll just see you spinning top in mud, in a sense. And I think certainly that's what Seismic tries to do. And we try to engage with people from externally to study what has been done in the past to learn from it. So, yeah. All right.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mahoney, for your presentation. Now we'll go to Dr. Jose Moreno, who is again looking at a historical dimension, looking into the past to understand the present and see the future. A strategy for the Soufriere Hills and volcano, Montserrat.
I prefer this. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. And I'm going to present the different strategies we are following actually in Montserrat in order to develop a new hazard maps, or continues the work started with that, and adding different tools and different ideas to improve all that area in general. So next. So let's say some consideration first. Well, I'm a geographer, so I have a different background from geologists in general. So sometimes I think a little bit different. That means that my products sometimes goes in a different path in general. A part of that, the Montserrat, for me, it's represent 25 years of relevant research, which is an important, is a big challenge. You know, when you arrive there from other countries and start to work, well, there is many people develop a lot of things in that island. So let's say that is a big challenge for me to do the best. And on the other hand, here is just why just one single hazard map. It's because, in my opinion, today we don't need just one single hazard map. We can have different tools depending on the type of problem we have to face, okay? And that is the idea that I'm following. And then this is one of the most complex. Here, this is the current Montserrat hazard level system zones. When I see this, at one side, what I see is that all this line here are connected directly with the volcanic hazard. This is at one side. And it's very similar to the hazard map that we have here. But on the other side, these lines are also connected with the current legal framework that help to manage whatever kind of unrest and even the territory during all this time. Well, in my opinion, we shouldn't change this line, and instead to do that, try to find other strategies, let's say to allow other type of economic activities in this area without the need to modify this. So this is something that I'm not sure if it will happen, because it's not in our side as an MBO. Obviously, it's in other side. It's all the people that have to make decision for that, and at the same time, it's the local people in general also should agree with that or not. It depends. So next. So well, but in general, what I want to present you today is all these products here or strategies. Some of them focus in the understanding of the natural environment. There we have probabilistic approach, past event approach, auxiliary tools, all of them related with land management to help and assist in land management and education. And I say this because the crisis management is related with the hazard system that I saw you before. And then here we have all the work we are doing to reconstruct all the damaged building, environment, and even adding new attributes to characterize all this built environment in order to help as a global strategy to help in risk management. So next. So well, this is the work that was made before. It's a probabilistic hazard map. It wasn't developed by me, okay? This is already done. I think it's an excellent job. And what I would like is to present this as a probabilistic hazard map and try to explain the authorities the best way to understand this and to use this. It's an important, it's difficult because it's not common in general, this type of hazard maps. But I think in combination with other type of information, I think we can get some relevant results in general, okay? So, and there are other products also related with the probabilistic approach, as ballistic, for example, that we also have to include in this global strategy. Next. Then the natural environment, the last 25 years of past events. Here we're working in development of a specific layer here, geographical layer, just trying to deal with the Lahars in general. Another one that tried to represent the impact the impacts of PDCs. Then we also want to understand the accumulative tephra fallout during these 25 years. And well, we have to work still with ballistic, but all this, it's trying to represent what has been doing the volcano in the last 25 years and the most important areas affected, okay? Next. So for starting with the tephra asphalt, here what we are doing is basically try to find different maps in the scientific bibliography, okay? Try to understand then what kind of information is available, okay? And prepare all this in order to get the thickness deposit as a sum of all this information. I don't know if it's right, or if you understand or not, but well, in any case, we're trying to get the picture of all the amount of ash that have been falling in during all these years in a specific area. Okay, so for that, we get, this is the original hazard map, ashfall map that you can find in a scientific paper, and then we try to understand this, convert this, and it's like a vectorized, just adding points to represent the most important or relevant information. Some of them is the raw data, where you know exactly the thickness of the deposits. Others are interpretation, okay? And then we have the boundaries in order to control the interpolation process. So depending on the type of information you use, you can get something like this with all together, or you can get something like this only using the raw data and boundaries, okay? And then you can get something like this. Actually, we have to add information from 2010, but this is for example, here you can see the amount of ash that has been falling during all this period of time, and the areas more affected in general, okay? And it can be useful, for example, in terms of agriculture, if they want to do something with that, or from the point of view of the hazard, trying to understand what happened in the past. It doesn't mean that it could be the same in the future, okay? So this is one. Then we also working in the development of these hazard maps. Here, what I want to show you is that it's a continuous process. We have a frequent discussion at the MBO. So every time that I have a discussion, I receive a feedback, so I try to improve. And that improvement sometimes include even the English spelling for me, because sometimes I make mistakes. So you can see here that is some kind of evolution. The next. And in general, everything is under discussion still, but we are trying, let's say, to define the better as possible. For example, the PDC areas, maybe distinguish between the most, how do you say, the pyroclastic flows versus the charge areas, okay? Everything we can in general. So actually we have different type of strategy to represent this. So we can use something more simple where everything is a PDC area, okay? We have something intermediate where we can distinguish between debris avalanche, pyroclastic flows, and surge, okay? You can see this. Or we can use a more complex definition of this area. So depending on the target, the audience, we can use one or another, okay? Next. These are what I call auxiliary technical tools. Here we try to combine, well, first of all, we always try to think in both directions, printed document and digital information, okay? So sometimes this could be as a printed document, but you can also extract this and use in IGS to do whatever you need, okay? So in this case, what you see here is, for example, a technique. It's a topographic analysis where you can see the topography in a specific valley where sometimes the decision makers need to establish some limits around here, okay? At the same time, you can see how was the situation in 1991 or how was the situation actually more or less, okay? So it's a combination, and here you can add all the hazard that you need to understand this, depending on the discussion you want to keep with people in general, okay? Or maybe if you need, if you are in the north of the island, you can use the same technique, but maybe introduce other type of relevant information instead of volcanic hazard. It doesn't matter, it's something flexible. Okay, next. So here you can see more or less what we do here is basically, this is a DEM where if you press in wherever part of this area, you can see the difference in altitude between that point and the sea level. Here what we do is something different. The 0 meters, the sea level, let's say like that, now is the center of the Belham Valley. So when you move in this direction or in this direction, what you see is the difference in altitude between whatever point and the center of the valley. It's a different point of view, let's say. Next. Here is more or less the same thing, how we calculate the difference in altitude between one and another, okay? Next. And then here is it's like a capture all the environment, the built environment that was before the eruption start, okay? So I'm using different type of information. Next. Let's say maps, okay? Orthophotos of different dates, aerial image of different moments also. So I'm trying to understand how was that part of the island. Next. And at the same time that I'm doing that, when I try to capture, let's say, the place of a building, I'm trying to capture also the status of the building, okay? How damaged is the building actually, using a remote subjective assessment, which is not the same than when you are in the field and you made your calculation about the damage or whatever. Next. But with that, I get actually all this area. I still need to focus in some specific places, but we can start getting some approaches, analysis, okay, about the destruction, the level of destruction.
How many more slides do you have?
Okay, and the next, and this is the same for the road network, and next, and that's it.
Beautiful. Thank you very much. New ways of thinking, new ways of acting, new ways of showing. Any questions for Dr. Morero? Yes?
Jose? Yeah. So it's really interesting to see your presentation. And we've had many discussions before about how we marry together or connect the work that some people in Montserrat have done before on volcanic hazards and what you want to do now, or what you're doing now. So I think it's important that we try to find a way to connect those things. And one thing that occurs to me, and it's maybe just a suggestion I put out there, okay. The deposit maps that you've made, the maps that you've made where you compile all the information about the tephra fall or the pyroclastic flows of Lahars, is really great to see all that information digitized. But my suggestion would be to call those deposit maps, because I think you were talking about them as hazard maps. And most of us in the volcanology community wouldn't call those hazard maps, we would call those deposit maps. And I think there would be the potential for producing quite a lot of confusion between different people that are working, both in the context of the Caribbean, but also historically in Montserrat, if we start to call a map that is the compiled deposits from the previous eruptive phase a hazard map. Most of us wouldn't recognize that terminology for that kind of map. So does that make sense to you?
Yes, I mean, the name, everything is open.
Yeah.
And I don't know exactly the final name I will use. It could be whatever.
Oh no, I just mean the layer with the deposits.
Yeah. For that map. But what I want to highlight is that it's not exactly a deposit. It's based.
It's cumulative deposits.
No. But this is the asphalt, which is one layer.
Yeah.
But the other one, the PDC, for example, what we're trying to understand it's not just the deposit, but also all the area affected by the PDCs, by the surge, whatever, you know.
The footprints. I think we would call them flow footprints. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'm trying to put all together.
Yeah.
If the name doesn't match very well with hazard map, it could be use another one.
Yeah.
And for me, that's not a problem. Okay, it's just
sure. I think that would make things easier to connect. Yeah. Cool.
Quick comment. Jose, thank you very much for that presentation and your work. I just wanted to highlight the effort you put into digitizing those buildings in Plymouth, because before my GIS experience, there was no data to support buildings that were previous to the volcano in Plymouth. So you getting the historical information and digitizing it is a plus for us. Thank you.
Okay.
Great.
Thank you.
In everything there is value. And I there's one question that's burning me. Like, could I ask you, Jose? Sure. Okay. After Hurricane Hugo, 1989, the town of Plymouth was destroyed. Mm-hmm. And at that time, I saw a nice map, has a map, a volcano. Mm-hmm. And it was amazing that the government built back Plymouth in the same place, knowing that risk. Do you think this information will help to change that thinking?
No, actually no, because everything is destroyed. I mean, in order to do this, I think the most important actually is the future. Well, the present, in order to, because for example, there are young people actually living in Montserrat that they never experienced the eruption. So I think it's this kind of material, all combined, you know, it's really helpful for them to understand what happened there.
Okay.
This is one. So this is understanding the present, let's say, where we are actually.
Okay.
But at some point, I think that people in Montserrat will have to start thinking in the future about what to do there.
Okay.
And at that point, it will be really interesting to know or to have how it was before.
Okay. So, understanding the past. I think the PM spoke that this morning. Yes. All right. Well, thank you very much for your presentation. Okay. Thank you very much for your time. Now, the next presentation is about a paradox. And I think Jose presented one to us. But we will have Ms. Kathy Badnock looking at risk perception, the paradox, the La Soufrière eruption experience. I can invite you to have your 11 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. As we go through the presentation this evening, we are going to take a look at various questions. The hows, whys, whats, basically, why did we do this research? How did we do it? The results, why are those results important? And what conclusions we can draw from those. Now, I'll start by giving you a statement from Vernon Roberts, a resident of Oya. He said, and pardon my pronunciation, I did not go in and run because I tell my wife go on, but my uncle have a dream. Now, there you can see an intersection of social structures, risk perceptions, and of course, cultural beliefs. Next slide, please. Now, in 2021, the world has seen many volcanic eruptions. And of course, we're talking about the financing here because a lot of what we do at the end of the day, how they impact persons on the ground, does have a lot to do with how much monies are available, how the finances are going. Next slide, please. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and La Soufrière in particular, it has been a very busy volcano during the years. 1812, 1902, 1979, and recently 2021, there have been some explosive eruptions. Of course, this timeline would show you that in other years, there were some also effusive eruptions. Next slide, please. Now, I mentioned that I would be going through briefly what happened or basically the responses in the various eruptions prior to 2021. In 1812, basically there was a significant but short-lived impact on the infrastructure from the eruption. The time in which that eruption took place, it resulted in a lot of political changes, political, social, and economic changes. As you are aware, in 1834, there was the abolition of slavery, 1838, the end of apprenticeship. So having a volcano erupt at that time, in 1812, it did come on the cusp of a lot socially. Next slide, please. In 1902, the colony was grappling with the effects of the 1898 hurricane, skepticism of land settlement scheme, and national political machinations. Some previous presenters would have mentioned trust in authorities, and all of these events and what led up to these events and what happened prior and after these events would have had an impact on how persons trusted authorities and how they dealt with the various situations arising. For example, the eruption in 1902 provided the opportunity for the powers that be to enact a forced migration policy from St. Vincent to Jamaica, Belize, Dominica, some other countries. Next slide, please. In 1979, and one young lady recounts that, again, pardon my pronunciation, I remember my grandfather, Wilford Thomas, coming down from Orange Hill with his suitcase on his head, shouting at us from the street outside of our house that the volcano was erupting. Pandemonium descended on our house. What I found amazing that morning is how quietly and orderly the indigenous peoples left the northern part of the island and walked through the towns heading south without creating a panic. It was imperative that they got past Rabaka Dry River before the lava started flowing. And again, Dr., and I can't remember his name, he just presented a couple presentations back. He would have mentioned that in 1971, although there was instruments, scientific instruments now coming on stream, use of technology, there was again a shortfall in terms of the instrumentation being used and what the people understood, what the people knew. In 1971, as you can see here, you had a lot of word of mouth, persons learning from either observation of their natural environment, word of mouth, or yes, there was the radio, but I won't go into at this point in time how much of the messaging they would have received from the powers that be over the radio. Next slide, please. Now, fast forward to 2021, and we would have learned from our experiences. We do have a National Emergency Management Act, and our National Emergency Management Organization would have activated our volcano management, our volcano plan prior to April, and we began the procedures and preparations for evacuations and the relief operations. Now, a little boy would have mentioned that my father been go up in the bush close to Suffer looking for yam. I went with him and there was fire blazing up there. Then we reach home and mommy tell me that we have to evacuate. I was feeling kind of scared. Then we see the others start to evacuate and the scaredness start to go away. Yes, persons recognize that they had to evacuate. Yes, the National Emergency Management Organization, they had a plan, they enacted the plan, but still there was still certain social structures going on, things going on within the various communities that would warrant either persons behaving in one way or not behaving the way we would normally expect persons to behave when given information that, yes, there is a disaster looming, you should probably evacuate. In this case, they only figured out that it was important when they saw the fire up in the bush. Next slide. It is said that the conditions that turn hazardous activity into a volcanic disaster are also a construction of pre-existing social circumstances, limited capacities, and inadequate responses, even with good monitoring systems are in place. We can see that from the various quotes that I would have given before. Next slide, please. Now, this brings us to risk perception. Risk is often perceived in two different ways: risk as feelings and risk as analysis. As we say, risk as feelings, it's a certain je ne sais quoi, or as Vincentians like to say when they meet a new person, if my spirit take you or not. Of course, that is inherent, risk as feelings. Now, people make decisions based on what they believe to be in their best interest. You all are here today because you believe that it is in your best interest to be here. I'm not saying being here is at a risk, please. And of course, personal experience of a hazard and trust in authorities have the most substantial impact on how we perceive risk. Next slide. In addition, we tend to have increased risk perception, or increased risk perception was the primary motivation for compliance with the evacuation order. Yes, it was mandatory in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, but if persons did not see that, perceive it to be a risk, the volcanic eruption to be a risk, they would never have left home. And that brings us, before I move on, socioeconomic concerns also affect people's decision-making process of whether they want to evacuate or remain to protect their assets. And that is very important in, as we call ourselves, small island developing states. It cannot be, that fact cannot be underestimated. Next slide, please. That brings us to what the risk perception paradox is. Yes, we know that evacuated in times of emergencies, it is good for us. Yes, we know that in the 2021 explosive eruption of the Lahars volcano, we knew that if you lived in the red or the orange zone, that leaving would have been in your best interest based on what the scientists would have said. However, there are persons who thought, maybe I should stay. And as we go through, we would see that, yes, there were persons who decided to remain in their homes regardless of what the scientists said. And that is what the risk perception paradox basically says, that although individuals have experience with a disaster, they seldom take the appropriate actions for various reasons, including they either understand the risk, but they do not see it as their responsibility. They either understand the risk, but they do not have the resources, and there the economics come into play, or they understand the risk, but they make the decision to accept it due to the perceived benefits outweighing the risks, the negative impacts. So, next slide. Why did we do this? Why is this research important? We need to know why people stayed. It holds implications for future risk. It holds implications for how we prepare for our next set of, our next hazard, our next disaster, whether the volcano is going to erupt again, whether or not it's a hurricane. We need to know why persons would decide, regardless of the warnings and the information you give them, why they would decide to act in what we would perceive to be outside their best interest. Next slide, please. And therefore, the objectives of this research were to identify who remained in the danger zone, why they did not evacuate, and determine lessons that we could learn from that. And next slide, the way we did this research, next slide, please. Where we did this research, we would have had questionnaires going out to shelter managers, evacuees. We would have done a desktop review, and the results of this research would be basically, after data cleaning, 73 questionnaires representing 350 persons across 19 communities in 3 risk zones. Next slide, please. This map is particularly interesting because we do not just show the risk zones and the sampled areas that we, the sampled areas for the research. We also highlighted, or I also highlighted the results from a recent 2008, the last poverty assessment in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Why are we looking at the results of poverty assessment when looking at risk and the danger zone? As mentioned before, socioeconomic concerns do have a lot to do with how persons respond or prepare for a disaster. Next slide, please. Results. So who evacuated or who stayed home? Basically, persons, the majority were between 20 to 39 years old. They would have spent, the majority would have spent their entire lives living in the community. They own their own homes, and the majority were from Fancy, Spring Village, persons in the red, orange, yes, and there were green zone persons there as well. Next slide. Their homes, and generally we have these perceptions about who would not respond or who would stay home. But as we can see, these persons, their homes were proper concrete houses, secondary level education, the majority of them. The majority were employed, and weirdly enough, in the civil service, the public service. Next slide, please. In terms of how they prepared for the eruption, a lot of them got their information from the media, disaster office, observation, friends and family, neighbors. They also got their evacuation info from disaster office, the media, especially social media. And of course, some were very specific. They will say, my prime minister said. They would have heard him on the radio with the Richie and Me show. And as to their preparedness level, 52% of them said that they were prepared for the eruption. Next slide. Why they did not evacuate immediately? Some said that they did not perceive it to be a threat. Others, some left eventually. Some said they did not feel comfortable staying at a shelter. And some said, well, I don't know, I stay home. They could not put their finger on exactly why they did not leave. Now, this slide is very interesting in that 71.2% of persons said they would evacuate the next eruption, but 28.8% said they would not. Why they would not, as to why they would not evacuate next eruption, some said home is more comfortable, they're safe at home, they did not like the treatment they got in the shelter, they were afraid there would be loss of their property due to theft. Some said they just want a new experience. Some said they just don't have any reason for not wanting to evacuate the next eruption. But for those who would have said that yes, they would evacuate, they were quite hold on, let me get the word. They found it quite incredulous that persons would not think about evacuating. And as one person's put it, why, seriously? It's for my safety. My safety comes first, you know. I personally think that this question should be removed when you click the answer yes. Some persons thought that, yet you still had persons who said, we stay. Our findings, my findings, next. Risk knowledge. Risk knowledge would have increased post 1812, 1902, 1979 based on lived experience and geographical changes. Persons could have seen what was happening in their environment. Risk perception, some understood the risk in 2021, but they chose to accept that risk. As some said, the house is safe from sulfur scent and far from rock and pyroclastic flows. However, as we are aware, there are other things that can make a volcanic eruption hazardous. Evacuation, the mandatory evacuation order transferred responsibility from individuals to state because it was mandatory. Perceived loss of property and as a result livelihood greatly outweighed any perception of negative effects from the eruption. Perceived benefits outweighed negative impacts from the shelter. Previous shelter experience and fear of their current shelter experience. And interestingly, and very interestingly, we would have said that in the results, 10% did not evacuate in 2021. Yet, in terms of future eruption, 28.8% would have said that they would not evacuate. That is an increase of 18.8%, if my math is correct.
Arithmetic.
Yes, that is my apologies. That is an increase. And that increase should not be ignored because it does have an impact on how much money we as a small island development state have to spend on recovery and relief during an emergency. Recommendations, the last slide. Recommendations. I think that we should address shelter issues, because that was one of the things that persons would have highlighted. Address shelter issues so as to improve the evacuation experience for evacuees. Address the underlying causes of distrust in authorities. Maybe strategically address issues of vandalism and theft, because staying back to protect your property is always one of the things that they would have highlighted. And lastly, address the underlying economic factors prejudicing the ability to prepare, evacuate, and recover. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know she used a lot of her time, but I will take 2 questions. Wow. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, that's the maximum. The only one concession on this, Kathy, the responses are short.
Okay.
Yeah. Right. So I see there's a hand here and then there's a hand there.
Okay.
Thank you for your talk. It's really, really interesting. I have a question about something you said about the indigenous population self-evacuating in the 70s in the eruption, and I was wondering if you captured an indigenous voice or the indigenous voice during your survey, and if so, what behaviour did the indigenous population display?
We did not specifically look at the ethnicity of everyone who was responding, so I cannot tell you for certain whether or not that persons were from XYZ ethnic group. However, according to geography, a lot of our indigenous population belong to the red zone. So if we go by probability, it is very likely that one of the voices captured would have been an indigenous person.
Good evening. Thank you for having me. Well, I studied geography as well, and human geography is actually my favorite. But I know usually we see that socioeconomic factors contribute to persons who would like to evacuate or not. But was it considered that those who achieve higher or secondary level education, that would have been one of the factors, because within themselves they believed that they can utilize the information given to them in order to avoid being affected? But we realistically know that if the lava is coming towards you, you really can't do much about it. But do you think that that is one of the reasons why they refuse to evacuate, as well as the fact that they probably tie to their property, they felt as though they would have secured it themselves, quote unquote?
So you're basically asking me whether or not I believe that an increased level of education would have been one of the factors affecting the risk perception paradox, right? To that, based on what I would have seen there and the results, I would say that for 90% of the population, it did not matter, but for that 10%, it did. However, I would say here that education alone, level of education alone, cannot be used as a determining factor for how it affects your perception of risk. There are other nuances there, including cultural beliefs and socioeconomic status, which do allow for that change, that variation.
Thank you very much. Kathy, back now. We will have Mr. Omari Grenham giving another perspective on perception. And while he's coming up to the mic, I would say that an earlier study by Dr. Roseanne Smith, now probably has a different name, really indicated, pointed out that in that area, people are very indifferent to hazard information and following the decisions given. So this might be consistent.
Thank you. Sure. Good afternoon, everybody. So it is my pleasure this afternoon to present some work my colleagues and I did during the eruption and shortly after on something most of us use every day, something most of us know about, social media. So it would be included in the special publication that is out already, so you could check it out. All right, so the eruption happened during one of the worst periods in history, the COVID-19 pandemic. So the Seismic Research Center and, of course, the citizens of St. Vincent and the Grenadines were dealing with two crises at the same time. So while we were grappling with COVID, this eruption decided to show up, right? And so we see some methods being utilized there. But in terms of the communication, usually seismic would be on island to drive a sort of in-person awareness campaign, but this had to migrate to social media because of the lockdown situation that we all found ourselves in, right? And social media has been used in the past to really move information from stakeholders to authorities and in the other direction as well to understand what has been going on. So what we did was, next slide, try to understand how exactly persons were perceiving the risk based on their utilization of social media, specifically Facebook. So we looked at how persons responded to the post that the Seismic Research Center made every day, sharing that information, how many times they shared it, and that, of course, allowed us to tailor our information campaign moving forward. Next slide. So we took a look at 357 posts that the UE SRC made between December 29th, December 2020, and May 2021. All right, and what we did, we conducted a thematic analysis. So basically, we grouped the comments that persons made based on the content of those comments, right? And we broke those comments up into 6 post groups, which I'll share with you now. Yeah. So we had general communications, which were kind of random and generic, dealing with issues as they popped up. We had products from the Volcano Ready project that Monique will speak about this afternoon that got certain communities in the red and orange zones ready before the eruption happened. And of course, we had no idea that that would happen. Photos from the field, which showed us pictures of Dr. Robertson and TC and the others going out into the field. Media interview, the Ralph and Richie show, which we've been reminded of several times today. NEMO bulletins, and of course scientific updates that came out from the Seismic Research Center, at some points twice daily, and at some points once a day, and then every other day, depending on the level of activity. Next slide. So this is a very ugly graph that I must show you. Could you click could you click once more? Just to highlight that for the 357 posts, we had 96,850 shares, 84,994 reactions, and then we broke it down into likes, love, wow, the reactions that Facebook allows us to give. And this gave us sort of a real-time appreciation of how people were feeling, at least the people who use Facebook on a daily basis. And of course, internet penetration is quite high in the Caribbean, and Facebook use is quite high in the Caribbean, so it's a useful tool to understand how people are thinking. Next. Right, so our major findings were that there was a lot of religious sentiment being expressed, so a lot of calls to pray, thank God, praying for Richie, praying for the other scientists. But everything was, God bless St. Vincent, those kinds of sentiments. And alongside that was a lot of gratitude for the information, the scientific information that was being shared, and of course a lot of curiosity, persons asking their questions, and I would have to be up at 3-4 o'clock in the morning answering these questions, because we had a shift system of persons in the E&O department sitting at a computer answering these questions. So people knew that they had the opportunity to ask a question and a human being would answer, so they took advantage of that, right? What was interesting was that one of the post groups with the least amount of posts got the most shares and reactions. So that group was from the field group. So this group was very image heavy. So a lot of videos and photographs of when the persons took the helicopter to go to the summit, growing, the pictures of the dome growing, indicating that persons were very keen on knowing what was going on at the crater, at the summit, and that is to be expected. Right? And of course, with these, knowing that persons had to risk their lives to take these photos, to bring this information to persons, there was also a lot of reference of, good luck, be safe, take care, that sort of thing. So we see Facebook allows us to form relationships with people we never met. So some of us would feel that we knew Rod and we knew TC and we knew Richie because we saw them every day and we saw them risking their lives to protect this country. The post groupings with fewer views were the Volcano Ready products because they were very general and generic, so they gave a lot of information, but they weren't specific, so they wouldn't change day to day. So initially, in the beginning of the eruption, they were shared quite widely, but persons generally didn't comment on them because they were just giving a general idea of what was taking place. And right, so we just a breakdown of some of the comments. So just to give you an idea of how it was distributed, you had 800 and so we went through 9,074 comments, right? And we had to code those manually. Roughly 10% had some reference to faith, right? So thank God, praise Jah, whoever your supreme being is. There were several different references to the supernatural beings, right? There was also a lot of gratitude for information, of course, questions, requests for information. A lot of persons became armchair volcanologists, so a lot of people would see the different bits of information being released and come up with their own theories of how we could address certain situations, right? And of course, we mentioned before, a lot of persons were wishing the scientists luck next. So what does this tell us really? So in the 70s and the 80s, the researchers, social volcanologists, I'm hearing them called today, and other persons who work in natural hazard research used to have a very dim view of the impact of religious attitudes. So they found them very counterproductive to emergency management and to risk management. So they found areas where there was a strong influence of religion as being very difficult to manage, right? And this was usually associated with the religiosity was associated with a low risk perception, a low perception of risk, so people would not see themselves as being in danger. And of course, this led to some predisposition to fatalism. So in Tobago, say, if I dead, I dead. So there's nothing I can do, so therefore I will just live life, and if it's my time, it's my time, right? So this would have been a concern when several faiths are practiced in St. Vincent. It's a very religious place. We see many churches, and some statistical information that we put our hands on says 82% of the population identifies as Christian. So there's definitely that religious atmosphere, right? And similar to other Caribbean territories, there's a church or several churches in each village and in each community, and it's an institution that has some kind of influence within communities. But what we found was that the public interest in scientific information and also the willingness to comply with the mitigation actions that were, proposed contradicted this expectation that people will just not do anything or take any action. What we found was that persons took in the scientific information, made preparations, the 90%, made preparations, took action, but the references to faith and religion served more as a coping mechanism and something of psychosocial support. So it was not, well, God is going to save me and I'll just stay here. It's, we have the information, this is a scary time, I'm worried about my family, but my faith is going to help me cope. So I said all of that already. Next slide. The one before that? Right. So social media is useful in real time for understanding what people are doing as risk management, as emergency managers. It's good to pay attention to your social media. If you don't have an account, have one quickly, get one. Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, all of them, because each of them reach different demographics and you need to understand what different parts of the population are saying, right? And Yeah, so we spoke about the fact that they can coexist, and generally the other example is the United States is also a very religious country where these strong religious views also correlate with very high trust in scientific information, right? And what we need to think about now is how do we utilize this religiosity? So faith-based organizations are very good at spreading information. Evangelicals, there's even a term, they evangelize, they communicate. So let's make use of the pastors, let's make use of the deacons to spread information to followers of different faiths. And also they have a good relief network to get help onto people when things do go south. So I think that's all I have to say. So now you can show the next slide. All right.
Great, thank you very much. Any questions for Omari Graham? You sure? I have one for you though.
Sure.
Was it possible to filter those information on Facebook by some geo-reference, like country or anything like that, or was it just anonymous people? I was just trying to get a sense of how many of those people were either in St. Lucia, the Caribbean, or outside.
Sure. So Facebook doesn't give that information, but we were able to tell, and because this was public information, we could not highlight or identify which persons were from where. But you would see posts like praying for my country, so which would indicate they were either living in St. Vincent or they were from the diaspora. So of course, Facebook users could be anywhere, but they were identifying markers because of the methodology that we can't share or we can't say for certain, but generally you would know that they are at least Caribbean and generally living or related to St. Vincent.
Thank you, Ed. You to him just now, okay. Let me start with you. Make a question short.
Okay. No, in terms of the faith-based responses and so on, were they categorized as all being positive, or was all positive, or some of it negative, in terms of like faith-based? Because sometimes you see some person like
yes. There were
JC,
very few. There were a few negative comments, but there were very few compared to, they were in the minority compared to the positive ones.
Good day. And for those that don't know, he's also from Tobago. We actually went to the same school. Just a quick question. Based on what your postings, did you find that the interactions were higher when you put more information or less? Because from a GIS perspective, we always try to figure out if putting more information on a map makes sense. So just for all purposes, do you believe that more information was better or a more condensed post?
So it would vary on what the topic is. So the scientific bulletins, which aren't urgent, but the press uses for news stories and press releases, those would have a certain level of detail that you could extrapolate stuff from. But certain things, like when you're trying to crush rumors, it's just a simple graphic with a limited bit of text. Access to the volcano restricted, and that you put that on a graphic and it's easily shared on WhatsApp, on Facebook, everywhere. So it depends on what you're trying to achieve.
It's a quick point, maybe a comment or a question. I don't know how you wish to take it, but you said earlier that the volcano eruption happened during the middle of the COVID pandemic. And I see the religious point or the faith-based point that is being made. And there is clearly a contradiction from what you're presenting in the context of the eruption as against what I have seen on the ground in relation to the pandemic response and the religious organization approach to it. To what extent your data could have been influenced to some degree by the two elements merging together?
That is a very good question. I think very little, because of the relationship that Seismic has with the people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So we have been here working for more than 10 years. Persons are familiar with Ms. Forbes, persons are familiar with Richie. So when it came, and other scientists, when it came to the volcano, people were comfortable receiving information, not just from these two personalities, but from the center, because we have been in the communities, we have been around, so persons trusted us. Information coming from the health authority sometimes, not locally, but the CDC and whoever else, could be a bit uncertain, and not everybody's able to deal with that uncertainty. So that created some problems. So that's how I'll answer that.
Thank you very much, Maury Graham. Give him a round of applause. Thank you. Now we have a virtual presentation from Dr. Lara Mani, and she'll be looking at the St. Vincent eruption 2021, evaluation of the communication, volcanic crisis communication campaign. This is another side of that problem. Is a breakthrough at this time? No? Okay. Dr. Larry? No. Can't play? So if Alison is here, Alison Cruikshank, stand by. Is Cruikshank here? Is Alison here? Okay. Richie, with your permission, could we just take Alison and come back to him later? Yes, please. So we have Alison Cruikshank, and he will look at a post-eruption analysis of the significance and challenges of community-based disaster management in St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Okay, well, the slides are coming up. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm just going to ask everybody to stand, please. Just stand and take a little stretch. You could smile with your neighbor. All right, just take a little stretch. Before the food totally takes all the blood from the brain. All right, so the slides are up. I think we could be seated now. Thank you very much. All right, so good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alison Cruikshank. I am a Vincentian. Most people in the room know me. And I am a PhD student at the University of Malta. And I'll be presenting this afternoon on a chapter that my colleagues and I, my co-authors and I, published earlier this year in the Handbook of Civil Society and Social Movements in Small States, which is published by Routledge. And my co-authors are Dr. Roseanne Smith, who was mentioned previously, Sonia Compton, and Aria Lado. All right, so the basic information from the eruption is that we had damages that total about 18% of our GDP in 2020, which is considerable. And most of the damage was sustained due to the destruction of housing infrastructure, and the agricultural and forestry sectors were particularly impacted. Next slide, please. By the way, the title of the presentation is a post-eruption analysis of the significance and challenges of community-based disaster risk reduction in St. Vincent. All right, so our research questions were: how do community-based disaster organizations operate prior to, during, and after disaster impacts? The second one was, what are the challenges faced by and the opportunities available to community-based disaster organizations in St. Vincent and the Grenadines? And thirdly, to what extent do the challenges faced by groups affect their sustainability and capacity for community-based disaster risk management? Next slide, please. So basically, what you can tell based on our topic is that we were looking at this short research within the community-based disaster risk management framework. So that really guided the way that we looked at the information and the way we interpreted it, the way that it was conceptualized. And one of the very important things that we well, one thing that we really took on board is that community-based disaster risk management has to be a bottom-up process. So it's a grassroots process. So it cannot be one that is instructed from the top-down methodology, but really has to come from the people within the community itself. And so that was something that we really took on board during our research. Next slide, please. All right, so we conducted elite interviews. We did some interviews with the community-based disaster risk, well, the community-based disaster response teams. They were set up by the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Red Cross Society. We also did interviews with NEMO and the Red Cross. We actually got to interview all of the CDRTs within the red zone and even a few in the orange zone on the leeward side. There were only 4 of them, so it was not a lot, but it's a methodology that included the entire population of the target population. And we used the method of thematic analysis. So after going through the interviews, the information that we found, we basically compiled it together where similar topics were addressed, similar concerns, and we pulled everything together to get to what we needed. Next slide, please. All right, so now I will go over quickly into the roles and the perceived roles, some of the results that we got. We'll focus for this afternoon mainly on what we got from the CDRTs, the disaster response teams in the community. All right, so, yes. All right, so in terms of DRM, the CDRTs have been involved in a few different activities within the community. They have been involved in research, public awareness, cleanup campaigns, etc. But they have not restricted their work in the communities to things related to disasters. So a lot of them are involved in social events, charity. Some will assist when they have sports days and so on at the schools, etc. And some of them have been trained in various programs, for example in CERT, and this training comes from NEMO and the Red Cross. Now, the eruption, as you know, was divided into 2 phases, the effusive phase, when the dome was being built, and the explosive phase. And when they were questioned about, what they were doing during the effusive phase, this is basically how they summed it up, that they were being trained, they had planning meetings with NEMO and the Red Cross, and, they had training in relevant topics, for example, warehouse management, logistics, a lot of other things that would be very important during the eruption and, of course, in responding to the eruption. Now, they also met with their community members, and they were responsible for building awareness within the communities as well. Next slide, please. All right, so continuing there, the eruption, of course, moved on to an explosive phase, and one of the things that came out very strongly from all of the CDRTs is that they felt that after having undergone the training, they felt that they were not necessarily as well integrated during the explosive phase. Of course, most of them by this time were now evacuees. So they felt that, well, I was at a shelter, I could have assisted here, I could have done this, I could have, because I was trained in this, but I was not asked to do that. So they were a bit disappointed at this point in time for that particular reason. So they were expecting to work along a bit more closely with NEMO, but they said that they were only seen as an evacuee and not as somebody who can assist. And I think at this point, that was a main, grievance that they had at that point. They had a lot of good things to say, but that wasn't really stuck out as something that really peeved them during the interviews. Next slide, please. Now, when asked about the organizations themselves, some of them highlighted some strengths and some challenges that they faced. Most of them highlighted the fact that their organizations were very youthful, the membership. So it was energetic. They could get a lot of things done once everybody put their hands to the plow, as we would say. And and they can rely on the membership during times of disasters. So as soon as something happens, whatever issues they may have within the group and other things that may be difficult to deal with outside of a disaster, as soon as there was something impending, then everybody would come together and they would work together. Now, in terms of challenges, communication. And I know some of my previous presenters spoke about risk communication, but it was a twofold challenge for them, both within their organizations and with external stakeholders. And, sometimes one of the persons who responded said that at times we call meetings or we send out information, and when we come back and we speak about it again, they said, oh, I didn't see that, I didn't hear about this, because at the time, nothing is really happening. There's no disaster. So people kind of just, as we would say, rock back and relax in the Caribbean. The second one, as we mentioned, is connected to the first. There's a lack of participation except when a disaster is looming or impending. There's also a heavy focus on response and preparing to respond. So when we asked them about preparation or even mitigation, quite often what they said to us was actually a preparation to respond. So it's not necessarily a preparation that is heavily focused on mitigation, but it's a preparation to say, okay, when the actual event happens, this is what you will do at this time. So that was the preparation in most cases. And the Red Cross and NEMO agreed with a lot of what they said, in that Red Cross agreed that the dissemination of information to the community and other groups by the disaster response teams is something that they expected, but it didn't manifest itself in reality, in that when they train individuals, they expect them to go back to the community and train more people. But I don't think that that was really understood most of the times by those who participate. It's not clearly communicated or not clearly understood. And NEMO also said that communication could be improved within the organization by hiring somebody who is specifically a communication expert, so that when they have their different things to communicate to the public, that it is done in a professional manner. And they also have a communication strategy that the expert would help them to realize. Next. All right, just a couple issues before I get to the final slides related to sustainability and capacity. Now, there was an emphasis on response, as I mentioned before. There are limited resources as well. Sometimes there are things that are thought of that can be implemented, but the funds are not there to do that. So that sometimes works against them. The group dynamics and internal challenges, high membership turnover. We mentioned before that the membership is usually young. And that means that, that's somebody who's probably going to study. That's somebody who's probably going to buy a house somewhere else and get married, or some other, big life decision that will move them away from that locality. And so they find that they always have that problem of having to retrain people and to get them reintegrated into the groups. All right, so just before I give the implications, all right, I'll forego that.
You have a minute more.
Yeah, let's go ahead. Next slide. So the implications are that community-based disaster risk management is a useful analytical skill for disaster risk reduction and disaster risk management in islands and small states. As we mentioned before, the remoteness of some of the communities means that their capacity is important because they may be cut off during times of disaster. So they need somebody, or they need persons within a network within the specific location that can actually get things going when there's a need to respond. I'll go to the next slide, interest of time. So a formal process, by way of recommendations, a formal process should be established to evaluate the contextual appropriateness of knowledge gained through training and to monitor whether that knowledge is being applied. And the CDRTs should be trained in grant proposal writing, because the lack of resources is a big issue. And so they may be able to, several organizations offer grant funding to NGOs, and they can access that if they have the training to prepare those proposals and keep their processes alive. Next slide, please. And the final slide, some areas for future research. So this chapter only looked at CDRTs in the northern part of St. Vincent. So an assessment of the CDRTs nationwide in order to investigate the factors that affect their sustainability and opportunities. That's a possibility of an area to delve further into. To examine other hazard events, including climatic hazards, to gain a holistic picture of the capacity and functionality of the CDRTs. And finally, communicating the lessons that can be learned by other community-based disaster organizations in other SIDS from the St. Vincent and the Grenadines experience. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Cruikshank, any question for Mr. Cruikshank? I have one. I tolerate one more. One, thanks, going.
Mr. Cruikshank, you said you had some issues, or you observed some issues with communication between these other stakeholders, external stakeholders and persons in the communities, right? But I don't want to assume, it sounded like it was just, the breakdown was more of the external stakeholders not being able to come and do a face-to-face talk with them. Was that the breakdown there?
They didn't specify, so I can't speculate, but they said that during the interviews with them, they said that at times the relationship with the external stakeholders will be great, and at times there will just be a lull when there's nothing happening. So I think that lull is what they want to be continuously involved and getting that feedback to let them know that something is really happening and taking place.
Okay.
So.
Thank you very much. Alison?
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Collymore.
I could confirm one thing in relation to the apparent exclusion or marginalization of the district committees. We did some research recently, focus groups in communities, and that was the sentiment. So that's some element of validation. Is Dr. Lara Mani on now? Yeah. Okay, so you can have her.
Hi everybody, my name is Lara Mani and I'm a researcher at the Centre for the Study of Existential Risk at the University of Cambridge. And it's a real pleasure today to be able to present this research that we've been working on. So that's myself and the Education and Outreach team at UE Seismic, which sought to evaluate the effectiveness of the volcanic crisis communications campaign conducted by UE Seismic during the La Soufrière eruption. So the aims of the project were to identify what works well for volcanic crisis communications specifically within St. Vincent. How well did the crisis communications reach the target audiences that we were intending? So that's the most at-risk communities, as well as those within the green zone and stakeholders as well. And to understand how we can better tailor future crisis communications to meet the needs of audiences and making sure that those communications are more equitable and inclusive. One of the aims of this project was to develop a volcanic crisis communication strategy for St. Vincent itself, but also for other English-speaking islands within UE Seismic's remit. And that is available. And if you would like a copy of that, we can get to my emails at the end, but that's available to be shared. And one of the main kind of outcomes of this was to inform the field of volcanic risk communication. This eruption provided a unique opportunity for us to conduct an evaluation like this, which has never been done before within the field of volcanology. So it's a really exciting moment and an incredible project to be able to share these kind of findings. So just very quickly, many of you already know what the communications look like, but as just a quick refresh, that of course this was pandemic times. So a lot of the crisis communications conducted by UE Seismic were either social media focused, with daily briefings, frequently asked questions, audio updates, and question and answer sessions through social media platforms, including Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. The lead scientist from UE Seismic that was present on island each morning would do a radio show, the Aying La Soufrière radio show on NBC Radio, providing a morning update on activity at the volcano, and sometimes the Prime Minister would join or other members of the response. And this would be broadcast early in the morning, and it would, during the height of the eruption, would also be broadcast in the evening as well. And this content was kind of chopped up and used in TV broadcasts and other radio broadcasts throughout the day. And then there was a whole range of other communications, which included Zoom meetings with communities conducted with Nemo and the Prime Minister. And of course, the kind of iconic volcanic hazard map for St. Vincent, which was published in the newspaper, printed on posters within communities and rum shacks and schools, and is widely kind of communicated across the island. But we perceived there were some problems with the communications campaign, and as I mentioned, it was COVID. So of course, it was not possible to do some of the outreach and education sessions that we would like to have done directly in communities because social gatherings were not allowed. And access to St. Vincent was restricted at the time. So the scientific team were able to attend, but no one from the education and outreach teams were able to attend. So that meant a lot of the content was on social media. It was rather reactive rather than proactive, as there was a basic strategy, but not really kind of a worked and evidence kind of based approach. It was difficult to keep up the pace of the information because, of course, social media travels like lightning now, and you need to keep up with the pace of information sharing. That meant that there was a bit of spread of mis and disinformation, which, Nemo and Seismic worked really hard to dispel quite rapidly. So the problem with a lot of it being on social media meant that in St. Vincent, particularly within the red zone communities, there are many people that have minimal access to technology or have low levels of digital literacy, which meant that this is an isolating approach to risk communication, and you're unlikely to reach those. And it just meant that we weren't really considering fully the accessibility needs and inclusivity of those communications. Without a pulse on the ground, it was really difficult to understand who the messages were reaching and how effective they were being. And much of the communications with stakeholders outside of the daily briefings that were provided were quite ad hoc. So in August 2021, we conducted a large-scale data collections campaign in St. Vincent. We did an online survey, and as many people were still in shelters, around 1,500 people were still in shelters, including communities like Fancy. We also had 2 on-the-ground surveyors who visited shelters and did in-person surveying. We had 650 respondents. We did 4 focus groups with communities in Chateau-Belair, Fancy, Georgetown, and Kingstown. And we did 16 interviews with various stakeholders across the island. And thank you to all of those that helped us with this. So some findings from this, who do we end up speaking to? So, and kind of unsurprising for St. Vincent, we often manage to capture a largely female and relatively young audience. So this is not at all surprising for us. But a good split across age ranges. And that's particularly because people were in shelters and we were able to kind of approach many people. That was really, really helpful. A bit of a split, less male participants, but we still managed to catch a good range, and many of those across kind of different age categories. In terms of hazard zone residency, we had a good split between red and green zones, so those most at risk and those least at risk, which was really great. Bit of an underrepresentation of orange and yellow zones, but it's unsurprising when we didn't specifically target those for surveying. But yeah, we had a massive category of 22 people that decided that they didn't want to tell us where they lived on island. Interestingly, we wanted to make sure that we were capturing people that might have a different or specific accessibility needs. So we asked questions around physical and mental health, and we asked whether that person themselves or somebody within their household had physical or mental health disabilities. And quite overwhelmingly, 20% of all respondents said yes, and 56% of red zone respondents said that somebody in their household or themselves had a physical or mental health disability. Largely, they were focused on mobility, But there were many others, including learning disabilities, severe physical health, which would have implications on how you kind of determine evacuation strategies, but also how we tailor the communications. If somebody's less able to be in social settings, how can we make sure that they're not isolated if they have mobility issues? People were asked about where they saw information both before and after the eruption. And this was quite interesting. Unsurprisingly, in St. Vincent, communication has always largely been radio and TV and social media. And that's exactly what we see. But there was a massive shift to the amount of people that became reliant on radio during the eruption, which again is unsurprising. And same with social media, because that's where a lot of the content was coming from. So, of course, people started paying attention to those. One of the interesting outcomes on this is that there was a reduction in people's reliance on information from their families and friends. We think that that's a bit of a side effect of surveying people within shelters who were partly separated from their communities or their informal networks, which meant that there was less of this kind of information sharing. And rather people were shifting more towards using social media or listening to the radio. Those that were accessing social media, the graph on the right, told us that they were either looking directly at NEMO or UE seismic content, which is really great news because they were the official news sources. But otherwise, they were also looking at media outlets, and so that included broadcast of like live TV through Facebook and things like this, but also their friends' social media accounts. And WhatsApp is included in that category somewhat as well. So what were the most useful communication methods? And by far, the radio station, the Iron Lasso Freya show, was seen as the most important. And this was really interesting because many people told us that, one, it was the consistency of knowing that at 8 o'clock every morning, you knew you were going to hear an update about the activity. And it kind of became this comfort for many of the communities that were evacuated from their homes, that they knew that they could listen to the radio show in the morning and they would also hear an update in the evening. Many people that were worried about what was happening to their home on the other side of the island. Other useful communications that people really loved, of course, the photos and the videos, and I don't think that was just in St. Vincent alone, but many of the briefing updates that were included across Facebook, Twitter and Instagram were by far the most popular and the most shared. On stakeholder communications, we asked what information would have been useful to have received. And we just had so many really wonderful, insightful conversations that have really helped us inform this. And of course, I don't intend you to read this, and this can be shared afterwards. But a lot of that content came around the impacts on critical infrastructure, including electricity and water supplies, and from ash and lahar deposits as well, and understanding the kind of the thicknesses of ash that were going to be expected in different areas that would help inform that response. That was quite important to many. But also in the response, understanding the protective measures that were needed in terms of personal protective equipment, and the health implications that ash may have on workers that were being sent into the heavy ash regions. So some really insightful content that came from those interviews that, I hope that you'll be able to read after. So some key lessons from what we found from this study to date. The biggest one for me is that no matter what you do, you may just not reach everyone. In St. Vincent, we heard from many people that had absolutely no forms of communication within their household, and they relied on their communities to share information with them. Some people's occupations have them out of communication range quite regularly. We heard from many different farmers and fishermen who were away from their communities when the evacuation orders were called. And that made us think a little bit more about how we perhaps could use things like the emergency SMS system. But yeah, basically the lack of technology and some of the literacy barriers are going to hinder how that information is spread. But radio messaging, social media, and peer-to-peer communications were the most important. And that has implications on thinking about perhaps using organizations like the Red Cross that have these really well-extending networks into local communities, and using community leaders to make sure information is spread through communities. That door knocking of literally knocking on people's doors to say what the information is. But all different communities have different information needs, and making sure that that's kind of thought about in advance. WhatsApp was a repeating theme throughout all of the conversations we had. It was used to coordinate shelters, the Red Cross, with the emergency community leaders in the north of the island, all sorts of applications. And one of the most interesting was with the diaspora and the sharing of information from family and friends overseas to those that were on island, which was really interesting. Another really big lesson for me was about the importance of context-specific information and making sure that you design communications in a way that are neutral. We heard lots of people that suggested not using things like the colours of political parties in communication messages and keeping that impartiality in the way in which we communicate. And the other thing is to make sure that we tailor the communications to meet the needs of stakeholders and make sure that we're addressing that too. We're providing information that can facilitate that emergency response. So that's where I'll leave it. And there's obviously a lot more content to this, and it'll be published in our paper as part of the special publication coming from the eruption. But in the meantime, if you have any questions, please feel free to reach out and email me. Thanks very much for your time.
Thank you very much. One question for Larry. Okay, thank you very much. We'll move on to Ms. Cyronic Durant. I got it right? Okay. I know she briefed me on it. Okay, thanks.
The light.
I'll do it.
Buitiweyu, Hong Som Moot. That is good day to everyone in Garifuna. My name is Clyde Durant, and I would be presenting on the Changing Landscapes project. I'm just going to wait for it to come up 1 minute. I'm waiting on the PowerPoint to come up, sorry. Which is a collaborative effort, as you can see the many names that are added on right there. Next slide, please. So Changing Landscapes is a collaborative recovery project here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines between the UE Seismic Research Center and the University of East Anglia, as well as the North Windward communities over the Dry River in the North Windward area. So those are the communities that would be found in the red volcanic hazard zone. So from the north, we have Fancy right down to Orange Hill. Next slide, please. The project firstly acknowledges that our local communities have very specific knowledge around what is happening on the ground, and the way forward in reducing the impacts of hazards and disasters that occur in our region fundamentally resides in empowering and supporting the people who are going to be affected first. And who are these people? The people in the communities. Traditionally, the approach to responding to hazards is focused on making plans and putting structures in place at national and regional levels. This is certainly of value, but too often the people in the communities are those left behind. So this project certainly aims to target that area. Next slide, please. So there was a workshop series. The project began with a workshop series that was introduced the groups to the basics of photography and developing our visual storytelling language. We were facilitated by local photographers, mentors, the scientists from SRC and UAE, as well as a psychologist. And now I must commend those behind this entire project for considering to add a psychologist to this presentation, because as members of the community, we felt acknowledged that we went through a traumatic experience and they cared about us, and not just the science at the forefront. Next slide, please. So through the workshop series, we learned the basics about photography. We gained an understanding of the value of photography as a medium to document our physical and social environment, as well as express ourselves using a visual language that is unique to us. So when you look around the room, as you came up the steps this morning, that's all of our work that you saw on display. Thank you. So rather than going headfirst with science or tech, the scientists chose to first understand us, the people, and put how we live with and experience risk front and center, and then bring in the science. In this way, they hope to create better and more relevant science for people. Next slide. Right. So the true citizen science connection of this project is to see the generation of two intersecting sources of knowledge, one being our stories, or the narratives and the experiences of the communities in the red zone that continue to be impacted, and the measured empirical data on rainfall that can be reconciled with these stories. Okay, so yeah, then after all that behind the scenes, we went straight into the field, and we in a series of walks in our communities that had multiple purposes and advantages. So one of the reasons we did all of these hikes was to identify suitable locations for siting the buckets to collect rainfall data. So basically we traversed most of the ridges and rivers radiating from the windward side of the volcano down into each community. So it was a lot of hiking. And the aim of the scientists was to put the tools and technology for capturing data directly into the hands of the community to encourage us to answer these questions. So we were a part of the entire process. You would see some photos just now. And to document, reflect, and communicate the changes we experience. So we are doing all of this through photography and simple, low-cost sensor monitors for measuring rainfall. So that way, our eyes and the technology eyes, will all be detecting the changes. Next slide. Well, I think there's one before that, right? So here you can see us out in the field putting in the rain gauges at some of the highest points in our various communities. So this overall experience was enriching as we were able to observe, share, learn about the different experiences for everyone, and this sharing took place between us and the scientists. And also inter-community sharing happened there, because we are from Fancy World most north, and typically we don't roam and go down to the Orange Hill area or connect with people down there unless we have relatives there. So this project called for all of us to come together and share our own experiences. Next slide. The process of sharing and learning is as important as the product and generation of new knowledge. At the intersection of these two processes, we are building relationships, creating pathways for knowledge, and opening conversations. At the very least, this project acknowledges what our communities are actually experiencing, our perception, and it gives us an opportunity to tell our stories through our own experience in our own words with the powerful media of photography, which I'm certain you enjoyed here today. Next slide. In this way, the project becomes more than just about collecting data for science, but open avenues to share community knowledge, changes in not just the physical environment, but also the social landscape, connections to self and place, and a new set of questions on the whole decision-making process and the social influences on risk emerges. The real innovation in the project was less in the science or the technology, and more the approach of engaging with the group throughout the project towards an equalizing of knowledge and using technology to support that. Oh, sorry, go back, I didn't make a comment about that. So here you can see the ladies actually collecting water from a spring that was used in the Sandy Bay area where when there was no water inside of the pipes, people actually journeying to the spring is pretty far up. And that one, he is talking about the height of the ash, because in most cases we were unable to see the barriers of our bridges that were there. Next one. So I would just like to present to you all of the participants of this lovely project. So this is all of us. We are from all different walks of life. You have social workers, educators, farmers, bakers, and that's Papa up there just starring, he was just the cover. So big up to Papa one time. Okay, next. So now you just take the time. This is just some photos of our work. The size of the boulders that came down from Lahars in our communities getting back together and scraping and gonna grind cassava to make cassava bam bam. The effects of the ash fall on the house roofs in the community. This one with the flower is Fancy. You can see Fancy is quite green post-eruption. And we have gotten used to, the boulders being pretty much everywhere. So now they're seats. All of that, the river came through there. That wasn't typically there before. Next one. Just pretty much adapting back to life at home. That beach did not have sand on it. That's actually from the volcano, so that's ash, and different size ash there on that beach, and just the lovely view, and yeah, this is just life. Next one. And here it continues. So this one you can see this boulder that was exposed. You can see the motion, probably how the water traveled down the riverbed. Children them enjoying themselves. That area has widened since post-eruption. The arrowroot factory in Oya was damaged, and if you visit Oya, you can actually still see the production that was happening, because at the time of the eruption, people were harvesting arrowroot. So it happened mid-so. Leave the arrowroot, leave the starch, leave everything, and just go and roast timber fruit. Next one. At this point, you're gonna have a video of our exhibition that we did. So we did a photography exhibition video. Thank you. So this was at the old Sandy Bay School / clinic, Sandy Bay Clinic yard as well. And we decided to have the exhibition within our local area because we wanted for our community members to connect with the stories as well and see the work that we did. There were various presentations, poems, songs. And all the members of the group shared their own story. Could probably end it there. Oh yeah, and there was quadrille dancing. Okay, PowerPoint. So at this time, I would just like to say special thanks to the team of photographers who mentored us, the psychologists, the scientists who are part of this project. Thank you for equipping us with the Red Zoners, with these tools to document the changes in our social and physical environment. We are most grateful to you, Seremi. That's thank you in Garifuna.
Thank you very much for good use of your time. Ladies and gentlemen, we have one question for her if you have one. I think it was well received. We are bringing this session to a close. It was rich, intense, and maybe long. But I think one thing coming from this is that all knowledge counts, and that really is an opportunity to assess the tools and outputs we use, both in terms of what they generate and how they relate to the communities that we seek to serve or support. More importantly, new approaches and new ways of thinking ought to be embraced, and we saw that emerging. I want to thank you again for being patient and hearing the side of the community. Thank you all very much. There's a break now for about 10 minutes, and then you can resume for part 2 of the social aspects. Thank you.
Good afternoon. So good afternoon, everyone, and you look like you have been refreshed, so that's a good thing. We are running late, but we hope to make up for some time. And so I wish to invite our final panel to come forward if you're so inclined. So it will be easier for the movement from one presentation to the other. Could be seated in the front section here. My name is Ronnie Daniel, and it's a pleasure to be a moderator for this panel. I want to now invite our panelists, Mr. Fitzgerald Providence, Dr. Gaius Eudoxy, my colleague, Professor Jeremy Phillips, Miss Eleanor Tennant, and Dr. Victoria Miller, and Miss Monique Johnson to the front section, please. It'll be nice if you come to the head table if you're not blocking the current. Yes, okay. So we'll stay in the front section. So welcome back, and it's my pleasure now to welcome you to this final session. It's entitled Impacts. And to bring the first presentation, I invite Director of Forestry, Mr. Fitzgerald Providence. I am invoking my privilege as MC to, moderator rather, and I'm kindly requesting that you chop off for 5 minutes if you can. If you can do it in 11, that's good. Mr. Providence, please welcome him.
Thank you very much. I'll try and do it as quick as possible. Well, as you said, I'm the Director of Forestry, and I have an interest in the vegetation on the volcano. I've been doing it since around 1992 or so. Next slide. Now, in this presentation, we'll show the impacts of the volcanic eruption on the vegetation on the volcano, the biodiversity and ecosystem services these areas provide. Island endemism, which is very important, that we have things that are only found here in St. Vincent, and the vegetation regeneration and succession. I wouldn't go into the details of that, the biology of that, but we'll go through as quick as possible. So next slide. Now, in terms of vegetation in the world, it changes by two ways, altitude and latitude. As you go more north or south, the vegetation changes. As you go from sea level up, the vegetation changes, and that you will see on the volcano. And next slide. And we just have a general map of you can't read the things, but that is the land cover map. And you see how green it is. We have a lot of green areas, forests, different forests, agriculture, different areas on the island. Next slide. And when you look at there's three main areas of definition. You have the inland montane forest, which is divided into three layers: the lower montane, the upper montane, and the elfin woodland. Elfin simply means short. And then you have the coastal forest, the littoral forest, and the semi-deciduous forest. And then we also have the aspects of which mainly occurs on the coast, because most of our island, at least 70% of the island, has mountains over 30 degrees, or the slopes are over 30 degrees gradient. And then you have the agriculture and human development on the coast. So next slide. Now, this is the volcano mountain cutting sort of a display of how the vegetation changes. On the lower area, again, may not be able to be read from back in the back, but the lower area, you have the coastal and what I talk about, the lowland vegetation. That goes up to about 300 meters, which is about 1,000 feet above sea level, and that's about the area of Bamboo Range, if you're looking at it from the eastern side of the volcano slopes. And then you go up to the more middle mountain and upper mountain forests, and as you walk up the volcano, you actually see that happening. Before there was the eruption, you would see that happening. The vegetation will get low, particularly it'll go into a part called the palm break, which is the upper mountain type forest, but the palm break was not on the western side. I still have to determine why that was, but you'll have palm breaks on the eastern side of the mountains, but not on the western side. And then you go up to the elfin woodland, and then basically to rocks and so on. It's now a little bit different because of the volcanic eruption. Next. So what do we have in terms of on the volcano? And we had, in terms of plants, over 200 plant species, 3 of which are endemic. You had reptiles, 2 main reptiles, and also amphibians. You had, well, the frogs and so on, but you also have an endemic frog that lives on the volcano. And then, reptile, the 2 lizards, the cocoa bear and the green lizard. And then you have the birds in terms of 2 endemic also birds that go in that area, and the other regional endemics. I'm trying to cut, so I won't go into details of some. But if you have any specific questions, you could get back to me in terms of that. The birds are, the endemic bird is the parrot and the whistling warbler. And then you go to the next slide. Well, what happens during the eruption? I think I missed most of the morning's presentation because I had meetings, so this would have probably been a refresher. You had the ash going, and I think the picture at the top was something I think Richie posted that it helped me to explain to friends in Canada and so on what was going on, that we didn't have red lava flowing all over the place. So, and that is depicting what happened. You had the ash fall, it affects the air quality. It covers the vegetation, the compression clouds and that come down and destroy everything. And then after that, you have the Lahars and so on that still continue to do some work in terms of the environment. The slide at the bottom was taken from the Cumberland Forest area. I think there was an eruption the Wednesday. We were there when that eruption occurred. But that was how it looked before. The whole area was just gray. All the leaves were covered and so on, and that would impact. So we go to the next slide. So the impact was the covering of the foliage, which impairs the function of the leaves. If you're covered with dust, like you can't breathe, and leaves are living things that need to respire and photosynthesize and so on. And then you had the branches were actually broken, because someone mentioned, I think in the poem, that it's like a snowfall, but it's a more permanent snowfall. The ash stays there, and then it gets wet, and then the leaves just break. And although the rain helps to wash it off and help the life to come back a little bit faster. And then you had toppling of whole trees because of the heavy ash on top of them. Some trees actually dried out completely, particularly the Caribbean pines. And then you had trees that were totally burned in the pyroclastic flows. I heard in Richmond on the Walliboo River, persons went and harvested sacks of coals. I got a little piece, I think I have home. And then you had the covering of the ground vegetation, which is that layer just above the humus, which would help in terms of the soil activity. So that was completely gone, and also the insects and so on that were in them. I saw millipedes just were dead. They were just on the soil dead, on the ash dead as they tried to come out. And then there was the total destruction. Now, we were able to be working with the Fauna and Flora International, and they were able to give us some satellite imagery before and during the process, especially impacts on the vegetation. So this is before. You saw the little new dome coming up. To the next slide. And this is completely the end. The slide on the right is after the last eruption, and the one at the top is the beginning. So you see the dome there, and then you see the total black destruction. That's how it looks from the satellite. So you have the next slide. And when we analyze it in terms of forestry, we looked at the whole area. The red was the total destruction, and you see the evidence of that on the leeward side. Total destruction. You had the green, which is not total destruction, but heavy impact. And those were overlaid on the three zones, the four zones, sorry, red, orange, yellow, and green. So in the green, you really had very little impact. You had the ash covering the leaves, but thankfully we had rain that washed away most of the ash. But in the red and that dark green area, you had a lot of impact, which impacted on the parrots and the lives of the animals in there. Next slide. And this is a time lapse over time, and you see how it's going from the 8th of April, which is the one at the top, to the 28th of April, which is after the eruptions had occurred. So you see that the area, the north of the island, just was turning gray to black. That was all the ash that had a major destruction, a major impact on the vegetation in those areas. Next slide. Now, in terms of the summary of that, the effusive eruption first caused the drying out of the vegetation on the leeward side. That was pretty evident when as soon as you reached Trumaka, you saw that brown patch down the hill. Then you had the immediate impact was in the severe in April, the heavy ash cover around the volcano, Lahars, major concern in terms of the erosive and destruction of the vegetation. And then you have the vegetation recovering after April in terms of they were able, with the rains that were coming, although it was in the dry season, the rains helped to wash off the leaves, so you saw the vegetation coming back. But that impacted also in terms of the wildlife. We had concerns about particularly the parrot becoming fruit predators on farmlands, but what we realized that the impact of the volcano threw the plants back into a cycle where they were not producing fruit, but they were more putting back foliage. So there was lack of food for animals during that time. So next slide. And this is not because of the volcano. This is just an example of how resilient our vegetation, our forest can be. This is the 2011 trough system impact in perseverance, which is just on the edge of the red zone. But between 2012 and 2020, if you want one with an eye for what was happening, you would think nothing happened, because the vegetation came back. And those main trees are what we call pioneer trees. They're barflow. They're pioneers. They would die and then the new vegetation will come through. This is what we would expect to happen even after a volcanic eruption. But because in this position the soil was removed, as you can see, everything, that would happen with an Lahar, but with ash in another area it would be different. So an opportunity for us to monitor and study the difference in terms of how the environment recovers after the devastation of the volcano. So this is perseverance, and you see what is happening there. Next slide. Now I see this picture a lot, and I spoke about endemism. That is St. Vincent's own. That butterfly is found nowhere else in the world except St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And after the volcano, I saw it the most. The volcano eruptions, when I went up to on the Soufrière, that was the most abundant butterfly around. Why? We still have to, I asked a friend of mine, we need to know what it's feeding on and what it's producing in terms of why it is so prevalent, because it was in the presentation before and it's in a picture outside. But how many persons knew it was only in St. Vincent and the Grenadines? Oh, okay, well, Mr. Batiste, yes, so he told you that. But in general, how many Vincentians know that is the only thing, the only butterfly that is only found here? And it has, it's pseudo, meaning it has like a false head. You don't know which is the back or the front when you look at it sometimes. So that was unique that we observed up at the volcano, that it was there in abundance, just fluttering around as the new vegetation came back. Next slide. Now this is, every time I visit the volcano, I take photos. This is on the volcano looking south, the Mangrove Mountains. That was in 2010, around 2010. And this is in 2022, March 2022. You see the destruction, but the recovery is already starting. So you would see that that would be, we're hoping that will be the process over time. Next slide. Now this would happen, this would occur, well, if one, we don't have any major troughs, so you see climate change can have an impact on how the volcano slopes recover. Unguided human interventions. And everyone wanted to say, oh, the forest is destroyed, let's go and reforest. But reforestation, I'm a forester, but reforestation is the most expensive thing we can ever do, because we're not nature. So we have to behave like nature. So we have to go in and tend it and so on. And then we are planting a monoculture in a very diverse environment. So the best thing is to let nature catch back itself. And then we have, so no unguided interventions, human interventions, and then the invasive species. Because we're becoming a global, in terms of communication, transport, a lot of the diseases and animals and plants are moving with people. And this is one of the concerns we have with persons trampling in and bringing in invasive species, which we'd have to control. But we're monitoring, and we're seeing, in the last 10 years, we've seen, in terms of reptiles, there's at least 2 or 3 invasive reptiles that came in. And one of the things we picked up is that we have a new invasive lizard that we found in the Annisvale area. And it's not a negative thing, but a lot of things were moving in during the recovery. And containers, these animals like to hide in containers. So we hope that we will be able to monitor and control. And my last slide is to say thank you. I don't know why the begonias were blooming so well. I hope they're still blooming so well in the volcano, but it shows the resilience of our island, and in terms of how we can treat and be able to take care of our island, because in 1902, the population was about 30% of what it is now. So therefore, that also impacts how the island recovers and the environment recovers. So we have to also monitor that in terms of recovery. So it's good to see the citizen science, but we also need to respect the environment, how it comes back, and leave it alone, let it do its things naturally, and do not pollute. Because one of the first things I saw when I went up there in May was a plastic bottle. So we don't want to have that, and that couldn't have come before the act, because the ash in that area was so heavy it would have been buried. So thank you very much, and it was a good conference.
Thank you very much, Fitzgerald. We will take 2 questions.
Yeah, just a quick question, probably. I just found that the vegetation returned very fast. And I know you did some work in your first degree on vegetation regrowth after the 79 eruption. I don't know if you have a comment on that.
Well, the volcanoes have always been in a process of succession, because even though I started work in 1992 around there, every year I went up there, there was a difference. Particularly in one of our endemics, which is a pretty pink flower. I'm blocked, and it's that Tibocenia cystoides. It's a melastome flower. It is in one of my slides. And I took out one because of the time. That is a plant that is only found in high elevation. And since I was monitoring it before the volcano, it was going more and more up to the summit. Because as the vegetation increases in height, it wanted that area where there was more sunlight. So that was one of the things I observed. And that again would repeat. When I went up there in May of last year, I didn't see it. But within a week, a colleague of mine brought me a photo of it. The other endemic that I was hearing up there was the frog. You hear it whistling. You have to know where it is to find it, but you would hear it whistling all the time. How does these things survive the volcano eruption? We don't know. But I think this study will go on. I have a young colleague who takes a lot of photos. He's more fit and agile than myself, so he's up there often. So I'm hoping to collaborate with him with the photos so that we can see how the vegetation continues to grow. But this is an example of succession of plants on a mountain in terms of the regeneration going into the climax and so on. I didn't expect to have the volcano erupting twice in my lifetime, but okay. Yes, we have a question in the back.
How susceptible is the vegetation to heat?
How susceptible is the vegetation to heat? Yeah. Well, the heat will destroy a lot of things. That's one of the things. Another endemic that came back was the bromeliad. There's a bromeliad that you see spouting up all over the place. That's also endemic. And I don't know how that survived on the day. But it just came, why these things just popping out of the ash. That is something as we say, the island was built by the volcano. So the plants have adapted to the volcano. They're more adaptable than we.
You see, I'm thinking this, right? If you have a lot of heat going on there before an eruption, if you can use the dying off of the vegetation as like a marker to forecast, that's why I was asking about the heat factor.
Oh, well, if we didn't have the volcanologists and the person studying, and persons weren't going up the volcano, we may not have seen a dome growing, and that the gas is coming out, which did burn the vegetation on the eastern side, on the western side, were an indication of the eruption was pending, because there had to be something producing heat to push those over. So I think also underneath the plants were sensing something in terms. I don't know how they would react to it, but that's something that we need to look at in terms of the plants that are on these slopes.
In Trinidad, we don't have any volcanoes,
But we have forest fires that, sort of denude large areas of the mountainscape. And what we get after that is what they call pioneer forest. Like, for example, some of the Boacano that I see here. So how much of it, the forest we see now, is just actually pioneer forest? Well, the first forest to grow when the land has been cleared until, the older forest can get root and take over, because they're very different.
Well, the Boacano, which is trumpet for us, is not a high elevation plant. That we will find in a lower mountain forest. And the tour guides will tell you when you go up there and you see the leaves gray, it's going to rain. The trumpet bush, because of the humidity, something it does to the leaf turns gray. It turns inside out, in a way. That would not be up there. And the pioneers, I don't think the pioneer species act up there on the volcano slopes. Is what was there is coming back. And the process of it, as I said, the melastome that is endemic, it will come back on a lower, it's a high elevation, which only occurs about 2,000 feet above sea level. It will come back there, but it will move up the mountain as the bigger plants take over and come back big on top. And the palms are coming back quickly. The only plant I noticed that wasn't coming back was the gunstock, which is a plant, I'll bring in this one about the soufre tree in the gardens, which was never on soufre. It's a plant that they found in Guyana. And actually the name of it is the scientific name is Guyanensis, one of the things. So it's more a South American plant. But it looks like the gunstock. And the gunstock, I noticed, had no leaves. I don't know if it's coming back a lot. That's another plant you'll find just where the palms are, but it's more dominant on the western side.
Okay, thank you very much, Sir Providence. I now have the pleasure of inviting my colleague, Dr. Eudoxie, Deputy Dean of the Faculty of Food and Agriculture at the St. Augustine campus. Dr. Eudoxie.
Thank you so very much, Chair. Pleasant good afternoon to everyone. Always nice being in St. Vincent. I will want to share with you all a little bit of work we did partnering with the Food and Agricultural Organization of the UN in response to a request to better understand, particularly from a farming basis, what was the impact of the ash and agglomerate on the soils of St. Vincent, and whether or not that resulted in any significant effect on the ability of those soils to continue to produce and to produce safe and healthy foods. So we did a little bit of work to try to understand whether or not those properties would have changed after the volcano, and to understand the distribution across the hazard zones so that we could better inform and provide recommendations pertaining to sustainable soil management, particularly from a fertility perspective. Next slide, please. So just quickly to tell you a little bit about the soils of St. Vincent. And the study was actually also done in Bekwai, but Bekwai was, way outside of the volcano active zone. So I'm not going to really speak too much about Bekwai here. So St. Vincent has 3 broad classes of soils, and one area that is unclassified, and I guess that is the area that my good friend Fitz was now talking about there along that main ridge, that mountainous area that has not necessarily been well classified. But we do anticipate, yes, that in the red zone it's mainly volcanic soils. We do have 2 interesting groups of soils, one called high yellow earths and the other called the lower yellow earths. And they have unique properties that bring all that wonderful provision. I don't know if you all understand what I mean when I say provision. You all know it's the root vegetables, in St. Vincent. And then we do have at the lower end some alluvial soils. Next slide, please. So just showing you a little bit about the general characteristics and what those soils tend to have. Generally, they have a lot of unaltered minerals, and that is coming from, obviously, a lot of the ash. And depending on where you are in the island, you also get larger materials, more gravel. So we certainly know that a lot of the ash layer that is now on top of our soils, particularly in the red and orange zones, made a big difference in terms of the organic matter content. If we look at our pH, the average, you see there, excellent pH here. The EC, which is the electrical conductivity, salt level, upland soils fully drained, no worry about the EC. Available phosphorus and exchangeable potassium are stored in macronutrients. They had some distribution in the exchangeable potassium, but not in the phosphorus, and I'll explain that in a little while. And I'll talk about the particle size distribution and the bulk density. Next slide, please, in a little while. So here we looked at the analysis across the zones for, there's the distribution of sand, silt, and clay, which is the sizes of the particles. And there was a clear decrease in the sand content from red to green. So it simply means that the size of the ash was of the sand size. And it varied vastly from the leeward to the windward. So on the leeward side, you had fine sand particles, more of the ash, and then you had more of the agglomerate, the larger gravel type on the windward side. And if you think about it, when you think about how the wind blew the ash, that's how Barbados got some of that lighter material as well. So the heavier material was blown to the windward side. So we did see significantly greater amounts of that on that side. And you could clearly see as well the opposite with the clay. So coming down to the green zone, we had a lot more clay in our soils. Now, if you look up there, in that red zone, 80% of your material is sand. So that means that have strong implications as to how the farmers up in that area will think about the nutrient management and the overall sustainable soil management. Because the sand in itself has very low ability to hold nutrients, hold water, and because it's fresh ash and not what has already undergone that weathering, it doesn't have that ability to retain that moisture. So how we manage from the red zone to the green zone must be very different in terms of these. Next slide, please. So just showing you all some distributions that we would have done. Interestingly, you're seeing what's happening with the sand across the 4 hazard zones. The darker red, the more sand that it has until we come, and you're clearly seeing the influence of the volcano in that particular area. I also put up this one here with the potassium because there's another interesting feature there in my next slide on the potassium. But just to show the distribution and how the ash impacted the nutrient content in these soils. Next slide, please. So we can clearly see a significant difference in the levels of potassium. So what it tells us is that the ash itself has a very low potassium content. So where the levels of ash were high, the soil level of potassium became very low. And the levels there, particularly in the red and orange zone, are in what we call the low soil test levels. So we have to be particularly concerned about that. Yeah? Next slide, please. Bulk density is a reflection of, again, the sand. The values in the red zone, are typical of sandy soils, about 1.3 grams per cm cube. Nothing significant in there. It's really a matter of sand versus clay in the green zone. So it's directly correlated to the textural distribution in there. But nothing to worry about. The bulk densities, they are typical. They don't signify any negative impact like compaction or anything like that in the soil. So the soils, even with the fresh ash, remain pretty friable and permeable. Next slide, please. So here we're seeing 2 key properties, or 3 key properties I wanted to touch on, just to show that with all the ash that fell, those properties did not or were not affected by the ash. The pH of your soils remain in a range that is amenable to nutrient uptake. It's by far, I think most of the Caribbean will appreciate if they had soils with that pH. Yeah, it is the pH where most nutrients are available. It's the pH where the soil health is good, where the biology of the soil is good, and probably that is assisting in the nice regeneration that we're seeing within our natural forested areas as well, because that pH is really associated with most nutrient uptake. Interestingly enough, the phosphorus was one of those that was really concerning to me. So even with the ash, it made no difference with the levels of phosphorus in the soils. So it clearly indicates that the levels of phosphorus are not necessarily related to the ash, and what the soils are doing is that it retains that phosphorus. So the available phosphorus is extremely, these values they are in the very low range. especially that in the green where it's showing 20 milligrams per kg. And in my mind, and in my expert opinion, it's one of the areas that we really have to think about from a fertility management perspective in St. Vincent. That was 120 samples. All of them showed phosphorus values less than 50 parts per million. So it clearly means that even for our management, our fertility management, and I know even the banana fertilizer, the 16-8-24 that we use here, the farmers are not getting the benefit of the phosphorus because it is being fixed.